You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these
exactly. Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full-on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's November the 11th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net. And I say we, I know it's just me by myself, but Glenn is off today, and Cindy is on her way home from BC. So she'll be sitting here in the chair probably with me either Thursday or next Monday. As everybody is aware, today is Remembrance Day, a day where we remember for those who fought for us, for our freedoms, and everything that we have for today. Here's a quick message from the Royal Canadian Legion.
On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we encourage Canadians to pause and remember all that veterans have sacrificed for us, lest we forget.
Today I have a shortened broadcast so that I am done well before 11 o'clock. So I will not be overlapping our remembrance time, that's for sure. So here we go. First story of the day. It comes to me from the Green Market Report. It says that cannabis researchers sue DA to halt rescheduling hearing. Now, the lawsuit claims that the witness list failed to include the voices of Native American tribes and small businesses. There's a Cherokee cannabis businessman from Washington State who also researches some psychedelic compounds, filed a lawsuit against the Department of Justice, asking the federal court to halt the ongoing cannabis rescheduling process to include a broader selection of voices. Now, David Hildreth, the CEO of Panacree Plant Sciences, filed the lawsuit on November the 5th in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington against Attorney General Merrick Garland, DEA Administration Chief Ann Milgram, and Administrative Law Judge John Mulrooney. Now, Hellsworth, who is representing himself in the action, claimed that there are multiple legal issues with how the DEA has proceeded thus far with its planned hearing next year on a proposal to move cannabis Schedule 3 from Schedule 1. The DEA erred, Hellsworth claimed, by not consulting with Native American tribes. Gee, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? Not incorporating input from small businesses, excluding Hildreth and several other pro-cannabis organizations from a list of 25 approved witnesses to offer testimony during the upcoming hearing, and by relying on an unconstitutional administrative law judge. Now, the lawsuit notes that the list that was provided in October by Milgram included 25 parties, but it didn't include a single Native American tribe, individual, or organization, and additionally, no group from a marginalized community. Milgram instead selected those without apparent siding, Hildreth's lawsuit claims. It goes on to say that there are 574 federally recognized tribes and around 258 tribal law enforcement agencies. There was a large amount of affected tribal entities and a large impact. As such, I asked that the DEA withdraw the current rulemaking. Now, the suit claims that an executive order issued in 2000 requires the DEA to consult with Native American tribes on policy shifts, such as rescheduling, and that the Regulatory Flexibility Act and Small Business Regulatory Enforcement Fairness Act further requires input from small businesses. Hildreth also alleges that Milgram illegally and punitively kept him specifically off the witness list due to his past conflict with the DEA, which he's pushed for rescheduling not just cannabis, but also various psychedelic compounds, including DOI and DOC. Now, the lawsuit states that at least 3 Native American tribal groups submitted formal comments to the DEA regarding cannabis rescheduling during a public comment period earlier this year, including Ho Chunk Nation, the Association of American Indian Affairs, and the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association, but none of them were invited to testify at the coming hearing. Now, Hildreth argues in his suit that the current rulemaking will create a situation in which tribal governments and law enforcement will be required to train law enforcement on the new laws, and that this alone will impose direct costs on tribal entities and governments. There are also hundreds to thousands of hemp farms that would be directly affected by rescheduling, and thus should have a voice in the rescheduling considerations under federal law, the suit charges. Now, Hildreth is requesting a preliminary injunction barring the DEA from moving forward with rescheduling of cannabis until it remedies the legal issue identified in the lawsuit. Now, this action has not yet scheduled for any hearings according to court records. So there's a court record there. So yeah, I can see that First Nations being left out of the rescheduling in cannabis. There's obviously a large contingency of them that's involved in it, and their voices should be heard, just like the First Nations and voices should have been heard louder here in Canada with when we legalized cannabis. All right, on to the next story. Here we go. Just gotta make sure I get the right one. There's too many here. No, there isn't. Here we go. I found it. Just gotta bring it up. All right, here we go. From the Fresh Toast: how cannabis can help with dysmenorrhea. Oh, I knew I was gonna miss this word up. Here we go. Dysmenorrhea. I'll get it. I got it right here. Dysmenorrhea. There we go. She's a tough one, folks. Dysmenorrhea. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to get that right as we go through. Now, what is it? Some people may not know what it is. Well, it is an uncomfortable topic to discuss, but the painful truth is a majority of women will suffer it at some point. Finding relief is invaluable. But around 80% of women experience period pain at some stage in their lifetime. I know I'm going to mess up that word. Dysmenorrhea is the medical term for pain or discomfort during menstruation. It is a common gynecological problem, but the pain can range from dull cramps to indescribable agony. And here is how cannabis can help with that. Medicinal cannabis has emerged as a potential treatment option for dysmenorrhea, offering hope for the tens of millions of women who suffer from menstrual pain. Current medical management options, primarily consisting of over-the-counter pain relievers and hormonal contraceptives, the effectiveness of these treatments vary greatly. Now, the endocannabinoid system plays a role in uterine function and pain perception. Cannabinoid receptors, CB1R and CB2R, as well as TRPV receptors, have been identified in human myomental tissue. Now, THC, which is part of cannabis, can act as a cannabinoid agonist, potentially triggering myomental relaxation and easing menstrual pain. Now, the potential benefits of cannabis for this condition includes pain relief, improved sleep quality, and reduced reliance on pharmaceutical pain relievers. While research specifically on cannabis for dysmenorrhea is growing, studies on chronic pain provide some insights. Here we go. A systematic review of 18 randomized controlled trials found that synthetic cannabis products with high THC to CBD ratios may offer moderate improvements in pain severity. Let's hope they got some information in here on non-synthetic. A meta-analysis of 32 trials showing that medical cannabis or cannabinoids resulted in small to very small improvements in pain relief, physical functioning, and sleep quality among chronic pain patients. There is significant interest in using cannabis for gynecological pain management. A survey found that 61.2% of women who had never used cannabis and 90% of those who had were willing to try it for gynecological pain. Now, after cannabis legalization in Canada, current cannabis use increased from 13.3% to 21% among women with self-reported moderate to severe pelvic pain. And it says, with the American Medical Association, American physicians, and even ARP recognize the medical benefits of cannabis is crucial. Research is funded. Millions of women may be in pain needlessly due to untreated dysmenorrhea. There we go. So I know I watched up that word a few times, but it's not the first time. But it's important. It's pain relief that the women go through during the periods, and if cannabis is a way to help relieve that pain, then why not? Right? So, okay, on to the next story. Recently, we did a report here in Ontario that they did a fake cannabis store to try to remind people about legal stores and illegal stores, and some of the reviews that I read on it wasn't too good. So Ontario isn't the only one that's getting into some of this stuff. So here we go. This one comes to us from Alberta and StratCan, because the AGLC launches Forget Bad Bud campaign. The Bad Bud campaign. Alberta's cannabis regulatory has launched a campaign to encourage cannabis consumers to not use the illicit market. Now, the Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis launched their Forget Bad Bud campaign in October, drawing attention to the difference between legal and illegal cannabis market in Canada. Similar to the recent campaign launched in Ontario, AGLC's Forget Bad Bud campaign focuses on issues like quality control, strain selection, and education. It also seeks to educate consumers on how to identify an illegal cannabis store, specifically the prolific number of illegal cannabis websites that ship cannabis products across the country. Now, according to the website, it says, when you buy illegal, you can't be sure what you're getting. A website could look like the real deal, but open you up to a dandy theft and fraud. The same old bud you bought for years may look legit, but instead come loaded with ingredients that cause a dangerous reaction and potency levels that could result and unwanted effects. I got to take up, sorry, people. Now, the campaign includes several short videos with people breaking up with their illicit cannabis dealers, as well as an online quiz to test people's knowledge about cannabis and Canada's legal cannabis program. Enforcement against illegal, illicit online cannabis retailers has been a challenge for law enforcement in Canada. Such websites are easily discovered in online searches. As you can see, there's 2 videos here. So I'm just going to go ahead and play one here.
We can't keep doing this. I have other options now. And you used to make me feel so calm, but this relationship has become really toxic.
Buying online or from a guy?
It's you.
It's time to say goodbye to illegal cannabis.
Not me.
Get help moving on at forgetbadbud.ca.
And here is the other one.
We need to talk. Our relationship can't go on like this. I'm not feeling like myself with you. There are better options out there.
Buying online or from a guy?
It's you.
Time to say goodbye to illegal cannabis.
Not me.
Get help moving on at forgetbadbud.ca.
There you go. There's their 2 videos that they've got on it. They haven't got the ones that they did here in Ontario that some people went, huh? So, all right, people. It's time for me to take a break. I'm halfway through this to get me done, and lots of time for Remembrance Day remembering. So, all right. I'll be right back in a minute. It's time for me to medicate. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And I'm back for some more news as you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education, and I am live here at paceradio.net, and in a shortened version to make sure that I get out of here well before 11 o'clock. All right. Actually, I've got 3 stories, so I'll probably be out of here by about 10:30, 25 to 11. So, all righty, here we go. Next story that's up. This one comes to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says, Parliamentary Report, Cannabis Reform in NSW, which is North South Wales, is only rational course. A new parliamentary report issued in New South Wales calls for cannabis reform in the Australian state. The 148-page report, which was tabled by the Premier and Finance Committee, called cannabis reform the only rational course of action. The committee strongly believes that this must not deter the government from pursuing a rational, staged, and evidence-based policy that addresses the growing need for legal and regulated cannabis markets. Legalized cannabis, MP Jeremy Buckingham stated after the report was tabled, according to a local report. Now, the majority of committee members are persuaded that at least initial reform should be considered by government, Buckingham also stated. Now, currently in New South Wales, cannabis possession without intent to distribute is punished by up to 2 years in prison. And gifting cannabis is treated as distribution. So if you're gifting cannabis, you could get 2 years in prison. The table parliamentary report recommended that the penalty for possession be reduced to a maximum of 3 months, or to penalize activity with only a fine. Hey, how about just make it legal and not do either one of those? Additionally, the report recommended that gifting cannabis without consideration should be treated as possession, and that medical cannabis patients should be afforded the affirmative defense when they're tested for THC, but do not exhibit signs of intoxication when operating a motor vehicle on public highways. Hey, like that part. In the Australian Capital Territory, where the country's capital is located, cannabis is already decriminalized and has been since January 2020. Driving while under the influence of cannabis is still prohibited in the territory, as is cannabis commerce and public cannabis consumption. Cannabis remains prohibited at the federal level in Australia, although medical cannabis is legal in some instances. So there you go. New South Wales, see if they can get their cannabis laws updated so that people can have possession of cannabis. Years ago, I actually used to talk to a couple of fellows from New South Wales in Australia, and they helped me build a off-road challenge course for trucks. It wasn't for ATVs, and this was probably about 25 years ago by now. So just before I got sick. So, alrighty, on to the next story, and this one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment, and I say that it has got some good news, and I think I would say some news that we already knew and already expected, but it's always nice to see when things get backed up by reports. And here we go. Using cannabis is tied to lower consumption of alcohol, opioids, and other drugs, this new study reveals. They always say there's not enough studies, so it's nice when they say this study reveals these things. It says a new study on the impact of cannabis consumption on people's use of other drugs suggests that for many, cannabis may act as a less dangerous substitute, allowing people to reduce their intake of substances such as alcohol, methamphetamine, and opioids like morphine. The survey of 23,500 people in New Zealand asked participants whether their use of cannabis had any influence on their consumption of other substances. For the most part, it found that cannabis use was associated with reduced frequency and quantity of use of other certain substances. I know it helped here. Significant portions reported cannabis use led to less alcohol at 60%, synthetic cannabinoids 60%, morphine 44%, and methamphetamines of 40% use. All dropped. Those who reported using less had lower frequency and amount used of other drugs. That said, reports varied by substance as well as demographic. Nearly 70% of the people said cannabis had no impact on LSD, MDMA, or cocaine use, for example. 1/3 of cannabis and tobacco co-users reported using less tobacco, while an even smaller minority of respondents, 1 in 5, reported that using cannabis actually led to more tobacco use. Substituting cannabis for other drugs also appears more popular among young adults, aged 21 to 35, who were more likely than other groups to report that cannabis lowered their consumption of alcohol and methamphetamines. Students and people living in cities, meanwhile, were less likely to say that cannabis reduced the use of other drugs. Oh, you guys see there's a chart there. Oh, lost the chart. Jumping around. Let's see, there we go. Now, they say use of cannabis for adolescents, 16 to 20-year-olds, meanwhile, had mixed results, with that cohort being both more likely to report cannabis use, resulting in more and less other substance use compared to having no impact, the study found. Now, young adults 21 to 25 years of age, by contrast, were more likely to say cannabis use resulted in lower use of alcohol, MDMA, and methamphetamines. Here we go down here. The results contribute to what's still a mixed picture in terms of whether and to what extent people are using cannabis as a substitute for other drugs, the authors noted. For example, they note a study of U.S. college students found that following cannabis legalization, there was a reduction in binge drinking of alcohol among students aged 21 or older, but not among younger students. Well, at the same time, other studies of U.S. college students have found no impact on other drug use. Similarly, conflicting outcomes have been seen in jurisdictions that have legalized cannabis, the study points out. For instance, it says monthly purchases of alcohol, specifically wine, declined in Colorado and Washington state after the legalization of recreational cannabis, while purchases of spirits increased in Washington state but decreased in Oregon after cannabis legalization. Another study found Canada-wide monthly beer sales dropped after cannabis legalization, but there was no change in spirit sales, the report adds. In contrast, other studies of U.S. legalization states found cannabis legalization resulted in no change in alcohol purchase and use. Venturing to explain the association, the authors note that when it comes to drinking, the substitution of legal cannabis for alcohol may reflect the similar neurological effects of each substance, similar social acceptability among young people and comparable price, adding that some studies of college students have found some more motivated to use cannabis as a means to reduce their alcohol consumption and related negative outcomes. As far as the age-related differences, the 4-person research team found Massey University College of Health in Auckland described a complicated picture involving both culture and psychological. It says, our mixed findings may reflect different life changes in developmental trajectories. The young age cohort, 16 to 20 years of age, is a time of transition from adolescence to young adulthood, and is associated with risk-taking and novelty-seeking, and has been identified as a period of high risk of developing substance co-use. The next older cohort, 21 to 35, has greater neurological development and often accumulated real-world experience of alcohol and other drug use, including related negative consequences of polydrug use, and hence may be more likely to consider harm reduction behaviors such as favoring substances with fewer side effects and less harmful consequences. Here, I know that. I hated throwing up when I was drinking alcohol. They also pointed to another recent literature review suggesting that cannabis and alcohol interactions may be age-dependent, suggesting that older age may moderate the level of substitution and complementary behavior. It also says our findings have a number of implications for harm reduction, the paper says. It goes on to say that, firstly, greater access to cannabis could provide opportunities for older young adults, 20 years of age or older, to reduce excessive alcohol consumption within an age group with higher prevalence of risky drinking. Cannabis may provide a lower risk option than heavy alcohol use among young adults who are in particularly hedonistic phase of their lives. Secondly, authors said, greater access to cannabis could play a part in reducing methamphetamine use for some individuals, either as a means to reduce the frequency of it or as a adjunct to support treatment for methamphetamine-related issues. Several harm reduction studies have indicated the potential of medicinal cannabis to support reduction in the use of other drugs with have greater risk of side effects, including stimulants and prescription opioid analgesics. I know I chose cannabis over opioids when I had that option years ago. Now, harm reduction programs hoping to take advantage of the findings, the study says, could include peer and community-run programs offering free or low-cost cannabis to disadvantaged people experiencing substance use issues. Among New Zealand's indigenous Maori population, respondents were more likely to report that cannabis use reduced intake of alcohol, tobacco, LSD, and the methamphetamine. Report goes on to say that it is important to know that while young adults, males, and Maori in our study were all more likely to report cannabis leading to less alcohol use, all these groups had higher baseline rates of hazardous drinking in New Zealand. Now, regarding efforts in the country to prioritize Maori applicants for retail cannabis licenses, it adds it could be argued, based on our results, that these provisions would not only provide them with the opportunity to enter the legal cannabis industry, but also provide enhanced access to legal cannabis to lower drinking and drug use. General awareness of the substitution effect is growing among not only researchers but also market observers. A report from Bloomberg Intelligence earlier this year said the expansion of cannabis legalization movement will continue to pose a significant threat to the alcohol industry as more people use cannabis as a substitute for alcohol, and it's also being used quite often for substitute for other drugs. As you see more of this cannabis substitution programs opening up across our country. Now, the report estimated the combined influence of cannabis access and shifts in consumers' demand for certain alcoholic products type accounts for a 16% share valuation discount offered by the beverage companies. Oh, discount here, come buy our stuff. Now, another study of Canada, where cannabis is federally legal, found that legalization was associated with a decline in beer sales, suggesting a substitution effect. Now, the analysts come forward with other recent survey data that more broadly looked at American views on cannabis versus alcohol. For example, Gallup's survey found that respondents view cannabis is less harmful than alcohol, tobacco, and nicotine vapes, and more adults now smoke cannabis than smoke cigarettes. All right, this goes on for a bit there, but yeah, it's good to see that they are finding these reports. These reports are getting out to the people. I know I'm going a little fast on the screen there, folks, but it's those reports are getting out to people, and people are finding out that, hey, cannabis can work as a substitution for these other substances without all those nasty effects that those other substances can have. So that's all good. All right, on to my last story of the day, and this comes to me from StratCan, and it says on the headline that Canadian cannabis sales down, international sales up for canopy growth in the second quarter of 2020. I'm not sure where that music's coming from. Canopy Growth Corporation reported nearly $74 million in revenue in its second fiscal quarter of 2025, but a net loss of $128 million. It's 2025 hasn't come in. I don't know how this all works. Now, the second quarter of 2025, covering the 3 months ended September 30th, 2024, saw a year-over-year decline in revenue from $82 million in the second quarter of 2024, but a decrease in losses, which were $230 $324 million for the 3 months ended September 30th, 2024. Now, net revenue for the Canadian cannabis producer was $63 million, with $18.4 million coming from the Canadian adult use sales, $18.7 coming from the Canadian medical cannabis sales, and $10.1 million coming from the international sales, and basically $16 million from its vaporizer company, Stoltz and Bickel. You would know them as the Volcano Vaporizer. That's where they started, Stoltz and Bickel, and Canopy Growth bought Stoltz and Bickel years ago. Now, Canopy attributes the decline in revenue from the non-medical cannabis market in Canada to lower sales volumes, which were proportionately affected by supply constraints for certain products as a result of financial difficulties with their contract manufacturers and lower sales velocity due to the continued increase in price competition. Now, the company attributes the year-over-year increase in revenue from domestic medical cannabis revenue to an increase in the average size of medical orders placed by its customers, which says it's primarily due to an increase in percentage of insured customers and more extensive assortment of cannabis product choices offers to its customers. So more percentage of insured customers. That's interesting. Canopy's international sales increased from the second quarter of 2024 because of the increased shipments of flower products in Europe, specifically Poland and Germany, offset by a decline in Australian medical cannabis business due to greater competition in that market. Now, the company has incurred nearly $11 million in excise tax in the most recent quarter. It says that we delivered a solid second quarter led by strong growth across our Stoltz and Bickel Canadian medical and European cannabis businesses, and we were well positioned to accelerate momentum in the second half of our fiscal year, according to David Klein. And he also says, in addition, we remain highly optimistic about the momentum building from the Canopy USA, as this strategy was uniquely designed to succeed independent of the need of federal legalization. So there you go. Let's report on Canopy. Canopy Growth to see where they are. Some, as they say, losses, and unfortunately, you can't keep having losses. That doesn't do the trick. Alrighty, people. I am done my stories. I'm just going to run this reminder again from the Canadian Legion, and then I will be signing out.
On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we encourage Canadians to pause and remember all that veterans have sacrificed for us. Lest we forget.
There you go. Don't forget, 11 o'clock. Get together with family, friends. Remember those loved ones in your family. I know here, my grandfather, as well as Gail, my wife, her father. He's a war veteran as well, or was. He's now passed, but we shall remember them all. All right, that's the Pace News Report for November 11th from the Legacy420.com news desk, and for our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics, and at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thanks for watching or listening, depending on where you're getting us at, and please do not forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Deb, is it yours? Adam.
What?
Adam.
This is no
What number?
stop situation. Number 5.
We got half an hour to 420.
Holy.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, I'm going already. Thanking all breeders, cultivators, lovers of the master plant, cannabis breeds, passion, and homostasis. CBD receptor inhibits SARS-2. She is medicinal treasure to trove, peace, and love. And that comes to us from
No insurance.
Yo.
Be careful. Be careful.
Okay, we've opened up the end.
So we're on number 5 then.
We're on number 5.
Very nice to look at.
Next. Really?
Raw filter.
Wow. You spotted that, didn't you? There's no cannabis that's going to leak out. You know, like the
They're pretty much put in shaker machines anyway. It's not like the hand rolling.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to transfer to smoking. I did find one part of the appeal, but that spot.
Yeah, they're not specific to what you visually see when they ask you the question, right? So
that's
it's a pretty broad
selection.
It has a lot of the rolling paper. If you got any problems with the rolling paper, there's that question all on its own.
Yeah.
So there.
All right.
Yeah, dry inhale test is all done. Okay, if everybody's done with it, it is time to light the doobie. Yeah. Oh yeah, right.
Okay. Number 2.
People
Quality of roll.
haven't had an opportunity.
Quality of roll.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Selection of paper.
I couldn't taste anything.
Selection of paper.
I guess it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. I thought it was probably close to number 2 of the
Selection of filter.
of the ones that we've done.
Selection of filter.
The last 2. That's very close.
Yeah, I'll give that a 9.
The dry inhale.
I got a 6 on that one.
Right, and it's coming around for the next one here soon.
You haven't got number 6 yet?
I know we got to later up. Need some fire.
I don't know what number you're going to give the paper selection then.
I've already gave a couple of. That one with
so how's your papers, Al?
I didn't like that.
What are you using?
Ziggy's. I have Ziggy's. I have, of course, Gazay and some Canadian lumbers. I honestly wish I had some Gazay 1 1/4 though. I like the bigger paper.
I can see some oil. Already. This is a good thing.
How's the cookies? Kicking in?
Oh no, I haven't ate very much of it. I don't want to get chocolate chip cookie all over the joints.
Yeah, it might make it
throw off the taste test.
Make them taste better.
Same butter I made cookies last time.
I think Al's winning the choking contest.
You're running first. Is it that hard on you?
Smoking experience. Harsh. Roll it in.
I had a friend when I was living in Mount Forest that would cough so much you literally had to go, dude, breathe.
Oh, that is mild.
Yeah.
You okay, Al?
Tastes like it smells.
Okay.
I don't think the ash is as dark as some of the first couple.
You don't need CPR or anything, Al? You're good?
It's dark.
Harsh to smooth.
It is dark. What's that, Al?
You don't need any CPR or anything? You're good?
No.
Fine.
Okay.
Ash color.
If you say so.
Yeah. Mediocre.
Mediocre.
Not pleasant.
I enjoyed it.
Enjoyable, not enjoyable. Yeah, I think that's the same question.
Almost again.
And what do you buy?
Like there was a lot of white ash in indica buds, but I'm not seeing a white ash in these pre-rolls.
We're 2 more to go.
It's oily. There's a bit of an oil ring on the outside. There is, eh? Yeah, it was when Adam left. Yeah, I give you that. Okay.
Tiny ball.
No, it's better now. Yes. I'm not going to give you.
All right, I'm on to number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6. Okay, well, number 5.
It's still burning.
Coming around.
that it we're talking about right there?
Yeah.
When you got?
Yeah.
Take your time now.
Just take my time, man.
Take your time. There's more
It's
to
not
be.
4:20 yet. It's 4 o'clock. We got 20 minutes. We
And
got
it's
two
should
shows.
be going by then, should we?
What time is it?
Huh?
It's 3:59.
Well,
So we
should
got
be
20
going by
minutes. The
then.
clock is on. Tickety tock, tickety, tickety.
That's
tock.
right. That's right. We'll be here in 20 minutes. Whether the samples are done or not, I don't know.
They're still blocking the doorway way out there at the road. We're longer than that.
Wayne said on the way here there was a ride program.
Yeah, on my way
Down
in
the
48 here, just up the road.
Wow.
But that was hours ago now. They've moved on.
Yeah.
Depends how much you're getting paid for the day.
They got the locals that are going up to the convenience.
Yeah, I was thinking it was an awfully weird place for him to be.
Smoke responsibly, people.
They're what?
Yeah, because at the end of the road is a town that has a store with booze in it.
Really?
With alcohol, yes. Yeah, it's a convenience store.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been looking for Mike's Hard.
I wanted Caesars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just down the road. It's not that far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I drove out to the Red Barn in Roseneath last night. The shelves were empty.
When you get to the T.
Roseneath. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
When you get to the T in the road,
yeah,
turn left. It's actually the continuation.
Not the way it came, the other way.
Correct. You want to go left when you get out to the county road.
Yeah.
And that'll take you to a T, and you make the left, and that takes you up to the store.
What is it, like 10 minutes?
You can't miss it. It's a big store.
5-10 minutes? Huh?
Probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
I end up buying a big bottle of vodka and a bunch of lemonade, so I'm good.
Okay, so has everybody got their stuff submitted on number 5?
Bingo!
No, we're on 6 now.
Yeah, I know. I haven't started it yet. We did. I'm just waiting for 5.
Number 5, number 6. You mean? Right.
We're on to
Time
number
for 6.
Eh?
Yeah, time for 6.
Time for 6.
Move around, boys.
Move around. Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side, sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like legalize we can have 28 grams of cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached. To it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
There's a big one
exactly.
going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Take a poll.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Lower. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper, right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment here on Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. How you doing, Cindy?
Hey, how are you? And we're live on paceradio.net and we stream everywhere all over the place.
I forgot to grab my little...
That's okay. I just figured we should give some props out to the network, that's all.
I was too busy looking at that beautiful mushroom on the lamp in behind you there.
Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that like the sweetest? It's a moon lamp with a mushroom velcroed onto it. That's all it is.
That's ingenious.
Isn't it? The guy that came up with this, he's just brilliant. Nice job, Steve.
I like him already.
Well, I hope you do. It's you. It's kind of cool.
So you're back in Nova Scotia. You left yesterday from beautiful BC and you flew a fantastic airlines. Tell us a quick rundown on that awesome flight.
That was the worst flight ever. Hey, Carolyn. It was, we were delayed leaving in Vancouver. They told us it was because it was bad weather in Toronto. I happen to have a friend that works at the Toronto airport. It was perfectly fine weather, sunny, beautiful. Cold, but there was sunshine and no wind. There was no reason that we wouldn't have been able to land. And then when we finally got on the plane, the pilot gave us a completely different reason to why we were delayed, something to do with paperwork. We eventually got going. They didn't give us service, like food service or drink service, because apparently there was too much turbulence. It was a very smooth flight. We eventually did get served. I got a fruit and cheese platter, and everything was like, it was old. Like it shouldn't have been served. And I got a chocolate bar, and it was stale. It shouldn't have been served. But got through that flight and had no time to stop for food in Toronto because I was literally at one end of Terminal 3 and I had to get to the other end of Terminal 3. And it's like a 20-25 minute walk-ish, maybe 15. 15 if you're really hoofing it. Like it's a big fucking airport. That's only one of the terminals. So I get to the other side in time to get on the plane. I'm, like the lineups are just finishing up going in. So just enough time, no time to stop for food or water. So I get on the plane and, I get settled. I have a nice gentleman sitting beside me. There's a screaming baby behind me, nothing that anybody can do for that, but the baby's settled. The Nana in me almost kicked in and said, "Give me that child. I'll put them to sleep." And walked up and down the aisles with them because that's, I'm very good at helping kids and puppies apparently relax. And then they came around with service and I got a drink of water, which was very good. And I got a cup of coffee. And sadly, between turbulence, the seat in front of me moving, I'm trying to put creamer in my coffee. And just a perfect storm, the coffee spilled onto my lap and it was scalding hot coffee. I don't know if it could have been any hotter. Nobody moved. The coffee was in my pants, which was stuck to my lap. And I ended up with blisters on my groin from the coffee. And then the staff was just very not good.
So you're going to fly with them again?
Yeah, I'm already booked. But I did get home. I am home. I am safe. The burns, although they were painful, will heal up pretty quickly. I've got this amazing skin cream that I can use. So it'll end up being okay. It was just really a reminder that I'm never going to fly with this particular company again. It was one of the cheaper companies, and it really proved to me that in this case, you get what you pay for.
Wow.
Yeah, it was quite upsetting. I didn't get home till 4:00 in the morning. Finally came strolling through my door like at 10 to 4 or something like that. Yeah, it was good though. But that was the only part that I can say in the trip that that wasn't a good trip. That flight home was absolutely horrible. The rest of the trip was friggin' amazing. The conference was amazing. We didn't get much time to talk about it We didn't get any time to talk about it last week. We were really tired on Tuesday and everything was just a big kerfuffle by then because we had and not that it was bad, but you spend 3 days at a conference for 12 to 14 hours a day and you end up very tired.
Yeah. And then I just had a little bit of personal crap that came crashing down there. On the upside, hey, the grandson's Chiari malformation. It's not the one that he has to have any of his skull cut out. He's going to be fine. He can still play sports. He's awesome.
Yes, and it took him about 36 hours to get on the ice after he was told he was allowed to play sports again. He was told on Thursday he was playing sports on Friday and Saturday, and yeah. So his dad has, there's quite a bit of family, a lot of people that want to celebrate the young man. So his dad has been inviting everybody over in groups that will fit nicely in the house. So we got to go over and celebrate him. I got to join you, and a couple other friends got to join you to go over and celebrate your grandson, and that was really cool.
Yeah, that was pretty darn awesome.
Yeah. And we got to hear about, was he playing lacrosse or hockey Friday and Saturday? Lacrosse. Yeah. So we got to hear about the games and how excited he was to be back and see the smile on his face. And it was pure joy. And that was really, really awesome.
Yeah. And there'd been a lot of worry, a lot of shedding of tears and a lot of prayers, once we found out that he'd been diagnosed with it, but it was sitting waiting to get the info from the neurosurgeon as to where it sits in there. And yeah, that was a high five. Woohoo!
Yeah, no, that was really great news. I was there when you got the phone call, and I was there to help celebrate. And I
even had to learn how to do the happy dance.
So a 2-year-old girl finally had Steve dancing after how many years has it been since you danced?
Oh, what? Was I dancing?
You were dancing with your granddaughter, yes.
Okay, I'll admit it.
She was just bouncing up and down dancing, so everybody was just like, we'll dance with you. And Steve had no choice. He had to dance. It was beautiful.
You're not supposed to tell anybody.
Oops, sorry. Never mind. Forgot I told you that.
Yeah.
About the conference, like the conference was freaking amazing, was it not? Let's talk about the conference.
Oh, looks like you brought home a few memories.
The conference itself was amazing. Our guest today is a friend of ours who was at the conference table right next to Steve. But before we bring him on, I ended up with some keepsakes. Oh, see? Steve he got that too. I've got some of those around here. I've got to figure which ones are which and actually take them. So I got these. These are blue meanies. I mean, look at these beautiful mushrooms.
They are beautiful.
The gentleman that grows them with reverence and love and intention, and it's amazing.
Yes, and hopefully we'll have him on our podcast.
That would be nice
here as well.
So yeah, I've got 2 jars from him. I bought one, and then yesterday. Yes, yesterday. The day before I left, Steve gifted me another one, which just about made me cry.
And I was gifted this one, and I just love opening this. I do. It is so freaking beautiful.
I've got those caps here somewhere, and I've got to take them.
Da, 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 da. Isn't that
look? Oh, yeah. Show the jar. Show the cap of the jar. Like, we are in love with this jar. It's all glass. Like, everything is glass. It is so beautiful. And we might as well bring him on now so he can tell us about what you're showing everybody.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show our friend and most awesomest dude, Tony Oakwith. Come on down.
Hey guys, how's it going? Steve, I think you guys have to do a shopping network. I feel like that's that's the next line for you guys is the shopping network. The home drug shopping network.
I have to say, brother, your packaging is incredibly beautiful.
Thank you so much.
It really is. It's top shelf. It's first class. It's elegant. It's beautiful. You've got a great product. Your knowledge is incredible. I always love listening to you, when I'm sitting, because, 3 years in a row, we're side by side. So I get to listen to the professional and steal a whole bunch of his stuff and blab it on like I came up with it. It's awesome.
Well, I'm doing the same just on the sly. I'm getting little bits of information too. So it's going two ways. Yeah, the product design stuff, I have to say I was very blessed with some connections and people that hooked me up with the right ladies, these design ladies that were incredible. They dug into my brain, they pulled everything out, and they looked at it and they were like, is this what you want? And I was like, yeah, that's exactly, I couldn't do that, but thank you for doing that. And beauty was one really important thing to me. I'm absolutely a sucker for packaging and pretty shit. I'm just like, oh, sparkly, I'm drawn towards it. And I thought I want to make something that I would want to buy, so that was the goal. I think it's maybe not the ideal business model because we spend so much on the packaging, but at the same time I told them, I'm like, well, I'm not trying to get rich off this. I just want to get it out there and I wanted to help people. I think the money guy was a little bit different. He was kind of like, I want to get
rich off this.
But yeah, I think like having the tangible, nice heavy Miron. This is called Miron glass. And if you look in the light, you can kind of see it's a little bit like
translucent.
Well, no, it's got like a ultraviolet kind of vibe to it. You can see like a little bit of purpley kind of coming through. And what it does is it effectively blocks like every frequency from coming in. So whatever you put in here just stays good for ever. I mean, it really does last for ages and ages. And microdosing is one of those things that we pick up and we put down and we pick up and we put down, pardon me. And I figured people's caps are going to be sitting there on the shelf. Maybe up to a couple months at a time. Let's make sure that they don't lose potency, right? So hence the big heavy jar there. But yeah, it had to be pretty. It had to feel nice. My idea about microdosing is it doesn't really just start with the idea. I mean, it doesn't really just start with taking the pill. It starts with the idea. I got that backwards. Ruined the delivery. But it starts with that idea of like, oh, I want to better myself in some way, or I want to, and I thought, let's try to make this kind of a special thing all the way along from the time of getting the thing and opening it up. Like you said, like, oh, it's fun to open. I'm like, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted it to feel special and at every step of the way, I guess. So yeah, there you go. That's the branding spiel.
It's pretty sweet.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I have an idea though that will, I think, add to this whole thing. That you don't just buy pretty jar after pretty jar. You buy it once, and then order some refills from me in like a little paper kind of refill package, and then you just dump them back into your cool jar. Right? That's the idea. I ran out of money at that stage though, so I'm still kind of stuck in phase one right now. But I don't think anyone who's in this business is a stranger to that idea that it's a hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
Right?
That it is.
Tony. Oh, what are you saying, Steve?
I was just saying that it is. It's one of those things where you kind of got to let the wave of the people you're helping, carry you and crest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, Tony.
Yes.
Highlight from the show.
Highlight from the show. You know what? I feel like one of my favorite top talks was actually Willow, the guy from Wood Vibe Tribe that did the Rose thing, and I loved his spontaneity, I suppose, and his kind of humor. He sort of threw in some funny little things that were like, that was right off the cuff. Like you could tell that was just straight delivery. I like that he spoke about another one of these powerful plants or flowers, if you will, because this conference talks about spirit plant medicine conference, right? We talk about all the spirit medicines. Well, we talk about some of the spirit medicines, but as a practicing, phytotherapist, someone who works with lots of plants, I'm always going, come on, guys, there's all these other plants that we're not using, rose is super powerful. I give rose to so many people because so many of us, I would almost dare say all of us, have some damage to this heart center, whether that's actual damage or like emotional damage. I think all of us have some emotional damage, and the heart is where that is stored, right? So rose medicine really does, it does support the heart. And you just see it in people. They take a little bit of rose, and you almost always put your hands on your heart, and it feels so good. So I like that someone else brought up a medicine that I use a lot and I give to people, but it's not necessarily thought of as a real consciousness altering plant. They all are consciousness altering, just some of them are a lot more subtle than otherwise.
Yes. And rose is actually, I find it a subtle one. It was introduced to me in a interesting way, and it's now become part of my skin and scarring cream.
Cool.
But one thing I did find is just the smell of a rose oil will bring me a quick calm.
Yeah. Calm and a little sense of, everything's going to be okay, kind of.
Yeah, it's just that makes you want to breathe.
Yeah. And what are we all doing? We're all sitting around going, right? Nobody's breathing. So, I think
some of those that you think you're smelling the flower. When you're taking time to smell the flowers, you're actually taking time to breathe.
Yeah, that's it. With a little extra, helpful terpenes to kind of ease the process. Yeah, I loved his talk. Christopher Bachy Bach. I don't know how to say his last name, but he's always interesting too. He wrote LSD in the Mind of the Universe, and he's a fascinating guy. So I always enjoy his talks. I'm trying to think of.
Although I have to say, was he the one that had the big visual with the tiny little writing on it?
Oh no. Well, yeah, he might have. I don't remember. I remember a couple of those though. There was that guy. I think he was from the Andes. He had some really, really tiny black writing or whatever on his big color photos, and you were like, "What?"
Yeah. Hang on, I got to get my magnifiers on.
And I'd say my other highlight was, of course, getting to sit next to you guys again. That's always. I feel like that's just something I want to do every time I'm there now. It's become a bit of a tradition. So, yeah, hanging out, just looking back and seeing your faces, and that makes me feel like I'm back at home again. And yeah, so I don't know, lots of highlights. I mean, my highlights are always really the people. I love meeting so many interesting people, and they've all, pardon me, they've all come to like this community through their own, healing process. Cindy, that's one of the reasons. Actually, the two of you. Both of you, hearing your stories and hearing sort of where you've been and where you are now, like that's part of the reason I was drawn to you, because there's that special glow in your eye. Like, we know we've all been there, right? And I just appreciate that. I think about the conference, just meeting so many people like that who have been through it and they've come out, better for it.
It's full of a lot of understanding, eh?
That's it.
Understanding and safe space. There's a lot of safe space there.
Yeah. Like my friend who was having a difficult moment, and Steve, you came up and you just gave us both a little bit of a embrace, and you just said, I don't know what this is about, but this is a little extra support. And that was well received. That's always, I find that conference really opens people up to that, being able to receive and give openly like that.
Yes. Yeah, it's a magical environment. What was your favorite highlight, Cindy?
Oh, There were a lot of them. I mean, I agree with Tony in the fact that seeing everybody is always amazing. But being new into facilitation with 5-MeO and having, I went and took that big course this year and ended up in Mexico for graduation. I'm only the second person in Canada that's actually done the course. Apparently, people know who I am, and not people that met me last year, not friends of you guys, but I had a few people walk up to me and they go, "You're Cindy Howell, and you took that 5-MeO course down with 5 training." And I'm like, yeah. And I still have no idea how they heard about me or how they know what I look like. But yeah, that happened to me a few times. And so it was people following either the gentleman that first took it from Canada or people following the 5 education. I got that a few times, and that was kind of neat to be recognized for the work that I'm going to do.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
That's cool. I told the story to a few people that I got to be your guinea pig.
Nice.
Yeah.
And that's another highlight is I have been soft hired by a lawyer, a cannabis and psychedelic lawyer, to go serve him 5-MeO.
Wow.
If that actually comes to fruition, that'll be really cool too.
Yeah. I wonder if it's the guy that I'm thinking of too.
Oh yeah, it is.
Of course it is. He's funny, that guy.
He is.
I think you should definitely go and serve him. That would be amazing.
Oh, I would in a heartbeat. Yeah, I would in a heartbeat. He's a nice guy. He's done it before.
Okay.
He's a good candidate for being a psychonaut.
Yeah.
And psychonauts are perfect at the beginning of a facilitation career.
Totally.
Yeah. I mean, that's who as you're learning, you want to serve are the psychonauts, and he fits in perfectly.
Yeah, it's true. Because we have a bit of experience, right? And we're not going to come out in crisis mode or anything like that necessarily.
Yeah, and with people that have gone through it before, you don't have to try to explain the inevitable, right? Hey, I'm going to put words to something that there's no words for, but here we go.
Yeah, no, the ineffable score is high with that one.
It is.
Yeah.
So definitely, I mean, becoming friends with that lawyer, having that soft hire, like the excitement in his eyes when I told him what I was doing these days, and it'd be really great. And there have been more interactions with him throughout the weekend and throughout the week that have just really solidified for the fact that we're becoming friends, and he's a pretty cool guy, and he's in this industry for the same reason that everybody else is in it. I mean, he came in it to help. He sees potential, and he sees potential not just to help his family, which is why we all get in, is to help ourselves and our family at first. But he sees the potential for everything that he sees actually making a true large difference to this world, and he wants to be part of helping to heal it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he's a pretty beautiful person.
When I met him, I wrote him a quick email because I got his card, and I just said, "Hey, I think I might need your services at some point."
We all will.
We're all involved in this, right? Yeah.
I already put that one up there.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, Carolyn and Helene both said hello. Carolyn said hi, guys, at the beginning. And Helene, you remember Helene? She popped up and screamed your name. Tony!
Helene! Yeah, it was so awesome to catch up with so many people and meet new people. I did have a woman approach the booth there who had caught me speaking at the Vancouver Island Herb Gathering years ago. And she said she had waited to talk to me at the gathering and didn't get a chance to. And so she was happy to get me, at my booth and get a chance to have a dialogue. So I had a nice long, like half an hour dialogue with this person who had attended a talk before and had a great chat with her. Lots of really good, I find I get really deep really quickly with people there. Mind you, I'm not really much for small talking, so I kind of drive that there anyway. It's like, well, if you're here to talk anything but the most deepest, themes of life, then
That's interesting. That is one of the cool things about that environment, because a lot of people are there for that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
oh, how's the weather today?
Yeah. Did you catch the game? You know, it's like, yeah, no, none of that. Everybody is quite opened, right? I think it's just hearts are opened, and yeah, it was interesting that way. Did you guys notice any difference between the talks though, or some talks felt like they were going down one road and then another talk would come in and sort of almost counter some of the ideas a little bit? There was a little bit of that too.
I saw that last year too.
It's kind of neat because you get it's not just everything all one way, which is good.
Right.
There is some of the counter and a bit of the balance in there.
Yeah.
I'd say the only thing that I found kind of was some people came in there. There was a couple presenters that came in there and read. And I'm sorry, but if you're going to read, then you better read with more emotion than I put into my own reading, because I can read that on my own. And if I put more emotion in than you do, I'm not interested in listening to you.
Right.
If you stumble on a couple of words and go back half a paragraph to catch up, and you do that 4 or 5 times, I'm sorry, but if you got ADHD people in that crowd, you've lost every one of them.
Yeah.
Those are really great talks to go grab a coffee and a smoke for, though, or toke, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. You need those outlets, otherwise you'll never get out of there, right?
And then there's some that, I say to Steve, puff, and we get the puff and we get ready and our jackets are on, and then that talk's really interesting, so we're standing there.
Yeah.
And you say, some of them are really, like you said, when Willow got up, there was a lot that was off the cuff. He wasn't reading a prep speech. There was something that was. And Acacia Lewis as well. When she gets in, there's so much that, she'll sidetrack and left turn even. But there's so much emotional context that they grab you because they have what they're talking about in their heart. It's not just in their brain and they're reading it off of paper.
Yeah.
And there was a couple actually that I wanted to hear there that I couldn't, because it was like, no, you're way understimulating my brain at this point. This opportunity is a break.
Yeah, I would absolutely. Well, I think you and I have similar brains, so I was on that same wavelength for a couple of them. You're shutting me down through your lack of emoting and things, right? It was very monotone deliveries. And then I think the other thing for me was any of the political stuff. I'm like, come on, man! Like, let's
go to commercial. And I've got an important call. I'll be right back.
Okay, we're gonna go to commercial. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Al for hosting the show.
I'm pointing the wrong way. That was really good. Oh, I found that. I am so sorry to cut us off earlier. I sent you guys a private message, but it was a doctor's office calling, and I had to take the call. And so my mind just kind of went, bloop, 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 bloop. But it all worked out. So we were talking with the speakers before I rudely interrupted and had to go take my call. I'm so sorry.
No worries. No worries. Yeah, what were we saying? Where were we on that topic?
Well, I know we'd talked about the good speakers and some that do work.
I was just saying, I mean, I brought up the fact that I thought some of the political stuff could go. I don't know. I personally, when it comes to psychedelics, I'd rather hear talks that are here's my overall take. I liked a lot of the talks that were bridgers, that were joining, that were bringing people together. And I feel like a lot of those at their core are inclusive. They're about healing. They're really about the medicine, right? We're really kind of getting to the nuts and bolts of what we're doing there. I find when we start to drift off into politics and a little bit of like ideological stuff, I get a little bit kind of like, can we steer it back to the point, right? Because I feel like the soul has less to do with politics than like the soul of this medicine has less to do with that stuff. It's like, you know what I mean? In that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Where politics sits in there is politics is banded for many, many years.
Yeah. So yeah, I think more inclusive talks, more things like, I think it was Sunoco, is that his name? Sunoco, who came out and said, what planet are we all from? Like, who's indigenous to Earth, and everybody
yes
got to do that. I think that's a very important conversation to really keep at the forefront of these things and make sure that we're all, feeling a part of this rather than anything that divides us. I think that's really at the crux of what I'm getting at, because this is not about the human things. It's not about the little human things that we get divided on. It's about something much deeper, right? And that's the important thing, I guess, I'm trying to focus on.
Well, that's one of the things that the medicine always seems to come around to. It lets you know that, hey, there's much bigger, and quit focusing on the breaking apart and microcosming.
Yeah.
Put it all back together.
Well, I mean, if anything, I feel like this medicine has taught me to put aside all of my preconceived ideas about anyone and anything and allow real relationships to show up in my life. And ever since I've been able to do that, I get people like yourselves in my life. Like I could be hanging around with a bunch of guys that wear baseball hats and have beards and tattoos, and that could be it. Like I can do that. but I don't. I accept all these different people into my life, and my life is so much richer for that. And I think that psychedelics do that. They get rid of
they strip away some of the fake boundaries that society and ourselves put in place for us.
That's it. That's what I'm getting at, I guess. And I love that about that community, right? Pretty open to, friendships at any stage, at any level of the game too. Like I was just going to tell you guys before we got on, my good friend Robert Rogers was here for the weekend, and Robert's, in his mid 70s, I'd say at this point. But just a lovely guy, and we've struck up a good friendship. And so now when he comes here to teach, I usually join him on the mushroom walk, and he'll come and hang out with me for a couple nights at my house and stay with me, and we have a nice time together.
Explain who he is.
Well, yes. Robert Rogers wrote this very important tome. I'm trying to figure out which way the camera goes.
Just like that.
Called The Fungal Pharmacy. And Steve, you might even like this book as one of the books you just end up having on your shelf.
Fred will like that for Christmas. I got to get that book.
Yeah, I mean, Cindy, you might like it too. It is the official medicinal mushroom book. So if you're going to find any resource that has well-researched proof that you've got what you've got, this is the book. Robert is a very prolific author. I think he has over 60 titles available. The next one coming out is a book about lichen, and he'll be back in on the island to teach about lichen in the spring. So I'll join him there. Robert's.
You're going to be liking it?
Yeah, that's it. That's the one right there.
I'm buying it right now.
I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. Robert's a wealth of information. He was a clinical herbalist for a while, and he kept very good notes. And he actually fleshed out this system of mushroom essences as well. So he has a book, this one called Mushroom Essences. And this is where you take, so do you know about flower essences? Have you heard much about those? Bach remedies? Do you know the rescue remedy? Maybe you've heard of probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Bach flower remedies, Bach was a guy who thought, okay, well, let's play around with some vibrational medicine, right? So I'm going to describe to you how a flower essence is made and how it works, and then I'll break down mushroom essences. Flower essences, you take the petal of a flower, and so let's take a pink rose petal, drop it in some purified distilled water, whatever, some spring water. We let the sun penetrate the water with the petal in there. And now after a certain set period of time, we can take that petal out, and we can take that water now and apply it in a similar way as a drop dose kind of medicine. Okay, so what's the idea behind this? Well, the idea is such that I think, well, for me, it sounded like hippie nonsense until I worked out the science. But pink is not a color, so to speak. There's no color in the world. There's only beings that can perceive color by assigning color, right? So we catch the vibration of pink, and our brain goes, I'll graph this pink over that, and that's what I'll call pink. Pink is not a color, so to speak, though. It's a vibration. It's a frequency. So what is water? Water is the universal solvent. It holds memory. I don't know if you guys have seen these cool testing. Yeah, they'll put little pictures in the water and freeze it, and the water will actually show that image afterward. So water has the not only capacity, it wants to have things in it, and it has memory of those things. So if it has a pink petal of a rose in there, it will capture that vibration. That water now has the vibration of rose.
It has the essence of the rose.
Right. So you can do this with all these different flowers and plants. And so that's what Bach did. And then he gave them to people. And over time, he thought, wow, I consistently get, with forget-me-not flowers, say, I consistently get people with mother wounds speaking them through, getting through them, or maybe yarrow flowers helps to heal some sort of other trauma. It seems to be emotional medicine. right? These tend to affect people on the emotional level or in the emotional body. Okay, so as a training herbalist, I thought this is a bunch of bullshit. I don't believe it at all. And so I started to sneak a little bit of these flower essences into my formulas, right? Oh, I'm going to give you all this for your stomach and blah, blah, blah. But you've got this thing that's going on with your family. Well, I'm going to put a few drops of, pink honeysuckle or whatever in there. I'm not going to say anything though. I'm just whoop, how'd that get in there? And send the person away. They would come back a week later and go, I was really thinking about my family problems and I managed to work some of them out. And my mind would be blown every time that this vibrational medicine was so effective, right? So what are flowers and what are flower essences? They are the yang principle. They're energy. They're up, they're out, right? A flower opens with the sun. Now, mushroom essences are different. They're the opposite. Instead of being yang and male, they're yin, they're feminine, they're subconscious or sublunary, they're watery, they're, moonlight instead of sunlight. And so those are for the people who are doing the shadow work, right? And I would say that really comes in now with this community, pardon me, that we're all circling around. We're all doing the shadow work, right? Because when someone is in active addiction, Steve, I could maybe speak to some of your family situation. You don't necessarily always want to drive them headlong into a deep mushroom trip. You need to do a few things first, right? You want to get them off some of the things that they're stuck on and maybe support their bodies with some nutrition, do a little bit of talk therapy, and then we can maybe get into doing some plant medicine or whatever. Yes. That's the stage when you've done the work, right? Since you've done a lot of deep shadow work, I would feel comfortable now going, I want you to work with, let's say, my Taki essence for a lunar cycle. So you work with it for a whole lunar cycle. You would take it every day and you would record what happens, say, in your dreams and daily life. And what Robert found over the course of 20 years of applying these things is these mushrooms seem to have indications for people as well. So shiitake, if I give someone shiitake and they're stuck in a really racist kind of mindset, it might actually help them to see race a little differently or have some more cultural awareness. Maybe they judge people a lot. They're very judgmental. That's exactly what this essence is good for. Judgmental people, whatever. So the mushroom essences are the deep shadow work. The flower essences bring you out of the darkness. Then we can hit you with the mushroom essences after. I like working with these when I'm traveling, when I'm doing a deep dive in psilocybin or something. You can drop dose somebody at the beginning and give them a little bit of a vibrational buddy to go along with,
Yeah, vibrational uplift if it's required.
Yeah.
Because you can. That's interesting, and I get the science behind it. I've done some of the studying of the science behind how one. Like the pedal can affect the vibration of the water, or how the vibration of those things can interact and then work. I didn't realize they were called essences. Yeah. I've been just on the aspect of how the energy transfers, how it's carried, and what it does coming into us as energy. Yeah, and that's interesting because it. You the way you spoke it, it's I came in through the Yamamoto, Professor Yamamoto's water experiments, and then they've just carried them on deeper and deeper, and they're mind-blowing, actually.
Totally. Yeah, I've been onto that lately myself. And like a picture of a parrot.
The picture one is absolutely amazing because they'll, it's a clear dish. They put the picture under the dish and the water sits on the dish. They freeze the water, remove the water, the picture, and freeze the water. And the freezing of the water emulates the picture.
Have you seen this, Cindy?
No.
Oh, it's wild. Like they'll literally put a quarter in there and you get an outline of the queen in the water and stuff. Like the water knows, the water remembers. Actually, on that note, I'll throw this in. This is just a freebie for all of us, but a really cool little trick, a hack with water. water has memory, so we can imbue maybe the water that we're about to drink with, the intentions. So I heard this one. I thought it was really cool. So you drum up an image of, say, where you want to be, where you see yourself wanting to get to. Maybe you're stuck on something and you want to move past it. So you see yourself in that state of, I've solved my problem, or I am where I need to be. You put that into the water, and then you drink the water down. And with every sip, you imagine that water going into every cell of your body and bringing that message with it into your cellular structure. And I'm reminded of what Cindy and you and myself all said after our 5-MeO coming out. Each one of us said, thank you, in a different way. I came out going, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Steve was saying, thank you during the journey. And Cindy, you came out saying, oh, thank you. Thank you. Like, we all had that, right? And to me, that just spoke to a fundamental truth about life, that we can just start with the thank yous, internal thank yous at any point in the day. And it will start to imbue our experience with a bit more, power, and a bit more, because we're giving gratitude, right? It's the easiest way we can do it. Just say, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And I've found that doing that has made a huge difference in my life.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, getting in the habit of just saying it and recognizing that you should be saying it also takes away space for the mind chatter.
Yeah, I totally
That's already so. Here's my intent. Here's where I'm going, and it's all about being thankful that I get to walk this journey.
Yeah,
the journey might not be that great all the time. We have cliffs, we've got fucking rocks and stumbles and rivers, and the journey could be a little rough. Yeah. But we get to decide how we're going down the journey.
Yeah.
And now I'm going down being thankful. I look back and I go, fuck, I'm thankful I survived a lot of that.
Yeah, right.
I'm a lucky guy to be here and have these friends.
That's it.
I'm grateful for that every moment of the day. And, and celebrating life. One of my more recent things that I'm saying is that even if your life is shitty, you still have a life and you should be grateful for it, because your life being shitty is a place in your head, and we never get to see the future. And the things in your head can change, and it can turn into some of the most beautiful, beautiful things. And sometimes if we didn't have the tribulations and trials along the way, we wouldn't even recognize how grateful we should be for the friends that we have surrounding us.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's part of the reason we're here, right? We're here to we can either react or we can respond. And I had a woman read my astrological chart, actually at the after party there on the weekend. And she said something that's really, really stuck with me. She had a lot of profound stuff to share with me, actually. But this one piece is related to what we're saying. She said, looking at your chart here, she said, have you been trying to make things happen for the last few years? And I was like, holy shit. You fucking, pardon my language, you nailed it. I've been efforting, trying to, I'm going to make life happen by efforting chronic muscular tension. And I'm going to drag these things forward. And it's not working. I tell you that much. Nothing that I'm doing in that effort is working. And she said to me, you're not here to do that this time. She said, you're actually here to just respond. So she said, if you can get that, you're going to show up in your life exactly the way you're supposed to. And all the things that are here waiting for you, the gifts you're about to receive, are just going to start flooding in. But you have to learn to just respond to life. And I was like, shit, that's profound, because I'm trying to make life happen. I feel like if I don't do that, I'm sitting around, someone's going to call me lazy. I don't know what it is.
You're going to run some of those old, what do they call them, colonialist programs.
The programs and patterns? Gee, yeah, I know. And I thought, wow, she actually gave me a real free, like the freedom that came with that idea that you can just respond to life. Life is going to happen and you get to just respond. I'm a reactive person, so I'm primed by narcissistic people in my family to be reactive, right? But I'm learning this, and this has been my meditation for the last little while, is learning to respond and not react. And so she gave me that was like the freedom to be. And I feel like I took that on a bit. Like I'm really working with that energy of like, right, I'm going to just respond to life.
There's a difference in trying and doing or being. Like that little Yoda saying, there is no try.
Yeah.
He's wrong, though. There is try.
Yeah.
And try will keep you tripping over and over and over again till you just relax and do.
Yeah. And just be.
Yeah.
That's what we are, right? Like, what is it? The human being and the human doing, right? We're just being. We're being, and we're a process. We're a happening. Like I tell my students, I'm not a thing. I'm just Tonying through this experience here,
That's funny. What? I'm just Steving my way through this.
Steving your way along, and you're a happening, and you're a dynamic happening, and you're not static, and it's our static ideas about ourselves that create the walls that prevent us to access, all of this anyway. So
yes, the more we stifle the flow, the more the flow will stifle.
Isn't it funny how it all sounds so easy and poetic, and you can just kind of go on and on about it, but then to embody it and do it and be it, it's so much more than that, right? It's the real task that we're here for. But I think it's beautiful in a way, because if you imagine you were able to take, say, everything from your 5-MeO and just sustain it all the time, and you'd just be drifting through very like, I'm just dispensing my spiritual ideas upon the world, and I never have a hard time, and blah, blah, blah. Like you said, we're not going to have any experience. So we got no juxtaposition. We have nothing to compare notes with. And God, who wants to be there anyway? We're here to live. We're here to live in this body, and it hurts, and things suck, and we bang ourselves, and we hurt ourselves, and then we remember, oh, right, I'm spirit, and I'm in this thing, and yeah, okay, cool. That gives us the energy to keep going, but we got to fall back into that unconsciousness sometimes, right? It's how we have experience.
Yes.
Yeah, we kind of need it.
Steve just has to go, just a second, let me look at my brain for a minute.
Oh, did I do that thing? Yes. That's funny.
Oh, I'm looking in your brain, Steve. I see something wanting to come out.
It's a puppy. It's a puppy that wants to come out.
Oh, I'll have to meet your new friend soon.
Oh, Chica's beautiful.
Yeah,
she is.
I have to come over for. Are you taking her down to the water there for walks?
We have actually. Yep.
Nice.
She's going on the journeys.
Nice.
She's pretty sweet. She's a little cuddle bunny. She's reminding me that dogs have invisible wings.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I like how you said that.
Just little angels of love here.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Speaking of angels of love, I think that's what you guys are, maybe too.
Oh, thanks, brother. You're that was some pretty good butter. You must do well with your wife.
Not bad.
Oh man.
Yeah. So
are you going next year to Spirit Plant?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to. I'm kind of thinking of maybe I should get on stage and say some things. I don't know. That's how I'm feeling. Maybe I'll
reach out to Mark Curl.
Oh, I was going to recommend you to him, but
yeah.
But if you reach out too, it won't just be me poking.
Well, that helps, I think, getting poked. Yeah, I actually, when I was lying in bed at my very, very murdery Airbnb for the conference, I don't know if I told you, but the carpets were stained rather like I wanted to think it was Campbell's tomato soup that someone had spilled all over the floor. But as I laid in my horrible suite thinking about the conference, the name of my talk came to me. And it is how to create authenticity in your psychedelic practice. And I want to do a talk about ancestry, about kind of connection to your own practice and how to connect in deep and form something for yourself that feels authentic, that feels like you're not being because I don't know about you guys, but I can certainly get into some imposter syndrome with whatever I do, and it took me a lot of convincing, still does sometimes, to agree that I am who I am. Yeah, a little bit, right? So yeah, I want to flesh that out a little bit, and it would contain, I think, a few seeds from some talks I heard this year, but really drive it home and kind of, I want to do a really empowered, kind of empowering speech on, locking in your own authentic path. That's my talk, I think.
That sounds amazing. It is.
You're pointing the wrong corner. I was looking at what you were pointing at, and then I looked at the other corner and went, "Oh, we only got 2 minutes."
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
so fast.
I guess I got to finish then. Well, it's that time again. Don't watch me read. Thank you for joining us here. Wait.
You're losing me. You're losing me. You're reading off the page, man.
Yeah, wait a second. Yeah, just a second. Go back and start that at the beginning again.
Thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host, Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest, Tony.
Where you at, Tony?
And our awesome guest, Tony. We are proud to be coming to... I'm sorry. We're proud to come to you live here on paceradio.net. We stream everywhere, and Tony is fucking awesome.
So are you. So are you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
video duty here. I've got the camera on MJ for this broadcast, but she also wants her own video, so I've got this video right here. Look, there's her on my camera. Then we got to figure out how we're going to video this while I'm taking a photo of us with Tommy. I don't know how we're going to do all this. I know how we're going to do it because we're the newbie and the doobie. That's how we're going to do it.
You figure it out.
Here we go.
She's also
please.
she's also our new high guy.
Promo.
So yeah.
They just jumped the line.
Uh-oh. You a winner?
That's what we did earlier to get in the building.
He's a
at the back of the line, and we're like, we're the newbie and the doobie, and next thing you know, here we are. We got no badge.
Okay.
Because that's the way we roll. All right, here she goes. It's exciting.
You know what? That's what you looked like the first time we met. It was about 3 a.m., February 2nd, 2018. You performed at Casino Rama up in Aurelia. It was just after Shelby's birthday in Ontario. 2018. Yes. And it was Shelby's birthday the day before. We had an interview where I gave you a present, you and Teach. You asked me a very important question, and I still brag about it. You asked me, do you suck or blow? And my response was, well, you got to suck before you blow. I'm glad it hits just as hard the second time around. With that, I'd like to present the newest version of the Shatterizer. It's called the Bubbler. So this is a Canadian company. They absolutely adore you, as I do as well. And we also have one for your son, because I know how hard he works to help keep you going. And there's the info on it. And I just want to say, I seen a movie the other day that I had never seen before that you did with your family. Far Out Man. Yeah. That fucking movie is so hilarious, and I love that you pulled the family in. It's great. I love it.
It got stuck away.
You know what? I found it on Tubi.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell everybody. Yeah. I'm definitely telling everyone.
Yeah.
So this is my partner. When I first met him, he didn't know anybody that consumed cannabis at all. I told him bullshit. No, he doesn't do either. That's my job. But now we do a cannabis podcast together, and we educate other people. And actually, one of the first cinema reviews he did was on Evil Bong.
Oh.
Yeah. I've watched all of your stuff. My dad had me watch even the Corsican Brothers, which is, I will say, it's not my favorite, but it's still good. Still good. No, and it's definitely no what is that, after the smoke? Yeah, for sure. It's amazing. All right.
Mary Jane
Baker. I'm the doobie. That's the newbie. We have a podcast called The Newbie and the Doobie.
Doobie?
Newbie and the doobie. Because he's a newbie.
I'm in it.
And I'm the doobie. All right. Do you want to get a selfie?
Yeah, can we get a picture with you?
Okay.
How you doing? I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you.
Newbie or doobie?
I'm the newbie.
Yeah, he's the newbie. All right. Do you want to flip it selfie-wise?
Yeah, I'm going to flip this.
Too many technology here, Tommy. Too much technology. Here, I'm going to set you down. Do you mind? Can I sneak over here? I'm really tiny. I promise I won't. Okay. We do this thing called the newbie and the doobie sandwich, and you're the meat. Okay? All right.
You mean head?
No, definitely not.
We've lost your video, by the way, guys.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, I'll move back in there.
Yay! Newbie and
doobie.
Please tell Paris I said hello. I know he's keep this going. He's around here busy. And this is our card here. That's us. So you tell me like to have fun? It was so nice to meet you, Tommy, again. Oh, you're fine. I'm good. Thank you. I know. I've seen it. Thank you so much for your time. You've always been awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. All right.
Those are for him. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. One's for Paris, though. Okay. All right, let him know.
There they go. Nibby
Oh
and
my God,
Dibby
I'm
got
sweating.
the Shatterizer in them.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching The Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh, excuse me. Hi, how are you?
Guys.
I
doing,
forgot
Al?
I lit my snake in my dewdrop that I'm going to show off today. It's well used. Thank you, Dave.
All righty. Yeah, we'll be doing that.
But I lit it before we started, and that's why I've got to get over the cough.
Catch your breath.
Lay down, please, sweetie. Oh, God.
So as you can see, MJ is not with us today. It's just the two of us. So late programming changed because we don't have a motivational moment. So we won't have.
Oh, hell, I could have pulled one of those up.
Did you got one?
Yes. Well, no, they're just, I found some TikToks that are motivational morning moments that are, come on out right now, twat waffle, that kind of thing, right? So,
all right.
We'll find one for next week.
Next week, exactly.
I'll be taking over the motivational moment.
So, other than that, what's new and exciting going on up there in the Northern Land? I see you got a house for sale. You've invited some cannabis advocates to buy the house across the road from you.
I need some cannabis neighbors. I have none.
And the thing is that for someone to purchase that house, it's only $79,000. That's the listing price.
And the taxes are only, I think, $1,900. Taxes are a little high here because we're on a mountain and we're in the forest. Right?
Okay. All right.
It's
I noticed on your post that there was a few people who said that, hey, where's
my friend Kurt Adamson, who is the Gizay guy. Well, he's not anymore. But,
not anymore.
No. He likes to. That's what he's been doing lately. He's been working for a company and he travels all over Canada and he rebuilds and refurbishes houses. And I guess they package them up and sell them. Like flip. Okay. A lot of people flip houses. Okay. One of the things that I had to sign. Hey, buddy. Was that I would not rent.
Hi, buddy.
Did you get that clause when you bought a house last, Al?
That you weren't allowed to rent?
I was not buying the house for rental property.
No, not
really. They actually had a clause in the real estate. I don't know if it's legal or not, but yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Maybe it has something to do with some bylaw in the municipality as well. Who knows?
I don't know. There's no bed and breakfasts up here but me, and there's 2 hotels. People rent out basements, apartments. There's lots of them.
Yeah. Well, you need rental units, that's for sure.
Yeah. I thought about converting my basement into a rental unit, but I have to get the drainage thing.
Yes, you did, buddy. We are live. That's right.
Yeah. And Buddy listens to our show every week on Fridays.
What's that?
Buddy listens to our show on Fridays.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yes.
The when I saw those people were requesting, well, where's the link? Where's the link? So I went to
They're for Pixie as well. Yes.
I went to realtor.ca.
Yes, you did.
And I moved the map over your area, zoomed in on it, and it shows on the map the listings, and it had
it's
it.
the first one that came up when I looked.
What's that?
It was the first one that came up when I looked.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you're living right across the street, so based on the map, that's why. Yeah,
yeah.
Mine comes up for this area, right?
Yeah.
So then so I went in, looked at all the pictures. I could have turned it around and said, "Hey, Al."
Houses in this house.
What's
There's
that?
22 houses. There's 22 houses for sale in this town of less than 1,500 people.
Wow.
And that's equated to God damn it, Ash. I'll give you a little history on the town. The history of this town, Terrace Bay, is we are almost the most northern point. 10 minutes up the road, Schreiber is actually the most northern point of Lake Superior.
Right.
Terrace Bay is a town that was started by what's the name of it? We have a mill here, okay? That was the first northern Ontario mill in Canada. And it was I can't remember the name of the company, but it was a big company. They do Kleenex and stuff like that. They don't do it anymore in Canada, but they sold the mill about 15, 18 years ago. And a East Indian company came in and bought it and started buying old buildings and fixing them up for their employees. That said mill has been closed now. And although there are plans to reopen in the future, they hope, right now it's not. Doug Ford's even been up here to talk about it. And it's really sad because now we've got houses coming up and nobody wants to buy them. I mean, it's not your easy access. I've got a drainage problem in the basement. I'm having a hard time finding anybody to come. My brakes on my car are grinding. I have to wait until they come in because they had to order them out.
Oh,
so
yeah, you're way up there.
Well, I thought the farm was inconvenient.
Well, for those who are watching, just so you know, further on as we go into the show, we got Al's 5 list. We got a recipe on some meals today, as well as we got some news. We got some sports news, as well as some, I'm going to say, health news as well.
Yes,
hey, Al?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, yes. And we also got some cannabis reviews. Al's got something, I've got something, and Al's got something he wants to touch on in the entertainment end. So we got some things to discuss today for those who are tuning in, just so you know what's up and coming. So other than that, Al, let's see what's new and exciting at this end. We don't have snow.
We have
seen it.
Snow.
We have
actual
seen
snow
it.
yesterday.
You had snow yesterday?
Actual, like everything was covered except for the roads. Everything else was covered in snow. This morning it was a frosty snow kind of thing, and everything was slippery. And you've got no snow at all. Do you still have plants out?
No. And I'm happy to say that I'm down to the final hour of trimming. Like,
really?
It's been a month now that I've been trimming.
Yeah,
I'm down to the final hour. I got this one little spot of some little nugs.
I felt that way at the farm, Al. I got, because that first year that I grew at the farm was really good, as you know. And I got so fed up with trimming, I cut everything down, put ropes all over the trailer, and then went home for 2 weeks. I just let everything dry. Then I went back up, clipped everything off, put it into paper bags and on the drying rack, and I went home for another 2 weeks. And then I came back.
Like, now a buddy says it sounds like fun. Yeah, it's just so time consuming, and
it's boring. It's arduous.
Like everything else in your life can stop because you're trying to get everything trimmed, right? And it just because you want it trimmed, you don't want to sit, hanging all winter long.
I seriously am considering getting one of them trimmer gizmos.
Oh yeah, I've got one. I have access to one, I should say.
Yeah, I absolutely hate trimming because it's twofold. Either you trim really badly, and the minute you give your friend a nug, they go, "What the fuck?" So you're embarrassed. Because I'm trimming for myself. It's not to give to anybody or anything. Correct. So I don't care if there's some hairs, leaves sitting there that I can pull those off before I.
Well, last week I did a review on my friend's papaya from British Columbia, and like that stuff there was just. Like obviously it was hand trimmed because there's no way you're gonna get that fine out of a machine.
Well, I had a conversation with Laurie McEachern a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
She gave me. I went to a gathering in Peterborough with the whole this before legalization.
Correct. Yeah, I know the event.
Yeah, with a whole bunch of people there. Sam Malachi and Fabian Henry was there. Even he's disappeared now, but actually, I just saw him post something the other day.
Jennifer
Pixie. No, Jennifer Colette was there. Yes.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of who's that of LPs that were coming into the market, as well as us folks, the community folks, and she gave me some samples to bring home. And when I got home, there were leaves on it, and I was like, "What the hell?" And it's because it's hers.
It's hers. That's right.
And
that's the way she liked trimming it.
But
and
also,
some people leave that on because there's lots of trichomes.
I was just going to say, a lot of people leave those leaves on because of the trichomes and because it adds. There's more CBD in the plant, right? In the leaf, right? Is there not? But yeah, it adds to the trichomes.
Yeah. And some people just they don't want to trim it right down.
Some people don't care.
Yeah, some don't. Exactly. What I have found though with the machines, yes, they are a big, huge time consumer. There is no doubt about that.
Trichomes.
And if I was somebody who was growing a bunch of plants outside, machine would have to be done, because doing it by hand, unless you're going to hire a bunch of people to come in and trim your crop for you. Like I saw one patient's outdoor garden was well over 100 plants. I'm thinking like, holy smokes, without a machine, how do you trim that by hand?
It becomes a full-time job.
Yeah, exactly. They don't do anything else but go to the bathroom.
I know a lot of people that Puff Dog, he spends time with his plants every day, and he talks to them, and he listens to music with them, and he feeds them, and he kisses them goodnight.
You love your plants, they'll love you back, is what my motto is.
This is what they say, and I wish I could find out, but I can't do that until I don't have a swimming pool in my basement.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I don't even want to try, because sure, I might be okay, right? What happens if I get halfway through and I got powdery mildew because of the water in the basement? Right?
Yeah. Now, is your room actually in water?
Above. My room, the room is on a platform in the basement.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So half the basement has a platform or has just concrete, and then the rest is a raised, because I think at some point it was a wet basement.
Correct.
And
That's what I was gonna say.
that was an actual bedroom at one point down there.
Oh, I was gonna say maybe it was for storage to keep it up off the ground so it wouldn't get
There was
wet.
an actual bedroom down there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Waking up in
Carpeting,
the
the
ocean.
closet, the whole thing. What's that?
Be waking up in the ocean. Oh, and but yours has got sewage. Ooh. Well, not solids. Right
no,
now it's
you know what's happening is it's the P trap that's overflowing.
Yeah.
From the drains, half the house is going out. Thank God is the bathroom. It is clogged, but it chugs its way out.
Yeah.
And then, but the problem is the kitchen, the washing machine, and the dishwasher, just come up the drain in the basement.
Yeah. Okay.
So
beds and food particles and rotten food that's gone shitty in the ground while it's been waiting to come through.
That's
Hey, it smells good.
Thanks for the recap.
All right. What do you say we take a 23-second break and we come back with your list?
It's not long enough.
Oh, your
Go
list
ahead.
is long enough. We'll be right back. All right. Gotta find the right button. There we go.
It's certainly high on the list.
Because I'm high and I have a list.
You have a list.
I'm high and I have a list. It's not really a list. What it is it's a video. Let me pull this up here. And it is all about cannabinoids.
All righty. Let's watch it.
So let's watch it. Yeah.
Just so you know.
Go ahead.
Okay. Buddy Weed says that he had 15 people cleaning buds full time for 3 weeks to get his garden clean.
Well, I used to go
Oh.
to Mama Hawk's and trim, and there were, a handful of people there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know I used to go every Tuesday, Token Tuesdays, when I first got sick. This is back in early 2000s, and we would go there and trim plants for a friend of ours. But yeah, go hit the button.
All right.
Have a whole field of beautiful hemp plants, and these hemp plants create what is known as cannabinoids. There are over 100 cannabinoids that can be found within the cannabis plant. Cannabinoids can be found in other plants. They're found in cacao, so that's why when we eat dark chocolate, we feel great. But cannabis is definitely the plant that can produce the highest levels of cannabinoids. There are cannabinoids that I'm sure you are familiar with, such as THC, CBD, and some lesser known ones like CBG and CBN. These are all acronyms. THC stands for tetrahydrocannabinol, CBD for cannabidiol, but these are all compounds that are found within the plants, and our bodies actually interact with these compounds. Why are we having these reactions to them? It's all because of this system called the endocannabinoid system.
In just 24 hours, you'll find 1,000 euros deposited into
Oh,
your
come
account.
on.
Oh, you got a
1,000
commercial.
euros daily for life.
The endocannabinoid system, it's a homeostasis controlling system, basically is our physiology and how we keep ourselves in balance. We have a variety of endocannabinoid receptors, mostly CB1 and CB2, and they're located throughout the body. CB1 receptors are mostly in the central nervous system and parts of the brain. CB2 receptors are mostly in the peripheral part of the body, in the skeletal system, in the GI tract, and the spleen, and the testes, and the ovaries, and they control a number of other processes. We do make our own endocannabinoids that play a role in the things like mood and appetite and emotion and digestion and inflammation and immunity. But we could also tune up some of that homeostasis if we're lacking it by use of phytocannabinoids, phyto meaning plant. So we have plant-based cannabinoids, which we all know as marijuana.
Where do all the cannabinoids come from? CBG, or cannabigerol, CBGA in its form when it's in the plant as an acid, is what we know as the mother cannabinoids. All the cannabinoids come from CBG. And over time, the plant has a gene that converts those cannabinoids, the CBG, into both THC and CBD. In our process, we focus on using the buds, which most of the cannabinoids are within the flower of the plant, and we also use the leaves. But the sticks and stems aren't really useful for extracting cannabinoids. In order for us to extract CBD from the plants, we have to first dry the plants. We actually hand harvest every single plant, and then we hang dry them in our barns. And it takes about 10 days to 2 weeks for them to dry down, slowly cure those cannabinoids, because cannabinoids and terpenes are highly volatile, meaning when they're mixed up or there's heat applied to them, they will dissipate. In order to extract the cannabinoids, there are a lot of different ways of extraction depending on what the finished product is. We use what is called ethanol extraction. We basically start first with a wash. We load a bag of ground hemp into a centrifuge, and that's going to rinse all the hemp leaves in ethanol. And that ethanol will extract the CBD, other cannabinoids, as well as the terpenes, and then it goes into what's called a rotovap. And a rotovap is a slowly circulating vessel. It's over very, very low heat. And that heat slowly evaporates off the ethanol, which then condenses onto the coils. And what's left at the end is just the oils. The difference between a marijuana plant and a hemp plant is the level of THC found in that plant. An industrial hemp plant is identified as a plant that produces less than 0.3% THC. A normal marijuana plant has about 15 to 20% THC in it. And sometimes these days you're seeing them up as high as 25 to 30%. So THC is the cannabinoid found in the cannabis plant responsible for giving you that high effect. As humans, we use cannabis recreationally, but it can also be used medicinally. Because our plants are at less than 0.3%, you won't necessarily get that high feeling. However, the THC that's in there is extremely important for what's known as the entourage effect.
For anyone struggling with ear ringing, do not drink cold water. You may not know this, but the biological reason why some people struggle with ringing, buzzing, and swishing sounds known as tinnitus has nothing to do with
The plant itself has about 500 compounds in it, a couple hundred cannabinoids, and there's also a couple hundred terpenes. It takes all of those, the whole goodness of the plant, to have a maximal benefit.
Terpenes are the smells that we get from plants. Lavender, for example, the terpene that's responsible for the smell of lavender is called linalool, and linalool is found in cannabis. So is something called myrcene, which is found in mangoes, also found in cannabis. So you're looking for terpenes to give you a full spectrum oil, as well as cannabinoids. And the most important, I think, for a full spectrum oil is the THC that's in there. So CBD, just like THC, comes from the flowers, the buds of the plant. And CBD is mainly used for the following 4 things: anxiety, sleep, pain, and inflammation. CBG, just like CBD, can be found right in the plant. We actually have varieties of hemp that are CBG dominant. From our experience with CBG, it gives energy, mental clarity. CBN is different than CBD and CBG because there isn't a CBN dominant plant. CBN is actually degraded THC. THC oxidizes and converts into CBN. And so if you've ever smoked old weed and you felt tired after, it's probably because the THC has converted into CBN, and CBN has sedating effects. So it makes you more sleepy.
Nothing's 100%. There's no chance of overdose using cannabinoids. The part of the brain that controls respiration can be impeded by opioids and cause overdose and death. There's no cannabinoid receptors in that part of the brain. There's opioid receptors in that part of the brain. Do cannabinoids work for everyone? I would say the response rate is between 80 and 90% when I certify patients. It's not a lifetime certification. In New York, it's a year at a time, and I'd say 80% of patients recertify. The response is pretty overwhelmingly positive.
If you're thinking about trying out cannabinoid therapies, the first thing I would recommend is reaching out to your doctor, because there are different interactions with different medications that you should be aware of, and hopefully your doctor can help you through that. Everyone's systems respond differently to cannabinoids in general. What we recommend is starting low and slow. It takes about a week to start noticing any kind of difference, and we generally recommend taking CBD every single day for a month before making a judgment as to whether or not it works for you. It's not an instant remedy. You're not going to all of a sudden feel like on top of the world after a day of taking it. It takes commitment and it takes routine, and it's something that you have to make sure fits into your life.
That was good. Get myself unmuted. No, lots of information in there.
One a couple of things I just want to bring up on that with regards to your doctor. I found that my doctor was a rare case in where he wanted to learn.
Mm-hmm.
So he played along and followed along. The doctor I had at North wanted nothing to do with cannabis. Even went to the point of looking at the physicians and surgeons post on the website stating that it is not recommended for use as a medical alternative. The reason I'm bringing it up is because I have a doctor's appointment on Thursday with a new doctor. An emergency doctor, like not a clinic doctor, not a doctor's office. So it'd be I'm a little nervous on that conversation.
Yeah, well, you know, in the States or here in Canada, if you want to access a medical program, then yeah, you need to talk to your doctor.
But doctors,
I had my family doctor. I talked to my family doctor and my specialist. And
I'm finding doctors don't know anything about the actual plant itself and the cannabinoids or anything. And if at all, they may know just from doing it over and over doses. That was my doctor's big concern when we first went into it. He didn't know anything about doses. I said to him, but if I asked you for pain pills, you'd be on it. He said, well, I know how to dose that.
Yeah.
So
well, my family doctor, he said no because you couldn't guarantee same dose. He says, you know, if I give you a prescription for a pill, each pill is the same amount is in each pill. But when you smoke a joint, there's no guarantee that each is going to be consistency in what you're getting. So my family doctor was no, but my specialist, even though he said no, he agreed he knew the benefits. He just wanted to try the conventional route first. So then I asked him again down the road, and he said yes for 15 years. So
yeah, my doctor said, unfortunately, my doctor has retired after 35 years of he broke up with me.
Yeah. Another thing, I saw the equipment there they're making the oil in. I see that down at Legacy 420. When you go into the lab, you do a tour and stuff. They just had a university college or something that had gone through there, so I'm sure that they had seen the equipment to do the extractions.
I've been on that tour a couple of times.
Yeah,
and I've even seen the concentrate room.
All right, but overall, there was
it.
lots of good information in there. The difference of where the receptors are, the CB1 and CB2 receptors are within our bodies, and any research I was doing when I was looking for particular strains, Afghani seemed to have the CB2s, and that's where I headed. So
we are my niece Emily who has type 1 diabetes and now seizures. And she is at the very big, her mom is at the very beginning of having conversations with Lori and Cheryl.
Yeah.
About Linaloo. Because that one seems to help control seizures.
Oh, yeah. Cheryl's also, if it's the same Cheryl that I'm thinking it is, she's also dealing with micrograining cannabis.
Yep. And we're going to talk to her about that as well. Yep. And
Yeah.
her daughter Haley is very, very well known in the community as well.
Correct.
For her issues with seizures over the years. She's one of the Canada's.
Well, don't forget, they sent Haley home at the age of 15 and to tell her mother to say goodbye to her over Christmas.
Yeah.
And here we are. I think it's 16 or 17 years later. You know,
I think she's just turned 30 or in her 30s now.
She's just in her. Yeah, I think she's 31 or 32.
I was going to say 31. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and you know, she's my cousin Shira suffers from grand mal seizures to the point where she's had half a dozen or so or more operations on her brain to try and control that. And she's tried cannabis, and because of the situation in New York, it was hard to obtain and it didn't work for her. So she's on conventional methods, I guess.
Yeah. I see we got some messages in during the video. Buddy Weeds or Buddy there. He says that gotta wonder how many of the over 100 cannabinoids are studied. Not enough of them, buddy. Not enough of them.
And I would say less now, more than now that Raphael has passed. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, although I'm sure his team is carrying on.
Yeah, Buddy says that I only test for 9 cannabinoids with my testing.
Which ones are those, buddy?
Yeah, what are you testing for?
It'll take a minute.
yeah, it will. It will. All right, we're talking about taking a minute or two. Let's move on. I didn't play that promo I was going to play. So we're right into the high list. So, yeah, here we go. We're going to play the promo and we're going to move on to the next segment.
Kalido.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
And now for some more peanut butter recipes from Al.
No peanut butter. No peanut butter today. No snacks. No beverage that I'm aware of. But I can tell you, today's recipes are gourmet dishes. Hey, gourmet! How often you got a full dish of cannabinoid?
I've actually been to a cannabis dinner before. So
there you go. Yeah. Now this beginning of this, it tells you how to make the butter. It tells you how to make the oil, as well as you see me scrolling down, and it talks about how to make olive oil, infused olive oil. So I'll put this link in our comment section. But as far as some recipes, they're talking about chicken soup with canned dumplings.
Oh.
Medicinal split pea soup.
No.
Medicated French onion soup.
Maybe.
Sesame mushroom bourguignon.
Oh yes, that would be a definite yum.
Italian canna dressing. You can put Italian dressing on all your salads, and enjoy it with a little special kick, right?
Yeah, you could, if you had some oil, cannabis oil made up, you could just drizzle it in just about anything.
Yeah. Cannabis spinach and artichoke dip.
No, thank you. No. Just say no to artichoke.
Okay. Baked apricot brie.
Ooh. Yeah.
They say the dish takes creamy brie and combines it with apricot.
You can
Apricot preserves with slabs of canned butter.
You can skip the next one.
Cannabis crab ragoon. Sourdough stuffing with sausage, apples, cranberries, and pot.
Okay. Yep. Sure.
Sounds good, eh? Thanksgiving is for your Thanksgiving feast. Down in the U.S., that's coming up, right?
That's this weekend, I believe.
All right. Cannabis infused pasta with clams and green chives. Yeah. Chicken
clams. No.
Katori.
No clams for me. Cacciatore. Pot cacciatore.
Yeah, with chicken. Sesame crusted HITHC tuna.
No, thank you.
I've actually cooked fish in the frying pan or in tinfoil as well in the oven, and put infused cannabis butter in it.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fish fan. But you could smother a steak in can of butter just as easy.
I'm not sure what this next word is. Ganache.
Ganache.
Ganache. All right.
Yeah, probably a ganache.
THC trout amidine.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
And then now we got into the cannabis infused pastry. So we've had hors d'oeuvres, we've had some main courses. Now we're getting into the
hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah, quiche, flaky veggie tart. It doesn't even. Is that leaf laying on the top of that?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. It says sauteed leeks, aloe peppers, and Swiss chard.
Yeah.
Stromboli with weed.
Ooh, that might be yummy.
It looks like a cinnamon roll, but
it's a stromboli is an Italian. It's like a rolled pizza.
Yeah, that's what it
in
says.
A dough and yeah.
Special spanakopodi.
Ooh, that might be yummy. That's a spinach and egg kind of thing, I think.
Is it?
I believe so. Let's see what it says here. What's it say below?
Cannabis infused pastry to add to your repertoire. At this rate, you can start your own cannabis bakery. This is comfort food at its finest, combining spinach, ricotta, and marijuana in a flaky phyllo dough.
It's like a quiche.
Yeah, okay. And that wasn't even desserts. I see now the desserts are coming up. So those are just, this is just nonstop food for dinner. Cannabis caramels.
Yes, I've had those before. Those are yummy.
Strawberry rhubarb pie.
Not a fan of rhubarb, but I like the strawberry part of it.
I like strawberries.
Ooh, what's this one? Lemon bars.
Almond lemon bars.
Oh, yum.
Mm.
Can you eat that? Minus the nuts.
I can't have the nuts.
Yeah.
If there's any nuts in it, I can't have it.
Okay.
All right. I think that's it, guy. That's it. There we go.
Mm.
So not once did I say the word peanut butter in those recipes.
You know what? I'm actually surprised with the number of desserts that were there and meals that were there. There was nothing with peanut butter.
Nothing with peanut butter, even those desserts and all that stuff. Yeah.
So Buddy has answered our question here.
Yes.
CBNA.
CBC, CBG, THCV, THC, CBN, CBD, CBGM, and Granule. Granule? I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one before.
No. Well, there's over 100 of them, so there's very good.
When we started doing
a lot of them we've just never heard of.
When we started doing this 20 years ago or so, there were only like 40 maybe 20.
The numbers were much lower, correct?
Oh God, yeah. And then as time went on, Raphael Machillam found, and his team found more and more and more. He was the one that was pushing the envelope on all the cannabinoids, as Chris
and Buddy says Greeno. That's how you pronounce it.
Grinnell.
Thanks, buddy.
That's Alan stereo for you. Grinnell.
So what's the benefits of that cannabinoid, being that Al and I have never heard of it? So let us know, buddy, if you got that information, and we'll no, that's perfectly fine, buddy. You can be a spell checker all you want, because we're having problems pronouncing it no matter how you spell it.
Al's having problems talking today, never mind pronouncing shit.
Okay, so there we go. Recipes. I will take those recipes or that list
and shove it up where
I will put that in our comments.
Yeah, good idea. What does Grinnell do? What is it good for?
The benefits. Yeah.
The benefits.
Correct.
Rosa is right behind me, and she's slowly sneaking over towards the cat's food and litter box. Just sneaking.
Slowly. Like, looking for some treats. There we go. I just put the list out there for everybody.
She's halfway there already.
All righty. I think we're probably... Anything else you want to discuss on the recipes?
I'm going to use... I made a mixture when I burned myself last summer. Or I guess it was at the beginning of the summer. I made a mixture of extra virgin olive oil and rosin, I believe. And used it, and it really helped with the scabbing and the healing and all that.
Good.
But I'm gonna so it doesn't go bad. I'm gonna make some cookies this weekend, I think.
Cookies.
I'll use it instead of butter. I'll use the olive oil instead of butter. It'll taste a little different, but hey.
You can do a review next week on your own cookies.
If I'm still alive, sure.
If you're awake. Alrighty. Done that. Done the recipes. MJ is not here today, so we don't have any healthy habits other than keep consuming.
Well, I have a few unhealthy habits that we can talk about.
Do you have some healthy habits we can talk about?
No, I have unhealthy habits.
Oh. Oh, there's lots of them out there. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. All right, let's move on to our next segment. And here we go. All righty, product review time. We've got some smoke and we've got some tools to smoke with.
Did you call me a tool, Al?
No, I'm just saying what Dave calls his
let's change that conversation. It's getting a little naughty. Talking about Dave's tools.
What do you think about that? All right, so you've got.
I have the same thing that you have right behind you, except for it's not as clean. It's well used. This is the dewdrop, and the dewdrop is maybe you could show the Apple, Al.
I'll have to get it out of the box.
Oh, you don't have one out of the box. Okay, so anyways, the dewdrop is much like the Apple, except for it includes water. And so, I'm not a big bong person, so and again, as Dave, maybe you could pull up the instructional thing that you did there with Dave talking about the Apple, because it's the same thing as a Apple, except for it's got water, and you put your hash on the end there in the form of a snake, as thick or as long as you can get it in there. And you know, if you're a hash partaker, I would recommend one of these things. I'm not sure of the price. You'll have to check up.
He estimated for the dewdrop would be $100.
Okay, and the Happle is
55.
44 on OCS, I believe, or 54, something.
Yeah, it was 55. Yeah, it was 55 at the store.
These are not available on OCS yet, but the Happle is. If you're a hash smoker, pair it with the Nugs old school hash, which I have in here now. And you know,
MJ liked it last week.
My God, was she baked?
Yeah, I know, eh?
So yeah, that's the dewdrop available on the OCS as well as at the other. So they're on the Nugs website as well as I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, Cannabis Swap.
Cannabis Swap. Swap.
Canara Swap.
Anyways, you can hit Electric Dave on Electric Dave on Instagram if you like to get a hold of one, if you can't find it on the OCS. It is available in a lot of different stores where I don't know, but I'm going to try and get him up here as well, because you know, he's trying to go for an inexpensive actual working bong that you know, if you drop it, no hablo breako.
Well, that would be very nice. You know, I'm going to run that clip that you asked me to run on the Happle. I'm going to run that once we're done the reviews. We'll use it as a commercial break, being it's
so
just
you
over
just
3
light
minutes
the end,
long.
and then you stick it back in.
Yeah.
And watch it fill up with smoke.
Yeah, I know, eh? Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's half the fun is just sitting there watching it fill up with smoke.
Watching it flow. The what do you call it? Waterfalls, how it comes around the outer edge and drops down.
Well, if it was cleaner, you would see.
yeah. That's what happens, unfortunately.
Now, don't drink the bong water.
No, don't drink the bong water, man.
Have you tried the dewdrop yet, Al?
Yes, I have. I really enjoyed it.
I only have a dewdrop.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer?
Okay. I'm going to pull up the website. I just got to punch in the stuff.
Okay, while you're doing that, tell me which you prefer.
Oh, geez. I guess it comes down to what I'm doing. If I'm going to somebody's place, it seems nice not to have to worry about the water, and I would, maybe take the Happle at that time. But sitting here at home with
You'd prefer the water?
I would probably do the water, yeah.
I prefer the water, just because it's a little easier,
right?
And if I mean, like, I prefer the water. I have my Student glass that I don't even put water in it.
Oh, do you?
No, I just use it as a bong.
Oh, okay. Dry bong. Yeah, here's
I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Here's the link here.
There we go.
Not the link, but this is the website here. You can see the Nugs over here, right? Shop by category, clothing. There you go, right here. Here's the Happle.
There you go. Right there. Oh, and there's the dewdrop. I just saw the dewdrop as well.
Right over here, yeah.
Now one thing that you can do with these
$99, Al.
you can add an email to this. I noticed that Dave was using an email on his while we were doing our segment.
Yeah, he can do you can use an email, a banger, the hash, obviously. And how come that picture keeps disappearing like that? There we go. And you can also, if you want to, you could put a bowl in it and smoke cannabis.
You could do shatter it.
Yeah, it's a multi-purpose. It's a tool. That's why I call it. Dave calls it a tool.
And if you like coughing,
tool. There you go. Buddy says he's got to get one. I need a new one.
Buddy.
And the thing about this, buddy, is that it's just straight hash. You're just smoldering a snake of hash.
I am.
You know what I'm going to try is I've taken because of my trimming. I've got a collection of trimming of scissor hash, so I'm going to try those there. No, let's see how that works. So, but there you go. There's the dewdrop.
Your cuttings.
Pardon me.
You should squish some of your cuttings.
Oh yeah. That's in the works too. That's in the works.
Al has my old squisher.
Yeah, I just don't have
it's not leaking.
No.
Son of a bitch, eh? The whole time I had it, every time I use it, it leaked all over the fucking place.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm just gonna get back to a
Pardon
second
the
here.
coughing, but I'm using my dewdrop.
You do your dewdrop thing. And
how much dew does a dewdrop drop if a
have another
drop?
Yeah. How many does the dewdrop drop before it drops you?
There was 3.
3. Okay. The question, Buddy, we asked Buddy what about that
cannabinoid. That word, the cannabinoids.
This is what he says. He says, all I know is that 96% of the tests are less than 0.1%. So that's really small. In most of the tests, I do what everyone just wants to know: how much THC, THCV, and CBD counts are.
Are you using a portable tester, or are you going to a lab? We'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that. Yeah. Okay. Now, I have a product as well to review.
Oh, we didn't do yours yet.
Correct. That's why I just moved us over. So I moved us around so I can blow myself up. And what I've got here is a
Al just gave himself a blowjob.
from Vortex. It's a square disposable vape pen. Okay, it's rechargeable.
Oh, is it? Is it? It's
well,
reloadable?
No, it's not refillable. It's usually if you get a
recharge.
gram in a disposable pen, it can be charged because the battery may not last for the whole gram. So
I've recently found a whole bunch of old ones, and not one of them lasted the same amount of time.
Yeah, there's the window so you can check your level.
Cool.
Now it says here, this one here, okay, is vanilla boba, B-O-B-A, pure live resin.
Boiba, yeah.
Boiba, yeah. THC they say is at 70%, no, 78%. CBD is 2.6%. Its ingredients are natural flavors and cannabis extract. It doesn't say flavor agents.
Flavor agents?
Yeah, I've seen that. So
I do like that a lot of companies now are putting the terpenes on the label. I do like that. So what is you're just trying that for the first time? What do you think of it? Lots of smoke.
Yeah, lots of vapor there.
Sorry, vapor.
A bit of cough. Vanilla.
That's a rosin, right? Not a isolate or a distillate.
Yeah, it says resin.
Resin.
R-E-S-I-N.
What's the difference between resin and rosin?
the process. One has what do you call it? Uses a solvent for an extraction.
And one is with a press and one is with a solvent.
So you're looking at, whether it's
you stop.
Hmm?
I'm just answering your wife.
Oh,
You told me to stop. I said, no, you stop.
Don't tell Al to stop. He's alrighty. Yeah, so small fits in your hand.
You could
You know,
sneak
for
that
anybody
into a
who's looking
concert
for
real easy.
In case you want to walk through some department store or something, if you have a problem and you need to medicate right away, it's nice.
I've actually done that, and I just went.
Yeah. Well, before they came out with the law against doing that,
yeah,
I have, because there was no law, there was nothing against it because it was so.
Even the last concert I went to at Budweiser was Bachman and Randy Bachman and the other guy.
Turner.
Half of the Guess Who. What's the other guy's name?
Well, it's either Bachman, Turner.
No, the other guy with the fuzzy hair.
Oh.
The singer.
The singer.
Oh my God, Al.
Anyways, I know who you're thinking of.
I couldn't. I didn't smell any weed at all. When we went to that, when I went with David to that, and
Burton Cummings.
Thank you very much. And going to see James Taylor, which is a lifetime favorite. Unstoned. Well, I did mushrooms, but I couldn't smoke a joint at the Scotia building. Was it called Scotia? The Scotia.
Sure.
And I smoked a big fatty when I went in, but the concert didn't start for another 2 hours.
Oh,
so I was, but I brought mushrooms with me, so I was munching on mushrooms all night and eating hash.
Okay, it says here this disposable pen is pure live resin extracted from hand harvested single strain vanilla boba flower.
How much?
$39. It's listed at the OCS.
That's the normal price. Yeah. 40. Between 20 and 40.
Yeah, they say potency is very strong, 74 to 80%. They use hydrocarbon as an extraction process.
Al,
yeah,
you're slurring.
Am I? Let's see what else. Carpholine is a terpene, limonene, mycerine, and pinene.
A lot of
in Quebec.
A lot of enes.
It's grown outside with living soil
in Quebec.
Yeah, and its grow room lighting is sunlight.
It's grown in a province where you can't smoke it in public.
Where you can't grow public. Yeah, you can't even smoke it publicly.
No, you cannot.
It's fresh frozen. It's fresh frozen and it's hand trimmed.
Ooh, like that would make a difference.
That's lots of information. You don't usually get all that information.
Would being hand trimmed make a difference in the oil? Other than the fact that when you use a mechanical version of a trimmer, you do lose a lot of keef, but
yes,
it is it's very collectible.
Oh wow, yeah. When I used the one that I have access to, I used it in the past. The paddles, I called them hash leather joints because I stripped all the hash, all the trichomes that got on the straps that pushed the buds around, and stripped it all off. And I was rolling just straight joints of hash, nothing else. And they would smoke for like 45 minutes.
Nice.
They were great. But
he answered our question.
It cleaned off all the cannabis. I have a home lab set up using the tests the big labs use to calibrate the mass spectrometer. So there you go. He's got some equipment.
Spectrometer.
Oh, it won't be the last word I mess up.
So
No.
what are your thoughts? You've had a few minutes.
Oh,
what are your thoughts overall? Yeah, I got a nice ride going on.
Yeah, no, I don't mind this one. Don't mind at all.
I don't buy them.
Next week I got a vape, another vape pen, but it's from Legacy 420.
I don't buy the pens because I have my trusty Shatterizer. See the big one on my wall above?
Yes.
And
yes.
I enjoy going out and getting. This week I have some Slurricane by Shatterizer in here.
Yeah.
Next week, who knows?
I've got some stuff, some harvested stuff that I'm waiting to make sure the humidity level is right, and then I'll be breaking out the Shatterizer so I can consume my pressed cannabis.
Are you're going to squish some of it and use it in the Shatterizer? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got some. I got some cherry dragon. I'm getting all ready to squish.
I have not squished anything since I've been here. Well, that's not true. Maybe twice. I've only squished a few times. I haven't used it really, just because it doesn't make sense to me to go out and buy an ounce and then come in and squish a quarter and then only get a gram out of it.
Well, if you get a gram out of,
you don't know what you're getting when you buy a package of cannabis from the store, right? So it might not be the best for squishing. Some strains squish better than other strains, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I look at it this way: is if you use the same squishing method, the what you're gonna get out of it is what you put into it. If you put garbage cannabis into it, you're gonna get garbage dabs back out.
Yeah. So I stopped squishing because I felt I was wasting. But when I have an overage of stuff to play with, then I will definitely.
Hey, Buddy says that he says, I don't like using machines to clean cannabis. I don't like smoking pot light.
And it makes sense because it does kick off a lot of the
stuff. Like I said, I got a bunch of hash.
It's reclaimable.
Off of the paddles. Yeah. And then I spent like 4 hours cleaning the machine, trying to get all the trichomes off of it.
I spend a few hours a month cleaning my grinders.
Yeah, well, I had to clean mine right away because I had to give it back to the person I borrowed it from. Yeah. And he says especially the tumblers hooked up to vacuum machines, to systems, because they're pulling. Now I have had mine trimmed by a machine, just like what Buddy says, with a trimmer, with a vacuum machine. And once all my cannabis was trimmed, there was stuff that was pulled. I knew going into it there was going to be loss, and the only way, even trimming with scissors, there's loss, but it's not like using a machine. It's just you got to do what Buddy does. You got to bring in 15 people to help you.
I got an ounce off one plant, an ounce, maybe a little bit more than an ounce off another, not even a quarter off the other two. So my trim isn't even worth using.
I haven't got a clue what my harvest was like. I haven't got to that point of being able to weigh it. So, all right. Other than on this,
would you buy it?
Would I buy it again? I'd buy it again, versus buying just a straight up distillate one. Guys, I find with the straight up distillate ones that every toke is a cough.
Every toke is a cough. There's a motto.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else you want to touch on product wise? If not, we'll continue the product review. I'll run that promo on the Apple, like I said, and then we'll go into the next segment.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
There we go. That's a little promo on the Apple.
Every time you show that, I say the same thing. I enjoy Dave. He's he's a very good teacher, and he explains. Both of them are.
Okay. Alrighty. I see Buddy's got a request. Looking for a link to buy the Apple. Okay. What I'm going to do, Buddy, is first off, because I've got that page open, I'm going to post a link to
Al's obviously having a hard time thinking.
No, I just multitasking. I improper wording. A dewdrop, right? Dewdrop.
How much dew does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
Yeah. Okay. There's the dewdrop.
The only time it's going to drop a dew is if you oversuck.
Okay, now I gotta find the Apple.
Oh, there
that shouldn't be a problem. No, it's not a problem, buddy. I got it right here. We're good. Okay, I got the link for the Apple.
We need some in-between music, some link music.
There's some music down at the bottom, isn't there?
Is there?
Yeah, isn't that in our brand? Isn't there something down
Oh,
there?
yeah, but that stuff will get us knocked.
Okay, there you go, buddy. I put up the link for the dewdrop as well as for the Apple or anybody else who's interested in purchasing one.
I haven't tried the Apple, but I'm enjoying my dewdrop. Again, thank you, Master.
Yeah, I'd bring out my apple and show it to you, but it's dirtier than Al's dewdrop. That just means it's used, right? And I
Well
just haven't
used.
cleaned it. I gotta clean it.
I'd rather see a review with a well-used bong than a
Right.
clean one.
Well, maybe it makes it easier to see. You're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. All righty. Done that. I think it's time for us to move on to the headline.
You cut me off, Al. When you're ordering it, buddy, make sure that you tell them the Al's sent you. They'll know what it means.
They know. Well, that goes to as Dave calls them, the overlords. So
Okay.
yeah, it's not directly Dave's store.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Calls them. That's the he called it the overlord store to us that when we were there. So. All right. News time headline. There was a headline that you sent to me, and I am in the process of bringing.
I actually had it loaded, but it got closed.
And before I do that, I see. Oh, did it? Did I close it?
No, I think I did.
Okay, here we go.
Subliminal avoidance.
All right, there we go. Here it comes.
There we go.
No, I pushed the button. There it is. The brain on cannabis. Major changes linked to lifetime use. Casualty uncertain. What's this about, Al?
You know what? The byline is a grabber because you're like, what? But the long and short of it is, it hasn't been that long since people have been using cannabis on a daily level.
Oh.
And they don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's been some reports of some DNA structural changes or something along that line recently.
For
I wonder if this guy into it. Just so you know. Yeah, this website must have a lot of pop-ups in it because it's really jumpy with me right now.
Yeah, I can see the jump seat. But you get the gist, so you might as well just explain it out. You've looked at it.
Yeah, His lifetime cannabis use is linked to several changes in brain structure and function in later life, according to an observational study published in the BMJ Mental Health. They say, however, a genetic analyst of the same data suggests these associations may not be casual. And that researchers believe that other identified factors may explain the observed differences through the emphasis that need for further research to understand the full effects of heavy cannabis use and high potency on the brain. And they said because legalization is increased worldwide, that this should be studied.
I'm surprised it hasn't been studied, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know, man. They said that they said study population mythology. They said that they drew on 16,000 basically cannabis users participating in the UK Biobank for whom genetic profiling of 2012-2013 and brain imaging MRI scans of 2014 to 2019 data were available. So they took those from old and then looked at the new ones to compare them. They say participants reported if they had ever taken cannabis, with response options ranging from once or twice to more than 100 times. I think we'd be in the hundreds of thousands, would we not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your point? What's your point, Al?
I'm just trying to go through the article is all I'm
I
trying to do because this seems a little bit different than the one than what I had reported on in the news.
You know, when I first started talking to my doctor,
His genetic findings.
he said that the only concern he had about cannabis was inhaling it, and because and in his words, he said, "I don't want you smoking it because you're going to get cancer." Now, this was 20 years ago that he said this to me, and we know now that is not the case. I mean, cannabis smoke does not cause cancer. Right?
They haven't found the last I knew. They haven't found
any links to that. What it can cause is irritations and things like that. But
yeah, and as in most studies, almost every study that I've covered, at the end of this one, they mention the more study has to be done, more research has to be done.
That's the out. That's the easy out. Yes, but we need more research.
We need more research. All right, now
it's 2024. Cannabis is the number one subject probably anywhere in the world, aside from the big orange guy, and yet we're still saying we need more research.
Yeah, well, I have read several places that cannabis is one of the most researched plants out there, but we need more research.
But when we have questions, we need more research.
Yeah, and you know why the research isn't done, and that's all because of prohibition. So they got you here and they got you there, right? Well, we can't do it because we don't have our own research, but we're not going to allow us to do that research to answer that question for you.
Not allowed to.
No.
No.
Alrighty. Let's see. Let me get this all lined up here.
A lot. What I'm seeing since legalization, though, Al, is a lot of the OG community, the old helpers in the cannabis community, the oil makers, as they're called. They're not even out there telling people how to make it and do it themselves anymore because it's illegal in Canada to make it that way.
Yeah.
Is it illegal? Is the process of using alcohol or other solvents, is it legal in the States?
Explosive.
But is it legal in the States to use some of the same stuff? Yeah.
Federally, no. Well,
So
federally, cannabis is against the law, so any process would be. But in the individual states, that'd be up to themselves how they do it. I know here in Canada, you can't use any device or any substance that could blow up.
So you can,
and that includes high grade alcohol because they can do that.
They've come up with some ingenious,
even though it's not a solvent like.
They've come in some. You might as well get rid of that window, Al, because it's really slowing you down.
Yeah, I know it's a pain in the ass, isn't it?
But they've come up with some alternatives to extracting that don't use oil, but they're very expensive. You know, and I mean, how easy is it to get fucking dry ice, for God's sakes? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's not easy. Well, that's the nice thing about the press, right? You just buy yourself a press, and you got no worry about explosion. And you've got
Darcy just got a nug smasher.
Did he?
Yeah, which I've been looking at those for years. I got about $1,000 into this squisher.
Yeah, the plates are like that much money. Yeah.
How much did you pay? Oh, you got.
I haven't bought the plates. I was borrowing Buddy's plates. He's got an extra set, so
yeah. But I mean, my plates with the box and all the electrical was $750.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, yeah. I didn't want to cheap out on the plates.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
Yeah. Now, Buddy's followed up on the studies. He says, I can't wait for the future to see what legal studies will find. I agree, buddy. I've often said myself, I like to be able to come back in 100 years and see what cannabis legalization looks like. And, that would include all those studies and everything else. So so there we go. I have got ourselves a sports story.
Lay down.
And
you got to play the promo first.
I'm playing the promo, but I just had to get it lined up there and let everybody know it's coming, because here it comes.
Sports.
Come on, start up.
Everything's all lackey gaggy today.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm not home alone today.
Your wife is home sick watching TV.
Yeah, but I don't normally have this problem. Like, unless it's like, there are some certain websites that do give me issues.
Yeah, but those are crawlers anyways. Yeah.
So in sports wise, that's what that promo was supposed to be. It's our sports. It's the article that I've grabbed today says that cannabis or marijuana no longer prohibited for fighters in Nevada after rule change. So there you go.
That's interesting.
Yeah, MMA.
Basically, any Vegas fights are sanctioned fights, which are usually in Las Vegas, right? Are get ripped before you fight. Mike Tyson's fighting on Friday, and he has said very openly that he is going to be ripped when he steps into the ring.
Oh, has he? I haven't followed it, so. So Nevada, they've removed cannabis as a restricted compound from the state's prohibited list. This means that the possession, use, or consumption of cannabis or cannabis products will not be deemed an anti-doping violation.
Awesome.
Yeah, this comes after many years of being considered a doping violation. And smaller named UFC fighters like Trevin Jones have had wins overturned to a no contest, essentially meaning the bout record officially is null for having cannabis detected in their bloodstream. They say the most controversial decision or penalty was in 2015 when fan favorite Nick Diaz was suspended for 5 years and fined $165,000 for using cannabis.
And Ross Regabludi, he won the gold for Canada at the Olympics in snowboarding, and was stripped of his medal and then given it back.
Correct. Yeah. And now he has a cannabis company selling cannabis.
Now he has a very large cannabis company out in BC.
Yeah.
Or is he in Alberta?
Out west, someplace.
Yeah, somewhere out there.
That's all I know. So there you go. Yeah. So MMA fighters and stuff go to Nevada, and there is no rule against your cannabis use.
What about boxing? Is that included with boxing as well?
Well, it just I've closed the window off now. It just says the Sports Association, and it talked about MMA.
Oh, probably both. Yep.
Yeah. They didn't say boxing or anything up.
But yet, in some countries, you can still be beheaded.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You could go in some countries. You could go to another country, consume cannabis. So let's say you lived in Singapore and you were going to come to Canada, and you came here because cannabis is legal here. Yep. And you walked in the store and you bought some cannabis. Smoked your cannabis, and then you went back to Singapore like 4 days later, 3 days later, or whatever. And for some reason, they wanted to test you for cannabis. Maybe they saw you on social media somewhere. They can actually charge you with your consumption of cannabis while in another country. and the law stipulates the minimum sentence is 1 year in jail.
Yeah, we've gone from, what was it, 14 rules to 33 or 44.
Yeah, with legalization, yeah. I could see there'd be, if there was no laws against it, rather than being illegal, that when they made it legal, there would be some other stuff added, such as the driving end of things.
Yeah. And they still haven't perfected that, when legalization first happened, as we were leading up to it, there was a lot of stuff going on about driving under the influence and what are the police going to do? And then they have a roadside test that'll test you for THC, but it doesn't really work very well. And fightable.
So if you get, there's like if you got caught with 32 grams of cannabis, you get fined. You're not going to jail for your overage, unless it's used in I'm going to say that creates a felon, I guess. If it's used in what is it? If it's used in the like trafficking,
perpetration of a crime or something. Yeah, I'm sure the wording.
But if you happen to have,
we need Jack.
If you went to the store, you bought 2 legal bags of cannabis, right? And then a few days later, you're going to a buddy's place and you grab your 2 3/4 bags or whatever, not thinking of the overage weight of the 2 combined.
And if you run into an asshole cop, they're going to probably even have a scale in the car.
Yeah.
They can,
when I go to jail for 5 years or a year for that, but I guess because of the new laws, you would get fined for it.
When you go into a cannabis store, you can purchase 32 grams. No, 30 grams. 32 grams. I think it's actually 32 grams that you can purchase.
I don't know if 30, but go ahead.
Is it just 30? Or is it?
30 grams.
No, wait. It's 28 grams is an ounce, but you can purchase 30 grams.
30 grams is the new ounce.
Yeah, but
28.
When I go in and I get an ounce and a couple of grams of hash, so I'm obviously over, and they have to literally do it in 2 transactions, as you know.
Correct. Technically, I believe you're supposed to leave the store and then come back.
Yeah. I've had that argument before, like early days.
Yeah,
I've actually been asked to come back.
I'm trying to think if it's in the can cell training on that end of things.
I don't know because I don't have my can cell.
Yeah, I completely agree with Buddy on this. Acceptance of cannabis is on the rise. Correct. People are understanding that it has so many benefits than the evil that it was made out.
What evil?
Right.
There's no evil. What's so fucking evil?
Well, that's what the evil that was made out to be. It doesn't mean that he's not saying it was evil. It was all that stuff, like it's going to make you into a murderer. You're going to go around and slash people's necks because you smoked a joint.
No, that wouldn't be because I smoked a joint. That was because I hate you.
Well, yeah, but they were still blamed. We all saw the movie Reefer Madness. Did you not? The guy that
I was trying to think of the name. God damn it! I forgot the name of the movie.
Did you? Well, talking about movies, let's move on to the entertainment part of the broadcast here. You said you had something to do with the movie that you wanted to do a bit of review on.
Well, it's not a movie.
Oh, okay.
It's the 1 second here. It is it continues after the Batman. It's called The Penguin.
Oh, not the Joker. So these are spin-offs. The Joker's a spin-off. Penguin be spin-off.
It is a spin-off of the Batman.
Yeah.
And I just finished watching it, and I don't want to blow the whole thing. I hate spoilers, so I'm not even gonna go that far. It's
the trailer.
Very dark. It's very, very, very dark.
Oh yeah.
It's let's watch the clip here. It's the actual trailer for the movie. And then we'll talk about it.
Because the Venom one was sort of dark too.
I enjoyed Venom. I am going to watch it again. As I said last week, I enjoy the Venom. Over the Deadpool.
Hi, I'm Colin Farrell. Check out the trailer for my new series, Penguin.
Trust me, it's just the beginning. Come on. You gotta help me out.
Life is just a dream.
You promised me, Oswald. I know. I deserve a better life. I'm working on it. The world ain't set up for the honest man to succeed. That should be the American dream right there. Beautiful story with a happy ending. But that ain't the way the world works. America's a hustle. Not that I'm complaining.
Penguin, you waltzed in here like you mean something. We're in the middle of a gang war.
Carmine Falcone's dead.
If we don't protect what's ours, we just look weak. The streets are talking again. They know there's only one man big enough to run this city.
Do you remember Carmine's door?
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sophia, I thought you was still at,
Arkham? No. I've been rehabilitated.
You're playing a dangerous game with his family arms. You think I want Sophia Falcone knocking on my door?
She is the hangman.
What is it you're really after, Oz?
Gonna tear down the empire from the inside out.
Whoever controls the drug business controls the streets.
I'll be running the whole damn trade.
I got ambition. I can help you. Hey! Feel alive, Vic, huh? Feel your heart beating?
This city is meant to be yours, sweetheart. What are you gonna do to get it?
Trust me. It's just the beginning.
Now,
There you go.
you know what? I'll tell you, Al. If you didn't know that Colin Farrell was in that, you would not know that was him.
If I hadn't read it, I wouldn't have known. Correct.
I just watched an interview with him that he did, I guess, a few days ago on Jimmy Fallon on the Tonight Show. 3 hours in makeup every morning.
I could imagine.
45 minutes just to get the shit off of him. Okay. This
That's
is
4 hours a day in makeup.
5. Did I say 4 or 5?
You said well 3 hours and then an hour and then basically an hour to clean them up.
Yeah. This is the continuing Batman movies, shows, whatever. I read this morning, I don't know if this is true, but I read this morning in doing a little bit of research that there is work being done on a TV version of the Batman, which would continue this story.
Okay.
But there's also rumor that the Batman 2, the movie, is also going to continue on this story. So it'll be interesting to see. It's very well done. I really enjoyed it. And I'm interested to see. I just dropped a tack on the floor that I don't want to step on. I'm interested to see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, they've obviously made, several different outs or different segments off of that Batman because of the characters, because they're all, evil characters. And today age, they can go ahead and create those offshoots.
The last big Penguin character. I am here. Hi, all right. The last big Penguin character that we saw in the Batman movies was Danny DeVito.
Correct. Yeah.
So I
like, that's sort of what I was like when I was watching it. I'm thinking, okay, is he shaped like a penguin? Is that why he's the Penguin? Because he was short and
they do call him the Penguin every now and then. Mm-hmm. But I've watched all 8 episodes. It's a limited series, so there probably won't be a second season. But you never know. What I would say, I felt that the character was very Al Capone type of person. The Scarface.
Yeah, you could see the scars on him
Yeah. I thought that it was very, very Al Capone-esque, right? The same kind, because I've seen a lot of different movies and stuff like that. I like documentaries and stuff, so it just seems like he's Capone as a penguin.
As a penguin. Does he
a penguin?
Yeah. Does he?
Yes, waddle? He does. He was born with a bad leg, so he does limp.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So
and he does have that beak and the forehead, and he waddles like a penguin. So I could see why people would call him the Penguin.
The beak is just because he's got a big nose or something.
He's been around.
Been around, yeah.
He's been around.
Sure. All righty. There you go.
That was
review of the Penguin. Good stuff.
The Penguin.
Now, where did you see it?
On Prime.
Okay.
On Prime, I can't. It's on Prime, but it's in one of the subscriptions. But it is. Okay. I think it's on Crave. I think is what it is. I'm not sure, but it is available on Prime. You have to get a subscription for the network that it's on, though.
Okay.
You were talking about MTV.
Oh yeah. That was it you or your sister that posted the MTV?
My sister got involved in the conversations. Yeah, we were talking about how MTV Canada has announced that they are departing the airwaves.
Correct.
But reality in Canada, MTV is owned by Bell, which is owned by which now owns Much Music and probably Rogers by now. I don't know.
Yeah.
But back in the day, Much Music Canada was here. It was our music station, and MTV was the music television in the States. The conversation that we had in our string there on Facebook was basically they have not put music videos out. I don't think they even have music shows really, other than making of the band and things like that.
Yeah.
What they're concentrating now mostly are on reality and dramas that they're producing out of the MTV Entertainment brand. And Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone is one of those shows, and it's really big. There's a few other shows that they're producing out of the network, and they're really good, but there is no music. So
No,
whether or
eh?
not I thought they were done years ago, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, that's what she's wondering. Why they still call it music television?
I think they're just carrying on the brand, is what it is.
Just the brand,
right? They still call much music, although there's no music going on much at Muse. There's not much music going on at Much Music.
Now,
they still have the Much Music awards that they do.
Yeah, do they?
They take over the city of Toronto downtown on Queen Street, and they do their awards show. Yeah, sure.
Now he was actually, where am I going here?
Who's he?
Yeah, I know, eh? I just thought he doesn't know who I'm talking about.
No.
John Roberts used to be a VJ.
Oh yeah, he was one of the original VJs.
Correct. Yeah. And now he's a news guy there for Fox News in the US.
Is he? I did not know that. George Strombolopoulos was one of the original VJs, as well as Dan. He's gone now. Dan.
Yeah, he's in the Canadian Broadcast Hall of Fame. And I knew this, but I can confirm that now. He went to the same school as my sister.
Oh.
At the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it listed right here on his early life listing on what do you call this stuff? Wikipedia. There we go.
I live down the road from Chris Magpiece, who was in Meatballs with Bill Murray, and My Bodyguard.
Do you know? Ever heard of Tulsa King? Okay, Tulsa King.
Tulsa Kings is.
We were talking about TV shows. His buddy's jumping in here on the Tulsa King.
Yes, you know what, buddy? I even said that the last episode because I really enjoy that show. I was like, those are fake ass fucking plants. Yeah, they're fucking. They look plastic. I don't know. You don't know the story, but anyway, Sylvester Stallone. Just to give you the story on Tulsa Kings. Sylvester Stallone is an ousted.
Is the show in Oklahoma? Because he says it's legal in Oklahoma. So
yeah, but they're not using real plants in the greenhouses.
No, right? Just fake plants, eh?
But his character is Manfredi. Frank, is it Frank Manfredi? But anyways, he's in the weed business. He's been ousted by the mafia in New York, and he's been ousted to Tulsa, and he's taken over, and he's the big weed guy in town now. And now he's going to get he's going against the triads and things like that. Yeah, it's done. It's what you would expect if Stallone was a gangster, and he's never done. I don't think he's done many movies where he's been a gangster, has he?
Yeah, normally he's that. Yeah, he's the.
But he plays a really, really good gangster kind of character in this movie. Or this show. I really like it. It's the second season into it.
I could see how he'd be a good gangster, just the look of him.
It's just the yo.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Him and Henry Winkler are very good friends, apparently.
All right. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, well, I knew him from Happy Days, but I know he's been in all kinds of different shows since then. But
they were in their first big. They were in one of their first big movies together. I should have these things up before I even bring the fucking conversations up.
Well, that's the thing. It's all just natural flowing conversation. It's not as if these were things that we had planned on discussing before we started the show, right? If just knew you had something you wanted to review, but the conversation always goes on longer. That's just
two other conversations. Right? Yes.
Yeah, he agrees. Buddy agrees. I like it too.
There's a few good shows on alternative networks now. We don't call them TV networks now, streaming networks. There's a few good ones that I've been watching, which of course I'd have to bring my phone up to mention them. I guess I can do that. But there are some good shows. You know, every now and then for a few years there's no good shows on, and then a whole bunch of good shows come on. I enjoyed the Chicago shows, Chicago Fire, Police,
right?
And but the Chicago Med I'm not into.
I just don't get into sometimes watching shows for some reason.
All right.
You got anything else you want to discuss, or shall we wrap things up?
Are you making a pun?
It wasn't intended.
I am done, sir. I am done.
You are done. All right. Well, okay. Then we are done. We've gone through our segments.
It's time to go sit on the couch, and they did clean up my garbage.
The birds?
No, the garbage man.
The garbage man. Really? It was. I put garbage out just before the show. Yeah,
because we're not allowed to put it out earlier. We're not allowed to put it out before 7 a.m. because the
and the show doesn't start till 10. So you know, you can put it out at 9.
I put it out about 9:30, quarter to 10.
Yeah,
and not 5 minutes into the show, garbage everywhere all over my lawn, and apparently the garbage men have cleaned it up for me and just emptied my can and said have a nice day. So
that's good.
Thank you, Terrace Bay Garbage Man, whoever
Right.
you are. We'll call you Bob.
There you go. That works. Thanks,
Say
Bob.
goodbye, Al.
Goodbye, Al. Bye, all.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Shallon, sample number 3.
Pop your lid off me.
Oh, yeah. So I was trying to do this before it deletes it again on me.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead. Make sure you're
save
done.
and finish later.
Yeah, save and finish later.
Mix it all up.
There we go.
That's what I do.
All right. Here's the ash. The
grind plate.
Plate.
Thank you. That yours?
No, that's just the one that was on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
It's not getting ground yet. It doesn't get ground yet.
Yeah, it doesn't get ground.
No grounding.
So we can answer your questions 1 through 6, right? While we have the plate.
Here. That one's open.
Oh. Okay, I didn't see the ones that Bob had.
You took it.
What's that? The papers? Yeah, I did take them.
Oh.
I took them and gave them to Shallon.
Thank you.
How are you finding in these strains that you've done so far the crystal factor?
The first one was nice inside.
There's been crystals on them.
Oh, nice.
But there's no what I've noticed is there was no powder.
No.
Yeah.
Catch it in the sun, you can really see.
Can you see the crystal in the sun?
It's really purple.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Nice. I can see the purple from here.
Oh wow! Well, fuck, you're 13 hours away.
It's the mushrooms.
Oh, look at that!
No, I could really see that it was purple when he was holding it up in the sun. I could see it purple.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's visually appealing.
Karma cup.
Yes, visually appealing. Okay, that means that has to go. Oh, yeah, it has to go around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're judging the Karma Cup. It's the 11th
I'm
season
making
here
a
in
guess.
Canada.
That one. Black Domino. What is it?
I'm going to run a promo here, Al.
All right, go ahead as we keep judging here at the. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
And we are back.
All right, we're testing this indica. Everybody's got a good. They're liking it. Yeah. Moistures. Yeah.
So you.
Yeah, this is
overall
this is
visual appeal.
Good. This is I'm.
Which one's this, Al?
This is
that what you're on now?
Sample number 3.
I'm just gonna crack the bud to feel the.
I can do that. I will do number 3 of the indica.
No,
or the sativa.
Crack.
No,
Yeah, what did you get? Like how? That's what I'm trying to get from you earlier.
So
what are your results for sativa number 3?
Well, I'm going to roll this, what I have left of it, and plus with my notes.
Overall visual. I like the look.
Yeah.
There you go. So 1 through 9.
Okay, let's get it rolled.
All right, gone around twice.
That's 13. No, that's 1. Okay. Oh.
I didn't see any physical contaminants. Did anybody else?
No, I'm not seeing any, but
nothing. Okay.
But remind me next time. I'll definitely bring us some loops. I think.
Oh yeah.
Because you're not gonna see.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next one. Translate. Does the aroma translate to taste? Taste. I really.
Number 2 is moisture.
Important to me.
Yeah, I was gonna note that.
You know, like you can.
The taste is important to me, but the smell. I mean, I love the smell, but the smell not so much.
I like the smell too, but the smell doesn't always translate to taste.
No.
Aroma pleasant.
Yeah, that's what I've found over the years.
Feedback.
Stickiness to touch.
Yeah.
Stickiness to touch. Does it feel sticky?
Yeah. Okay, so we're into the grinding phase.
Question
Now,
6: physical contaminants.
Shallon's gonna grind it up.
No,
He's gonna
so,
let
yeah,
us know
no. Yeah, what you got? Yeah.
how it is, whether it feels really moist or dry.
And we're about
or-
to smoke it for the next year.
Is there any lumber in it? No lumber. No lumber. Good to put that in the comments. Eh?
Don't make those comments too long. I can't remember them. How are you making out?
Pretty cute.
You sure are.
Okay.
Yeah, not too much at all for stock.
You know, I'm so used to cooking burgers and hot dogs. You know, maybe next time I do one of these, I'll just do a sub thing. Pieces. Yeah. You can just go and grab them. No, I'm gonna keep. We'll keep doing this.
Ooh, that fluffed out decent, eh? Yeah, that's a good fluff.
Probably when we start that, I'll get Al to run a video that's a little longer. Huh?
What's that?
Yeah. When I go to start up the barbecue, I'll get you to run a video. One of the other videos that are on there.
Yeah. They're only a couple of minutes though, so I can run a
Correct. That's yeah. Or I'll just go do it. Yeah.
Well, there's one here that's 4 minutes.
We're gonna keep judging while I'm cooking.
We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
I can really
Yeah. By the seat of your pants, right?
Always.
But I smelled that first.
And okay, now Shallon, how was it? Fluffy?
Yeah, it fluffed out pretty good.
Yeah.
Not overly dry.
Not overly dry. Moisture was good
wet.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no complaints.
No
there.
problem. By the looks of it, you're gonna roll 2 joints.
At least.
Do we want to speed this up? You want to help her, Deb?
Yeah.
So if we guess the strain, like after all this is done and over
Right.
down the road, when do they release the results? Do we get to
Yeah,
find
yeah.
out if
The
we guess
results
the
will
right
be
strain?
released on what the.
Oh, you mean if you were right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
See,
sure
you
they
can go
do.
back. Once things are submitted, you can go back and edit them. Last year, you
Until
couldn't-
what
you
date?
Couldn't.
Until the
Last
end.
year I wanted to go back in and see how I judged on things. And that's why I had leftovers out of each strain, so I could go back, double check what I saw, and say, okay, well maybe I'll go to the store and buy that. Now that is finished first or whatever. Right?
And the one thing that is different on the website this year is you can see, you'll probably be able to see your results this year, next year, although you can't see last year's results. I don't see them here.
Yeah, it's a different.
Oh, I was going to keep track every year.
That's could be. Yeah.
Could be. Yep. Don't know. We'll
Okay,
find
got
out.
the joints coming. And no problem rolling joints. All right. Okay, now we're going to be checking the ash. We want to know about.
Would you call me?
Yeah. Does the taste translate or the aroma translate into the taste? Your smoking experience. Keep an eye
Yeah,
on
no, that very rarely happens.
So we're just dumping it in. Oh yes.
Numbers. You know, we can't.
Up for a third joint.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 joints.
Wow.
Yeah, I put fluff nicely and put a 9 in brackets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask what papers you're using, Al?
Because they
And which ones? The greens?
blue.
I don't like the blue. I like the green.
I like the blues.
I like blues too.
The blues are good for slickers.
Yeah. I like the reds and the blues.
The red's too thick. I went.
My joints, so the toilet paper is better.
I splurged this month and I got some regular Ziggy Whites.
Yeah, that has some bite.
I can't pay $3.75 a pack of papers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, you're paying for them anyways, buddy.
I've been using Good Day for years.
Yes, I have too.
And we met Kirk
Yeah.
at the Karma Cup.
Oh, years ago. Yeah. And he's
ago.
not even with Gazay anymore.
Correct. And ever since then, I've been smoking Good Day, and the Chemical Lifestyle Shop keeps me in stock.
We have.
He
we
keeps.
probably
he-
have.
Kurt
Sorry.
sent me a whole crap load of stuff before I moved, so I
Yeah.
still have a lot of reds and blues left. But you
Right.
can't. I've tried to get Gazay into the store here in town, into my cannabis, but not yet. Although I have been successful in getting Shatterizer products
This is the
in
ash.
there,
Look
and
around.
Canadian lumber.
Just look at it.
I have a minimal of 10 customers that buy these gazees by the box load.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. I love them.
Yeah,
I'm
I
one
love
of
them. I wish Kurt still worked there because
Oh,
now I have to pay for them.
Yes. Having the word.
So what's everybody thinking of so far of?
Well, let's just say, I think this round
Okay.
we would hear.
So you're on
it's
8
gone?
already?
Oh,
Where
have we
you
got
at?
any more?
Smoke. You're on question 9? Okay.
It's
ash
not
color
the
and structure.
70s, Al.
Ash is.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It's really, really light. That ash, you look at that ash?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's great.
it's clean.
It's clean. It's clean. Yeah.
Effects.
Now, okay, so here's a discussion while we're all trying these strains. As far as judging goes,
effects experience.
how effective are we being doing one strain after another as opposed
Well, it's
to
not asking us how stoned we are.
Yeah.
I guess the effect does.
For the effects and experience, not pleasant or very pleasant. Bob says he doesn't know which one's hitting him right now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Yep. My answer would have been
11 overall enjoyment.
Okay. Now don't forget, you can always go back and edit it.
And would you buy this
things
product?
too?
12 is what would you buy this product?
You haven't even offered me a glass of water or anything, Al.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you
That's
want?
okay. I went to the fridge and
I
got some
water.
No, that's too small. I burned my fingers.
Yeah, don't forget, guys. There's water, iced tea,
These things.
some
I have
pop,
water and tea.
some pop from Legacy 420.
Oh.
I like the black cherry.
What's the milligrams on that one? 60. What was the other one?
30.
30. Yeah. $2. $2 for that.
I need some black.
So what are we on now, Al?
We are. Everybody
Three.
is done judging. We're gonna move on to number 4. We still got a joint going here though. From number 3. Okay.
This is what I'm working on, and my notes here from the first time I tried it: 2-hour buzz.
It doesn't seem to ask us about the burn.
I
either.
can still taste it.
Like
Yeah,
it burns
I
nice
can-
and even.
Yeah.
I can taste it too.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
Okay.
Go to the store.
Is that number 4?
No, that's number 3.
Oh.
We're almost halfway done.
Yeah, we're about to start for it.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 ramble loggers later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live. PaceRadio.net. What are you? Oh, Tamara's busy talking to someone. Oh, I can see if she's got the finger
he's
pointing
barking.
going.
And all of a sudden he starts barking, and I don't know what he's barking at.
Oh, the dog.
Yeah,
Oh,
but there's probably deer in the yard. There's always deer.
yeah. Well, I know just before I came into this to get ready for the show, like 20 minutes ago, I could hear like a baby crying out in the darkness. And there's nobody around, right? That tells me there's something wild walking around out there.
I wonder what that would be.
Whether it's coyotes.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Sounding a baby cry, or cat.
Okay, because a coyote will fucking yip, like they go yip yip yip. Like,
Oh yeah. I knew that. I knew they do that, and I believe. I always thought that was after they made a kill.
no,
And
they
that's
do it all the
whole,
time.
whole herd.
Yeah, and you get, I don't know. Do you have them out your way? I would imagine you do, eh?
Coyotes? Oh yeah. We got them out here.
I would have
Yeah.
them on.
I've actually, I've walked up along the trail, and probably been about, I don't know, 25 feet away from one. They was laying in the long grass.
Oh yeah. Yep.
He said, "How you doing, buddy?"
Yep.
The
I had to watch the little dogs when we lived on the farm, because little
yeah,
dogs, they just, yeah. We had coy dogs too, though. They're a breed of domestic and coyote mix.
mix of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was
They look like border collies, and then you go out and you think it's a border collie, and it's not.
It's not. No, yeah, exactly. I just heard it, and so I came in right away, checked, made sure our cats were inside, and
Yeah, right.
the dog was in. So all good. It's all good. So how's your last week been?
I don't know. A little bit kind of like weird, I guess.
Yeah.
And like the substitution program went pretty well. We were busy. The
Yeah,
city's,
last Saturday, everything was
yeah,
good.
they cleaned us out completely. Like,
Really, eh?
like I wasn't expecting that. But I know the city had told them like that they could go out there. They were going to build showers and whatever, right? So they won't be moved. Finding out there was like 5 other places that they all like go back and forth in between, right?
Okay.
There's like 5 separate camps, and they'll stay like all over the place, and one will get kicked out of one and get moved over to another, like, and it's not the city, it's their own hierarchy or whatever, right? And I said, I'm not going to all of them. I cannot do that. I'm going to one spot and one spot only. I cannot.
Traveled all them all. Yeah.
Well, no, the thing of it is, like, as it was, we put out I put together 50 bags last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I took out 10 extra, like I didn't put them in bags. Like I weighed out 10 or 60 bags of flour.
Yeah.
And I had 60 bags of candy with 2 each in them, right? And then we had sandwiches, and my partner had made cake pops that were infused. And we had 60 bags of them, because we made 60 of everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we came home with nothing. I didn't take any RS out there. I only took enough for like the 2 cancer patients out there, right?
Right.
Because I had got a call during the week. Somebody had stolen some, and they're fighting over it. And the one guy, so there's one guy out there though that he's asking for more all the time, and taking more than he should, and I don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah, you basically you hand him something, a bag, and he wants another bag.
Yeah, and the thing of it is too, like, we leave the box of chips sitting out, and he took all the chips. So I don't know how to deal with that, because I mean, I'm trying not to be like, like, I'm not the police, but it's our stuff.
Well, you learn from that, and don't leave the box of chips out.
Well, that too, and again, I'm just gonna have to tell him, sorry, we're working on donations, and we just don't have any extra to give you, and that's how I'm gonna have to deal with it. I guess.
Yeah.
Apparently, we were told by the ladies after that he doesn't even use it, that he's selling it, and I went, okay, well, that's a big fat no. That's why I only give you a little bit, because there's no reason for it being diverted. Like, what are you going to make off that as it is?
Correct.
Anyways, like I said, I don't have any, like, I had no expectations. I knew something like that was likely going to happen.
I hear the dog at the door.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm just letting Gail know.
Oh, Gail's home tonight. Hi, Gail.
Gail's been homesick for the last week.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, she went to the hospital. today. And
Is she feeling better or no? Is it what?
no, they gave her something.
Is it
You
a
know,
bad flu?
she's like, it's no, not really. Like it's really odd. It's not like a flu or a cold. Like, you know, she's not all phlegmy and runny nosy or anything like that. But a nasty cough.
You know, in a pneumonia, like
No
I've had
temperature. No
yeah, like
temperature.
I've had a couple friends that thought they just had a bit of a cold too, like the same thing. They went to the hospital and found out they had pneumonia.
Well, they checked for that, and she's clear.
Oh,
So
good.
yeah, because the cough that she has, that's, you know, it sounded like her chest was full, right?
Right? Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we've had some kind of horrific news this week too.
Yes, you have.
Well, twice too. Like I got a double whammy because our premier also passed away.
Oh, your premier out there.
Oh,
He passed.
former premier, right? And I mean,
Former.
I'm not going to say I was a huge, like fangirl of John Horgan, but he was a decent guy, right? And he worked hard for our province.
I didn't know him, so
Yeah, no, he was a decent premier, honestly. NDP, right? And I'm not, where my values lie, which is not. I'm not saying I'm not NDP. I'm just not quite that left leaning. You know what I mean?
Correct.
I'm not saying that all their policies are bad. I'm not saying that.
No,
But
they got some stuff.
right, and I mean they've kind of held the Liberals to it.
I've looked at all parties over the years at certain times.
Yeah.
During elections, and you can see the listings in the like in the local newspapers. They used to cover them, each party, and they list the stuff, and I could go through and check off at that time, stuff that
is important to you, right?
Yeah, from each party.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they don't have some conservative views either when it comes to economy. Certain, things, but I also lean more to climate being than, pumping our resources out so hard that we don't have anything left for our children. Like, I don't know. Anyway.
Now back to the CSP.
No, we want to talk about something else.
Right. We've jumped topics here.
Well, CSP, like I said, it's just like it is to the situation right now. Is like I've got lots of flour because of some very generous donations from you know who, and that end of things is good. But I need to get some gummies or something.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned about the way you approach that person. But I had a question on that I was going to get to. That's why I came back to. Now with the other CSPs, my understanding is they only, from what I've seen, they only go to one spot. I don't know about them traveling to different locations.
No, they don't. I think Rosie sets up at the same place. Dan goes down and kind of hands out food and stuff too, where Rosie doesn't really do that. She does, but to a point, I think. I'm not really, like I said, we're all separate doing our own kind of thing. We all
yeah, you're all independent. It's just
not, but it's not like we don't like talk to each other or like we're friends. We know each other. Like if I have questions, I will go to Rosie or Dan for sure, like right off the hop, or Chris Backer, who's running out of Halifax. Like I sat down and actually called Chris the day I decided to do it, and I asked him, can I call you? Because I'd like to talk to him about what he was doing out there and how to approach it. So Chris Backer gave me a lot of advice on how to deal with things and was a great source of information for me. Rosie was great because she sent me out to get me started. She sent me out some gummies and some flour to make some butter, and because she does, I think, more edibles. I'm not sure, and she gives out flour. I think she gives out flour and edible, right?
Yeah.
But she also has a program going where she supplies patients with a package. I think it's per week and charges them for it, right? And I don't want to do that. I don't want to charge anybody anything. I am not trafficking in any way. This is gifting and gifting only. I've already had my road with all that shit, and I am not willing to.
Yeah, well, I know. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you've been charged in the past.
I'm not willing.
You hold one of those nasty. You're a nasty person. You're a threat to society. You have a criminal record for cannabis.
But that's the thing, though. Like if I get in trouble again, like this, it could be really bad. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Not my first rodeo, and they might not be so kind. I'm not taking money for nobody. No, it's not what this is about. right? You want to
No, it's
donate
not correct.
because I've had a couple people that help at the store and they want to pay me, and I'm like, no, keep your money, no. There's a cup over there if you want to put your change in there. I'll take it in the cup for the donations for the CSP, but I do not want
Right, correct. Yeah.
because I had a couple guys that are alcoholics that I come and I'll take some candy to work, and I tell them if you're in the store, I'm there, see if I got some, and I'll give it to them, right? Nobody cares. Like I'm there by myself. My boss don't give a shit, right? Like it's nothing.
Right.
And yeah, but nobody no.
Yeah. Just have your jar there to collect.
And it's not usually sitting out. Like I have the long rescue for the dogs sitting out all the time, and forget that the cup's even there. And I put the money in the dog rescue, right? I mean, I could be tempted.
You got more than one jar. You got to put some stuff a little
Right.
bit.
And like I said, it's also
the person who's donating it or wants to give you the tip or whatever, and you're saying no, put it in the jar.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Then decide which jar it goes in, right?
Well, I did that the one night, and a lot of people decided they wanted to go in the dog rescue, so I just didn't even bother putting my because there's kids and stuff too that come in the store sometimes. So yeah. If it's the right person, I will say something. But again, I gotta be mindful because there's kids in the store. And I mean, even though people kids. And like I said, our kids out here are just, doing fentanyl because apparently they're producing it about, 50 kilometers.
Oh yeah, that was all in the news. Yeah.
It finally came out in the news. I posted about it like a week and a half ago on TikTok. Made a TikTok about it saying, and you guys are worried about the, immigrants coming in, bringing in the drugs when they're making it in our backyard and exporting it.
Right, yeah, because they listed it as the biggest lab going on. So.
Oh, there was a huge thing on CBC last night all about it, and they were exporting it. Yeah, they caught a huge amount going out of the country. They also caught at a second location in Surrey, guns, money, all kinds of stuff. So there's 2 locations, and they're being pretty damn close-lipped. Because
sometimes one leads to another that leads to another, right? They'll be closed-lipped until they feel that they've got everybody.
No, like here's the thing though. The equipment they had in that was sophisticated. The police kept saying it was fairly sophisticated, but they had scientists on there saying like this is stuff that they can't even get. We've got 2 scientists in Canada that have like the knowledge on how to make those illicit drugs. One's
and they can't even get that equipment.
They can't even get that equipment themselves. That one piece of R&D equipment that they had there, they didn't even know what it was.
Oh, wow.
They'd never seen anything like that in a lab, ever. And those green jugs that they were showing, those are like double paned fucking like specifically made for making illicit drugs. Not for pharmaceutical, specifically made for making illicit drugs.
So yeah, I guess they got to stop them getting in the country.
And that lab was worth like the equipment, hundreds of thousands of dollars for one piece. So when they said it was a sophisticated drug lab, they weren't fucking kidding.
Well, if you got the money to
spend, you gotta who's got right?
Yeah.
And if they got that kind of, that's fucking scary. Because what else do they have access to? And they're here, like they're in this province, and they're like not that far away.
No, that's right. Now back to I'm going back to another topic we were discussing. And you said about it being a bad week, a sad week.
Yeah.
You mentioned your premiere. I believe you're probably you're referring to Kevin.
I was that too, because that was kind of a slap in the face the other day.
I haven't spoken to him in a long time, like quite a while.
Last time I talked to him wasn't on the greatest basis to begin with. He kind of was more stupidity like COVID, right? Because everybody kind of went nutty at COVID. And yeah, when I seen Amy post, it was like, what?
Wow, yeah, exactly.
And there's another name that you probably haven't heard for a while, Paul Faulkner.
Yeah, I haven't heard that name either for a while.
Right?
But,
well,
when I saw that, I was surprised, because I knew Kevin back in my early days in the advocacy. That was even before the PACE end of things. I was involved with another group called MAW, which was Medicinal Awareness. And Kevin at that time was with Normal, I believe. Was when I met him. and doing
Him and Rick Marshall.
cannabis advocacy and stuff.
Yeah, him and Pipes and Chris Marshall and all those guys, Rick Marshall, sorry, and Clayton and Shane,
Yeah.
guys. Met them all in Ottawa, right? And in Toronto at TY, we all met up again. So it's not like, I mean, you're not.
And like the names you mentioned there, you mentioned a couple of names there. They've left us as well.
Yeah. I mean, life happens, right? But anyways, rest in peace, brother, because Jesus Christ, life gets hard.
Yeah.
So if you're having mental health issues or are thinking of suicide, there are 1-800 hotline numbers, so please reach out to somebody.
Correct.
Because I don't want this to ever have to happen to anybody else.
Oh, I know.
Like, seriously. But yeah, so there's mental health hotlines and the 1-800 suicide numbers as well.
Yep.
So
If you need them, grab them. I don't have them in front of me in order to put them on.
I don't have them in front of me. I'll get them on the break and we'll put them up. But yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
No, and it is men's. It's Movember, so we should take a moment to men's mental health month. And right now with everything that's going on in the States, I know people down there are terrified, but men aren't.
No, they're not. No.
But again,
I've never done the Movember thing.
But it is for men's mental health and it is actually for men's prostate cancer.
I've never gone a month without shaving.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Me either.
Well, ladies shave their legs,
You know what? And you know what? Some of us have to pluck our lips and do things.
Yeah. Correct.
Don't facial hair. We do. I mean, genetically not the same, but so sometimes. Yeah. Anyway, but again, yes, mental health is a big thing, and for everybody, like not just we're all human, right? And that's the thing. I think the breakdowns on who, what, where, when, and why. I just can't wrap my head around it. But again, I'm just
we all have red blood floating through our veins.
Like I said, I'm the anomaly, right? I'm the one that has I'm married to an Indigenous man. I got a gay cousin that's married to another man. I got family from Ghana, Africa. You know what I mean? I got a daughter that's a drug addict. And I've had an abortion. So you know what I mean? Right? So here I'm all those things all wrapped into one thing. One human has had all those things, right? I'm not saying, but I'm kind of an anomaly because most people don't have that attachment to almost every human right out there.
No, not everybody does. So the talking about well, here we go. There it is. Woman. I see that there's a report that says that the health and wellness benefits of cannabis are a primary draw for women when it comes to going to cannabis.
A lot of
it's not about getting high. It's more about the health and wellness end of things.
Because we look at more natural things because most of us don't want to be taking pills. Like we've heard so many bad stories about people and addiction because of pharmaceuticals or, his mom was a pill popper. Like when we were growing up as Gen Xers, right? Like, his mom was a pill popper, whatever, right? So I wouldn't even take vitamins. I don't even like taking a vitamin. So taking pills, if you got it, it's just not a thing you want to do. So a lot of my generation, probably, we look to more natural things.
More natural, yeah, exactly. I know that, I was looking at that when I got my Crohn's disease. I was looking for something that wasn't, I wanted to learn more about the cannabis end. But yeah, it says here, they say that they listed out why, okay? And it turns out why they use cannabis. And the top 6 reasons were all medical reasons: to improve sleep quality, manage pain and discomfort, to promote relaxation, replace prescriptions and over-the-counter medications, improve focus, and manage depression and anxiety.
Yep, and I do it just so I don't kill people.
That's good.
I'm not kidding. That's not a joke. No.
Well,
But that's all those things. You tick the boxes off.
Mhm.
And it works great for some things for some people. And again, it
Yeah,
doesn't work for everybody. And I
correct. It doesn't.
have this
Nope.
expectation, but I also was in a psychedelic, and you're not going to see different colors, and the sky's not going to light up.
No, yeah. No,
It's
I've
like
never
a
seen colors.
disappointment. That's what I've heard from people. "Oh, I smoked it once. Nothing happened. There's nothing going to happen." And I'm like, what were you expecting to happen? They were expecting mushrooms.
Oh, well, yeah, you're not going to get the mushrooms effect off the cannabis. I don't look at it as I don't look at it as no psychedelic trip
They do, but
or anything
look it
like
up
that.
online.
I just,
Euphoric psychedelic, and that's the description of cannabis. If you Google it, it's a euphoric psychedelic high, heady high. So they're all expecting to see, the guy's head moving around on the '70s show.
yeah.
It
No, I
doesn't
haven't seen
happen.
them.
I'm sorry for you. But that's
Yeah.
what so a lot of people that try cannabis don't feel that they're experiencing the experience that they expectations were, and put it aside and never use it again because they
Yeah.
didn't get anything out of it. And I think that's where a lot of misconception has come from, because people have expectations of cannabis
Yeah.
being euphoric and heady high, that they're gonna actually see sparkly clouds and unicorns. I don't know what the fuck you
Yeah,
expect.
yeah. I haven't seen any of them.
Right.
They
Get it
say
to like
here
that
that
either.
the as far as I got a chart here of the woman's reason why they use cannabis. A percentage of them say they use it for improved exercise, athletic performance, or training, which is the complete opposite of that stoner couch locked.
Well, I don't want to go jump on a treadmill after I'm done smoking a joint.
Oh, don't you? Oh, I walk. I walk
Fucking nap.
here on the property, or when we lived in town, walking the dog. Walked all the time, and then like see this. I got a white patch on my arm.
Yes, I do.
Today I had to go in for testing.
Uh-oh. Is that a TB test?
No, I had to go in for a stress test.
A stress test for
A
like on your
heart
heart? Yeah.
heart stress test.
Oh, so that's why what the intravenous was in there. They had the EKG and all that kind of.
They had me all wired up and hooked on. They did pictures of my heart and stuff like that, eh?
Wow.
And then they put me on a treadmill with everything all hooked up.
Yeah.
Right? I get up there and start doing the walking. And,
Routine kind of thing, or did they find something unusual?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe it was more what got it started. I think there was concern of cholesterol because I got a nurse practitioner, and when I started, I went in to see her about stuff because I hadn't seen a doctor in a while, so she wanted you to do the meet and greet with the doctor and you go over things. So like I told her that I've been using cannabis medicinally for 20 years, and she went, "What?" So she wanted me to go to a cancer clinic to be checked for cancer. So
What?
the cancer clinic called me to arrange the appointment. And when she had to ask me some questions, the person on the other end, and one of the first questions is, "How long have you been smoking for?" And I said, "Oh, I've been smoking cannabis for over 20 years." And she said, "Cannabis?" And I said, "Yeah." And she says, "Oh, I'm sorry. This is only for tobacco smokers. You better, we'll just let your doctor know and go from there." So I went for a lung X-ray to check my lungs clean. So the next thing I heard about this and the possibility of cholesterol problem, and so You know, like I have a limited diet, right? So we were going
Yeah,
around.
the practitioner doesn't sound like she knows what she's talking about.
We were checking the cholesterol stuff, and I found it out. Now the clinic did ask me if I get any pain in my chest, and I do get some odd pains in my chest. So I went and did the stress test.
You know, like I mean, if she's got you there, I mean, you're there, get tested. I mean,
Yeah, correct,
that's a big
exactly.
story, right? Like
Yeah.
you just never know. But because again, my uncle was making breakfast and just dropped in the kitchen.
Correct. Yeah.
So again,
yeah.
like I said, you can never be safe in stories. So do get the down test. That's good. But it just sounds like she's being a little bit over like cannabis smoke. Like I've had like I smoked.
No, I was
I smoked cigarettes for 30 years. Okay, like
Yeah.
maybe a little longer. My doctor X-rayed my lungs, and my lungs were clear too. And she
Yeah.
figured it's because I smoked cannabis. She's
Yeah.
figuring that the coughing that we do after smoking cannabis that attaches to our like to the smoke and the tar in our lungs, and it goes. And she thinks that it could be the cannabis that does that
That releases it because of the coughing.
because of the coughing. Because we're always like,
Yeah, I think
"Yeah,
I've
I
read
don't cough that much,"
something.
right? But you put that in the lung, or maybe the cannabinoids are actually like, who knows? But yeah, my lungs were clear too.
Yeah, mine were good, and
And you still smoke, no matter what. It's carcinogenic. So anything going into your lungs is only supposed to
correct.
happen
And
into the next,
it's
right?
burning plant material.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like tobacco. It's not, got formaldehyde and all that other stuff added to it like that does.
correct. Strychnine,
Formaldehyde, chlorophyll.
yeah, formaldehyde.
Yeah, so many
Yeah.
bad. And I mean,
Now on this woman's study, it says price is the most popular reason that would persuade a woman to buy one cannabis product over another. Yeah, okay. It says price. Ingredients, premium ingredients. I know myself when it talks about ingredients, that's what I do. If I go into the local store to grab a vape pen or something or whatever, that's the first thing I do is I look at the ingredients. I want to know what's in there. And when it says added flavor agents,
I don't want that.
no thank you. Push it off to the side and
No, I
carry
want
on.
I want to taste the weed and anything that looks like it. The thing is, I can't see the vapes at the local store. They're all in packaging, right? So you don't
Well,
know.
they are.
Yeah, well, I want something that's clearer. I don't want a distillant. I want a clear honey oil. I want clear honey oil, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, that's what. You think you can find it? No.
Well,
I
I'm
want
sitting
pure
here
honey
looking.
oil.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, pure honey oil. You're not gonna get pure honey oil from the store.
Why? Why
Not
not?
not as far as like in a vape cartridge. Not that I know of. I know there's live rosins and distillates and stuff out there, but honey oil. Hey, we'll just look it up. We got a minute before we go to break.
I used to get honey oil in glass baby bottle jars this big when back in the 80s.
Oh, the baby bottle jar is full. Yeah, I know, eh?
I mean, the big 8-ounce baby bottle jars full, and it was clear gold, pure fucking honey oil. Gold. You could see through shit, and you can't get that anymore.
All right.
Oh, I haven't seen it forever.
Yeah,
And
there we go. Honey
looking-
oil extract. Cannabis NL.
What's Canada? That's Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Oh, so I gotta get it from Newfoundland.
Well, this is the one that came up on the search right at the top. I didn't go. Yeah, let's go and see. I goes today. I'm born on the 5th day of April 19. What year should I be? Let's see. 19. I clicked on 72 by mistake. It just clicked it.
You're the same age as my brother.
Am I?
Yeah, he was born 72.
Well, that's the thing. Like these age gates, a 5-year-old can get through them.
Yeah, right. You just have to hear that somebody was older than you born.
Yeah. I'm looking at here, $35, and I'm just trying. Oh, it's a gram. So there you go, $35 a gram for honey oil.
Not cheaper than it was back then.
Cheaper than the old days, eh? Well, no, we used to. Well, oil. I can't remember. Well, for oil, the green oil was like $50 a jar.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what honey oil was.
I'm talking like the grams. You know those little like
5
perfume
grams.
bottles? Like the little perfume bottles. No, I'm talking like the little 1 gram perfume bottles. Yeah.
Oh, there
$100.
was those little grammer jars, and then there was the 5 grammers. So.
Yep.
All right, time for us to take our break. When we get back, we'll continue our conversation. We got some stuff coming up here on tariffs on cannabis. That's right. Exactly.
Jesus.
All right. Other than that, watch the Pace Radio Show. We'll see you in a couple of minutes, in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Bye-bye. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're back. We're live. Quick little comment there. You saw the Legacy 420 beverages, the pops and stuff. Looking at the calendar, I wouldn't doubt if the infused eggnog would be coming out soon. If you like eggnog. I don't know if you like eggnog or not, but
I love eggnog.
Yeah.
How well is that going to ship in the cold? Like, I hope it
Oh,
isn't,
I don't know.
right?
I haven't got a
I
clue.
wouldn't probably
Yeah.
order anything liquid right now. Only thing that would stand up right now really good in the mail is chocolate.
Well, they have chocolate milk. Just so you know, they have infused chocolate milk.
Chocolate. I'm not
So
infused on chocolate for that coffee pot that I got
during
from CSB.
during the break, I was looking I was looking at some more stuff on that woman's survey, and they said that flour is the most common thing. 80% of them said they smoked flour. Edibles at 74%. Vaping and dabbing at 59%. Ingestible extracts at 37. Topicals at 36. Beverages at 28. And 15% of the women who consume cannabis said they consume homegrown stuff.
A lot of the girls like to do that, right? Because they grow house plants.
It's a houseplant, sure.
I haven't. I was gonna pop some seeds. I just seem to have not enough time in the day ever to do the things I need to do. I need to try that 28-hour day, maybe. Maybe I just don't.
I know 24 hours isn't sometimes enough time in a day.
No, I just not sleep.
All
I
right,
didn't
I
have
didn't
to
see
sleep.
any more. I didn't see any more in that survey that I wanted to talk about. Now, I mentioned before the break, as we're going to break, tariffs. Tariffs on cannabis. Whoever thought you'd ever see tariffs on cannabis? Never mind being able to even think about putting a tariff on tariffs on cannabis.
Well, how would they tariff it if they don't export it? But apparently,
Well,
they.
that's the thing. Like, there are some countries that move it around a bit because of the medical end, and Israel has proposed a 175% tariff on Canadian cannabis.
That's what. Are we buying their cannabis or are they buying our cannabis?
They're buying ours.
Well, then I guess they're going to pay 175% on our weed.
It has proposed levies up to 175% on Canadian cannabis products.
Sure.
These are products being sold, medicinal products being sold in their medicinal cannabis program.
That's hilarious.
So that tariff is going to be put on the patients because they're the one who pays for it. Tariffs aren't paid by the company or a country. Tariffs are paid by the consumer, right?
But again, that's going to kind of, because I know that there's one company for sure that's exporting because they didn't want to pay the Canadian tariffs because tariffs have been put on already by other company, and now the other countries are putting tariffs on because Canadians put tariffs on it going out, right? It's the way it kind of works with any shipping, whether it's trucking, whether we have tariffs on everything. What a tariff is actually just the size of the unit divided by it's a formula for shipping.
I call it a tax. It's money that's got to be paid out.
It's the same type of thing, but it's not a tax. It's a shipping. We used to put it on
It's money. They were talking about anywhere from 63 to 370%, and the reason they're doing this is because I don't know if you remember, but earlier this year there was accusations from Israel that the Canadian companies were dumping their cannabis in their market. So
cannabis in the market, theirs or ours.
Our cannabis was going into their market.
That's because they're importing it.
What's that?
They're actively importing it, though.
Correct. Yeah, they're importing it, and so obviously they must. I'm trying to get through all the article here, but they said that they talked about doing floating levies depending on the company.
How about Canadian? How about this? How about we don't give Israel fucking anything? I'd be really happy with that.
Let's see. What else is on here? Yeah, they imported 78,000 kilograms. So, well, 62,000 of that came from Canada. So
Why is
I don't know.
everybody so
They must not grow their own.
I don't understand how everybody is so beholden to Israel. Why is Israel holding everybody short and curlies? Us, US, everybody in Europe. Like, what do they got on everybody?
Well, they do more cannabis research than anybody.
I would say that's a bit now because I think the US is doing just as much.
No, well, not yet. It's still Schedule 1. It's not a Schedule 3 yet. So.
Well, it probably won't be now.
Well, Trump, President-elect Trump, he was in favor for the rescheduling, is what he said before during the campaign, and then today he has his nominee for attorney general apparently is cannabis friendly as well. I'm not going to say too much more about his attorney general nominee.
Who is it?
That was the good thing. What's that?
Who is it? I mean, Matt
Gaetz.
You're fucking kidding me.
No, I'm not.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're fucked.
Apparently, he's pro
crazies
cannabis.
are running the asylum. You see, the crazies are running the asylum, right?
Yeah. So yeah,
I thought I just
you missed that in the news, eh?
Well, I seen him. I thought I seen him in the on the TV in the background. I thought, what the fuck is that laser doing there? Now it makes sense. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the charges with him being whatever happened to them?
Well, they're all going to be all that's going to be gone because he's going to be the AG.
That's right. A felon can run the Americans president. So I guess I can, maybe I can go there now. Maybe him and I can be buddies.
No, you're a threat to the country.
What's that?
You're a threat to the country because you have a cannabis conviction.
Oh, not anymore. We got a rapist and a felon in the White House.
I know, but you're more dangerous.
No.
Cannabis.
We're just gonna go.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed in their country.
I think that might change because if a felon's a felon's a felon, right?
Well,
if they let a rapist in. Anyways, cannabis will calm me down and make it so I don't want to kill people.
Yeah, you did mention that earlier in the show, didn't you?
Oh man, I just can't even like I said, there might not be enough weed in the world.
There might not be. There's lots there. They destroy it because they can't sell it all.
That should be going to cannabis substitution programs.
Yeah.
That should be going to people.
There's no expiry date on it. We see that on every label they give us. Every package there's no expiry date.
But they overgrow it, so then they got to destroy it. Give it away to people that need it.
Yeah, I think they should be able to give it away.
How about low-income people that use it for medicine? How about that?
Yeah. Like, why not make it so it's affordable medicine for patients that are on?
Well, to be fair, it's pretty affordable now. Like, you can buy ounces for so cheap. You can't really even say it's not affordable. It's pretty much.
I see a store in the city to the west of me. They advertise ounces at $100 in the store, but
$39.99 $1. $39.99 on the res.
Yeah, well, I was getting to that point. I just hadn't gotten there yet. I know of a store where I've seen it 3 ounces for $100.
Yeah.
And the fourth ounce is free. So basically you're getting a quarter pound for $100.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like, they can't say that they really haven't made it affordable. why they're having to get it out the back door, because they're not able to sell the amount that they're growing, because we've got people that are actually selling it for what it's worth. Like tomatoes, like $1 a pound, right?
Right. I don't know. Yeah.
We complain we pay $2.50 for one tomato, right? Because that's what a tomato is now worth in my store. $2.50 for one tomato.
Really?
Not kidding you. It's not that
Wow.
much. Like Safeway, you're probably paying, but you're still paying like $10 for a pound of grapes, right? Like, let's face it, nothing is, and cannabis is cheaper than it's ever been. Ever.
Well, yeah, they've been talking about that in the market end of things, that and obviously in the legacy end too. It's all the prices have been driven down.
Well, I guess everybody should have gotten into crypto, because apparently it's going through the roof right now that Trumpy's, but the
Yeah,
cannabis,
that's what I've seen. I see that float by on someone's posted or something on my news feed. I don't have anything to do with
I
it.
just laughed at him. I said, you better pull it, because by the end of the week it'll be gone.
Yeah, I don't really pay much
I don't have
attention
any
to it.
idea how that stuff works. I have no idea.
I prefer mine to be in paper mode. People always said cash. I don't want to work. I don't want to pay digitally. What's a Bitcoin? Isn't a Bitcoin digital money?
Yeah, and it's not stable, and it can disappear quicker than.
Yeah, no, I'm a cash kind of guy. I like to be able to have it in my hand.
No, I use my bank. I like be able to transfer things and e-transfer stuff. I like to do things. I like putting my stuff on credit cards, because then I get extra points, and it builds my credit.
Well, yeah.
So I
was talking to people about that earlier, about points, and
the
how
points.
I know of a guy that used to go in, like, for my treatments. I know of a guy that would pay for his treatment with his Visa card, right? Then he would get his money back from work. That's all legit, right? That's how a lot of places work.
Yeah.
You buy it first, and you get your money. You get your money back.
Get your receipt in.
At that time, pharmacies used to give you air miles.
Oh yeah. So he's getting air
So
miles.
like he's spending $3,500 for his medication, getting air miles, right? So hey, where am I gonna go next month?
Right?
Yeah.
Smart guy.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore.
No. But
No.
like I said, it's the same as, like, I use my credit card at work, because it says for groceries I get money, like, added percentage back, right?
Correct. Yeah.
In groceries, so I put all my, and I work at a grocery store, so it doesn't matter what I'm buying at the grocery store. It says Woodland Grocery, so I'm getting all that back too, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
and then again, I'm trying to keep my credit built up, and
Oh yeah, that's the
this
key.
great big conspiracy theory about digital cash, but the only reason why Starbucks in East Vancouver doesn't take cash is because they don't want to get robbed. You can't rob a place if it doesn't have cash,
Correct.
right? And when you've
Yeah.
got a bunch of shit going on, and some of those places with high crime rates, that's why they don't take cash.
Is yeah. It's downtown.
Yeah, because they don't want to get robbed. I don't blame them. That gives them no excuse to go in there trying to get money for drugs. If you're on
Right.
East Van, you don't want to have cash in your till. I wouldn't even work at a place like that with cash in till. No freaking way. No. That's just a green light for somebody to come in and rip you off. Especially in a place like where there's high addiction and crime rates.
Last week, I'm not sure whether we talked about this or not. You know how here in Ontario, I don't know if you know about this anyways, but here in Ontario, we had around in October, the OCS opened up a store, a fake cannabis store. So
No.
people would, they opened up a fake cannabis store. It was only for 4 days. Okay.
Why?
And people would go into what they wanted is for people to think it was a real cannabis store, and then they would go in, and everything you would see product, but the product had things on it like your ounce of cannabis. It would say danky. No, it wasn't even danky. What was the word? For edibles, for example, extra fuzzy peach fuzz rings, and they're talking about it being mold. And then the cannabis the flower had to do with bacteria in it. So it was and it was dried in your friend Petey's basement with no ventilation or something like this on it.
Whatever shit's hot.
Yeah, and then they had pesty cider was a beverage.
And what was this? An awareness campaign?
It was awareness. It was awareness thing. Okay.
It just sounds like a ridiculous waste of money.
Well, that's what one of the writers that one of the fellows that went in there, John Hirsch. He writes here and there, and he went in there, and that's what he said. His response was
just wasted on that. Like I said, we keep asking, where's the money that the municipalities are getting? $11.5 million a year for the last 7 years. And they're having issues with housing. Why are they not building? Oh, that's right, because we need community safety units. Come on.
Okay.
Like, shut up.
There it is. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll down. I don't know, it could take me a while here.
And here's the thing: you can't even talk to the federal government about anything that's going on in your province.
Here we go. The store was called Buzzkill. Buzzkill Cannabis.
Oh, I guess it was a buzzkill, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Funky Fudge, Chance Chews.
Oh my fucking God.
Extra Fuzz Peach Rings.
Oh my fucking God.
Okay.
Like, what is wrong with them? Because what, they think that everybody's just selling moldy fucking product on the black market? Is that what their point is?
Yeah. Flaky Flour. This is the description on the back. Let me blow it up here so I can read it. Aged in the dankest of conditions. Our friend Petey's basement. This strain is guaranteed to keep you coughing all night. How do we do it? Well, let's just say, unlike the legal market, we're pretty chill when it comes to testing for mold.
Yeah, and how about you eradicate everything so there's no tetrachlorides on it and nobody gets high?
Basement grown. Okay, here's some more. Germ joints.
Who came up with this shit?
Unsanity pre-rolls.
Oh my fucking God. Shut up. They don't even sell pre-rolls on the black market, dude.
E. coli enriched effect.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my God.
Relaxed approach to testing. I sure hope so. And it says, did we test our cannabis for E. coli and salmonella before rolling it up? Our lips are sealed. Yours, by the other hand, are about to be wrapped around a pre-rolled pack with only the finest bacteria. Remember, puff, puff, pass out from a lung infection.
Nobody died before legalization from...
I know. Where's all the bodies? That's what we used to always say.
Where's all the bodies?
Where's all the bodies?
All your testing and all your like little, BS. We weren't using pesticides either, fuckers, because we were putting that shit into our own bodies too. Like,
So he says that he went
in our houses either because we debunked that too in court.
Yeah. He says
I'm not saying that I never illegal anything, but Jesus, that just pisses me off, Al. Wow.
He says the best part was he says I don't know how useful this was. It was marketed to the industry and not to the public. Literally every person in the building was an industry member. Huge waste of time and money, zero impact from this activation.
That's a good. Every one of their. Okay, here's the thing too. You take their, you taking it in Ontario too. Like I've taken the, serve it right here, sell it right, whatever the hell.
Mm-hmm.
You don't declare the cannabis as any medicinal properties yet. When you take that program, they sure make a fine line about what's medical and what's not. And you're not allowed to do blah, 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 and make sure you don't have medical. But apparently there's no such thing as medical weed. But they sure put a line in the recreational and medical, right? So who thought up that program? Who's doing these things?
What do we got there? We got 4 minutes, so I won't bring it up. I'll wait until after. But this seems to after break. I got some more stuff here that might get you upset, but we'll get you to smoke more joints so you don't want to kill anybody.
I have this. Where's my vape? I think I got a vape too. So oh no, I'll find it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it seems to be. I don't know whether there's a coordinated, because I've seen other places.
You know who else is getting the cannabis taxes? Mad Canada.
They're getting the what?
Not-for-profit group, Mad Canada. Who do you think is paying for all those stupid commercials? Mad Canada.
Yeah. They were also
getting our tax dollars. Who gave them the right to take some of our tax dollars?
Well, they were also part of the CanCell organizers here in Ontario for all of our
here too. So who gave that non-for-profit entity?
Mm.
But they won't give anybody else. Like they won't give Moms Stop the Harms and NPO and give them any acknowledgement, but that they're letting fearmongers because of a drunk driving accident.
Yeah, I know on the CanCell end of things, they've gone. I don't know whether Mom is still doing it or Matt is still doing it or not, because there was something that we reported on where there was a new company is going to be doing the CanCell, or it's a second company.
Oh, there's all kinds of cultures out there trying to make money off addiction and cannabis. Trust me.
Oh yeah. No, but it seemed to be, from what I recall from reading the report on it, I believe it said that it was better than the MAD one. Now I did the CanCell, and I was glad to see it didn't have anything like cannabis, made people extend their necks or anything like that outrageous that I was seeing in some other advertising.
I don't even like the one with the floating joint. Yeah, dude. I don't care. The guy with the accident.
Are they still doing that? I don't watch.
No, dude, it's just ridiculous. Like, you already had a couple beers. If the guy's already had a couple beers and a joint, he shouldn't be walking to that car to begin with. Why is adding the joint to that? The guy's already had too much to drink to be driving, and then you add weed to it. He's definitely.
Maybe that's why he's seeing it. Maybe that's why he's seeing a talking joint, is because he's had too much alcohol.
And the joint saying, "Yeah, dude, let's go." Like,
let's get away from the alcohol. Let's go. Yeah.
No, like, it's just ridiculous.
No, it's not that way.
I drank, then he smoked weed. Now he's going to jump in his car and drive.
Yeah, I know.
I don't like it. I don't like the assumption of any of that, because in the first place, the guy's already had liquor. That inhibition shouldn't be driving anyway. Why would take him to his car and then add a joint to it? That's just wrong.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, we got less than a minute to go before we go to break, so I'm just going to go to break. And then when we come back, like I said, there's more to that Ontario story with the buzzkill.
I better get 20 joints out. I better roll 20 joints during the commercial.
You better roll 20 joints. Yeah, we'll see what happens. There's one here that might really get you going. What's that?
So I should try volume for nights like this.
Yeah, maybe. All right. We're off. We're going to break. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. See you in about 3.5 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area.
Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're back with the Pace Radio Show. Hey, and to our YouTube viewers, don't forget to subscribe. That way you'll know each time a show comes on YouTube. Hey, there's some bell thing there too for you to do. I'm not sure how it all works. I have some stuff that I subscribe to, but every once in a while I hear a bell. I don't know if you have to do it twice. Is there a bell and then notification?
I don't go on YouTube. I always just think crazy people watch YouTube.
Oh. Well, you know, it's when you don't have regular live television, sometimes it allows you to get, let's say you want to know what's going on in the news. You can go to like the CBC YouTube channel and you can get short clips of some of the stuff.
I think they actually broadcast their whole news on YouTube now, especially some of the local channels because of the ban on Facebook.
Yeah, but like their main one, like
There's
News
a new,
Network.
There's a new platform that's out that's called Blue Sky. And that will allow you to post Canadian news on it. And it's fairly similar to X. And a lot of people that I know have left X, including most of the journalists and politicians, and have moved over to Blue Sky. So I made myself a Blue Sky account today. And I left Twitter or whatever. As soon as Musk bought it, I was gone.
Right.
Yeah.
So before the break, we were talking about the Buzzkill store in Toronto that the OCS put on. Did you know that they did that? Did you know that they? Huh?
I was going to say people actually went in there, but I guess it was just industry people. They probably went in there.
Oh, industry people, yeah. It happened in Alberta as well. They didn't do a store, but they launched a program called Forget Bad Bud, and it was on during October. So as I mean earlier, I wonder if this is for October with the provinces, sort of got together to do this.
Well, it's funny because in British Columbia, like the microcraft can go straight to the store, right, and sell directly to the store. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but
Yeah, so their thing was same thing for Ontario, drawing attention to the difference between legal and illegal stores. Now they also focused on the same things such as quality control, strain selection, excuse me, as well as education.
sounds like the same campaign the tobacco companies are on right now.
So they say here, when you buy illegal, this is what the website says, okay? It's a quote from it. When you buy illegal, you can't be sure what you're getting. A website could look like the real deal, but open you up to identity theft and fraud. The same old bud you've bought for years may look legit, but instead come loaded with ingredients that cause a dangerous reaction and potency levels that could result in unwanted effects.
Like feeling good.
Okay, now to go with that, okay, they've released some videos as well. Okay, so I'm gonna put one up. We'll just play it right here on the screen. I don't know. How does
I told you I need 20 more drinks. I gotta roll another one.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna start it up.
We can't keep doing this. I have other options now. And you used to make me feel so calm, but this relationship has become really toxic.
Buying online or from a guy?
It's you.
It's time to say goodbye to illegal cannabis.
Not me.
Get help moving on at forgetbadbud.ca.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's me, not you,
No,
bad buddy.
no.
Oh my Christ. That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even what a waste.
Oh, but it keeps going. It doesn't end there.
Oh, I can see like there's
All right.
multiple videos and
That-
websites that got 10 web directors and they probably spent billions of dollars making them stupid commercials. And it's all
okay,
like
there-
Canada.
Oh, I got it there. Okay, I gotta bring it. Okay, here we go. Okay, now we got another one.
Review
We
on
need to talk. Our relationship can't go on like this. I'm not feeling like myself with you. There are better options out there.
Buying online or from a guy?
It's you.
Time to say goodbye to illegal cannabis.
Yeah, it was the illegal guy, right? You're gonna get the same effect from the legal guy.
So that's from the AGLC. That's what
Alberta.
they've been in Alberta, correct? That's what they've been doing.
Oh my god. Like,
So now,
you know what people are doing, right? They're laughing their guts out. They're saying,
oh, I'm
of
sure
course,
there's lots of
you
people
put
out
this
there.
crap
that
out, and the UCP unless they go to church, and then people are dressed just right.
Well, I don't know the whole story, but there's that special ointment cream or something there. From my understanding, it was made of cannabis oil, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
That's right. They used it for menopause. They still use CBDs for menopause, but that's the Church of
Yeah.
Jesus Christ of Latter-day.
Oh, I was thinking of
Polyamorous and polygamy.
how wasn't there? Okay,
saw
I was thinking it was an ointment that was used to help heal back in the biblical days. I don't know.
I don't know. There's several.
Hey. So now I see here that the Nova Scotia, NSLC, Nova Scotia, they are coming under attack, and it's not like the other two. This is actually somebody's going at them for the way that they are promoting, the province is promoting cannabis. And here, I'll bring it up. Here, we'll play the video.
The Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation is being criticized for a campaign that touts safer cannabis. A noted psychologist argues it sends the wrong message about pot use. CTV's Jonathan McGinnis has more.
Nova Scotia leads the country when it comes to cannabis consumption. That's a concern for clinical psychologist Simon Sherry, who says the province is promoting the use of THC.
It flies in the face of an extensive research literature that links cannabis up to depression, anxiety, psychosis, impaired concentration, impaired memory.
Sherry takes particular exception with an NSLC ad campaign reminding consumers to use its safe product with other unregulated producers.
It's representing cannabis as a safe and no-risk product, and that simply isn't accurate.
In a statement from a Nova Scotia Liquor Commission spokesperson, the purpose of the campaign is to encourage consumers to make sure they're using cannabis from ads were taken down after conversations with the industry and replaced with new ones.
Oh my
As
God.
a responsible retailer for cannabis in the province, NSLC has a duty to share messages to help consumers understand the risk in making cannabis purchases from the illicit market. Simon Sherry thinks the province has done a good job in reducing the use of tobacco. He'd like to see those applied to the use of cannabis.
I think we need to align our strategy more with cigarettes and less.
You seen enough? There's still another 20 seconds left in it.
Question for any one of them. How many cannabis consumers have they actually spoken to? How much research back into the background of cannabis have they actually done? Old Simon Sherry, psychosis. Okay, I know I'm a fucking psycho, but you know what I mean? There's no psychosis here.
I told you would need some more joints after the break.
Oh my God. That guy's
now,
really,
and
so out of tune with what people actually use cannabis for. They're so out of tune with the cannabis user, yet they got commercials up with a guy wearing a fucking suit.
Yeah.
What?
And here, like, just, Nova Scotia is doing the same thing that Alberta and what Ontario was doing, and that was trying to get people to come to the legal store and all that. And yeah, he went at them because they were promoting, come to our place, get your THC from us. Now, did you see partway through the video, they went to some of the advertising that Nova Scotia was using. You could see it just come through, and it looked like there was a gerbil or something there, and they said
groundhog or something.
yeah, this isn't a pig or an elephant or something like that. It had on
Just because it looks like a groundhog don't mean it's a groundhog. Like, come on. How stupid do they think people are? That makes it. They think that Canadians aren't intelligent. They were just like bumpkins or something. Like, come on. Maybe there is a bunch of, well, obviously there's a bunch of bumpkins, or they wouldn't have to put the commercials at such a low level.
Yeah, they are pretty low.
Like, good grief. Charlie Brown. Like, come on.
and there's probably people out there that'll agree, with everything that was said. And I'm sure there's some people who might agree with some of the stuff that was said.
The old saying, you just can't change everybody's minds out. Like, oh my fuck. Because we ran up against this how many times? Because the stigma and all that, and never mind, depending on where you part of the country you live in, if you're in the southern part of any province in this country, you live in the Bible Belt. And we all live in the southern part of goddamn country. So it doesn't matter where you go in this part of this country. At southern, there are churches on every fucking corner. Unless it's a church of marijuana.
Yeah, well, actually, over just kitty corner from me, there is a former church. It's been there since the 1800s.
Of course it has, because this country was built on religious we're running for, they were running for persecution from people who didn't want them there because they just didn't want to be around anybody else's religion. Like, it's just bullshit, all of it.
Yeah, like I said before, I don't get involved in. I don't
Well,
follow
no, and that church has been there because that's what our country is built on: racism in churches.
No, it's not good. All right. Well, I haven't got any silly articles like that for you now.
Yeah, well, where's all the fun?
Yeah, I ran out of them.
Like Jesus, that was like, oh my God. But again, the whole thing with Israel too, that just kind of slays me. Like, why is everybody so beholden to Israel? Like, even with the cannabis, like, it's like, oh my God, everybody's got to get
Well,
their
the cannabis thing, because a lot of research has been done in Israel. It has been.
Or is it because
And
there's so many of their people here living everywhere, and they're just all like everywhere, and it's all
well,
going back to homeland?
they do the research in the universities. The doctors have been from there. I know that they did research with the volcanoes and hospitals there.
What volcanoes there?
A lot of the reports that we studies.
Are there
and stuff
volcanoes
we
in
used to
Israel?
share.
When?
It was Israel.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
They're not the U.S. No, they're they have it scheduled one that they can't do it.
Oh, I
So,
know that. But what's the
yeah.
scheduling in Israel? Everybody, they can do anything they want.
That I don't know.
I think
I'm gonna look it up.
I'm pretty sure that it's not.
Well,
Maybe this
it's
is
for
just for some
medical.
workers.
Yeah, it is for medical, obviously,
Let's check.
because we sell so much cannabis to there.
Yeah, we do.
Um,
Why are we
yeah,
selling them cannabis? Why are we selling them anything?
because they don't have
Ah.
their own production of cannabis. That's what I'm assuming. It says here, possession, use, and distribution of cannabis without a license is a violation of the dangerous drugs.
Oh, yep, it's dangerous over there. Oh no, it says cannabis use is common throughout Israel. The government passed regulations in recent
Is
years to
it?
decriminalize it for personal use. Israel is one of the first countries to research marijuana health benefits and establish a medical marijuana market. Although recreational marijuana is technically illegal, cannabis use is common throughout Israel, and the government passed regulations in recent years to decriminalize it for personal use. So apparently, yeah, I don't know. It depends, I guess, if you're a foreigner, depending on I don't know. What is Israel's cannabis? Is cannabis legal in this? Can I bring
Well,
CBD?
Mushalem, he's from there. Hebrew University in Jerusalem is where he did it at. Discover the THC.
Starting from January 2020, Israel permits the import of medical cannabis products from nations with regulatory frameworks similar to its own. So that means that's why they're importing our gummies from this cannabis place from here. That's where, yeah, like the licensed producers here told one of their employees from me straight up, they don't sell anything in Canada anymore because of our taxes.
This is taxes. It says here they are currently dedicating 8 million shekels.
Shekels.
Yeah,
Shekel.
okay.
They are
Shekel.
shekels. Yeah.
And they're one of 3 countries in the world where cannabis research is sponsored by the government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's sponsored by Bibi. Then they'll all be held to Bibi. Bibi is dictator number 1, and they call it yeah. I'm not even gonna get into it. It's bullshit.
No.
Yeah, we've got it. They've got a huge market.
Yeah, so they've got a history of the medical end of it, and obviously we're not doing it here in Canada, not like we should be. There's these little studies that come out. There was one I was reading about there earlier.
But that's because we only recreationally legalized, right? We didn't legalize. We've got a medical market, legalized market. We have legal paperwork, but it wasn't a legislation through the government. Our medical marijuana was a court order from the court, right? That then they had to meander through some
And if they
sort
didn't
of
have,
program.
and if they didn't have a medical cannabis program,
There wouldn't be any
and it
recreational
was
anything.
legal with at one actually for like 18 months, cannabis was legal in Canada with no regulations attached to
Yep.
it.
Terry Parker, right?
Yeah,
The summer of free weed.
because they didn't get them as cannabis stuff in
No.
time.
No.
They didn't. The year came up, so yeah. There
Yep.
was a bunch of charges that were dropped on from people because they were charged during that period.
Yeah, things have changed a lot.
Yeah, it was like 4,000.
Right? Like, I mean, considering, you know, what we've all kind of been through, some of us a little more than others, and here we are sitting on this side of it. But again, like, it's legal, but it's regulated to the max. I mean, not everybody can do it. Not everybody can get in it, you know, in the market.
You know, like we weren't born yet when alcohol became legal.
No.
So we weren't seeing both sides, but like you said, we're seeing both sides of the cannabis thing because we've marched in the streets, we've worked in the trenches to try to convince people and have people yell things at us. And
and I try to explain that to people, like, how did you get involved in politics and stuff? I said it was cannabis.
cannabis, yeah.
That's how I got involved with everything, and I didn't really intend to getting involved with politics. But you become an activist and advocate.
They
you have no choice.
The governments were lying about cannabis, and it didn't matter which government was in control.
No,
They were
and that's
lying about cannabis. Because hey, I'm feeling and seeing the benefits, and the people who I'm associated with are the same way. Like,
But if
so why
Chrétien
are
was
you
not
saying
his
this?
way, right, and the Health Canada Act would have actually been passed through when Chrétien was in, cannabis would have been legalized and regulated back in '77, right? And we would have had dental health, eye care, all that stuff back then. But then fucking Paul Martin came in and squeezed everybody to give us a big deficit change, and he was a liberal too, right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
Chrétien stepped down, and Paul Martin came in.
he was a finance minister.
Yeah, so they just kind of put like stuff down. Martin got
Before
it,
he
and I'm a liberal, and I fucking hated Paul Martin. Okay, fucking hated him. Anyways, so there's that. But yeah, that's why Canada fucking never got the Health Care Act. That was not 76; it was 97. Sorry. That's why we didn't get the Health Care Act that we did, because Chrétien had put it
That was
into
a big help.
legislation and legalizing of cannabis in '97, and then you remember the Senate report came out in 2000.
Well, yeah. Well, they had the report that came out in the 70s.
Well, that was another one. And then they had the Senate
72?
report come out in 2000, right? That was the Ladane report.
Ladane, yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So there was like all that too, but like I said, Chrétien had already announced or had already proposed
Oh yeah, I'll have a joint in one hand and I'll have my fine money in the other.
that, but they also wanted dental, eye care, and healthcare to be expanded back then, and it was
Oh, yeah.
into the health policies for the Liberal Party back then in '97. And it was for eye care, dental, pharmaceutical, like the whole nine that they're getting now. So it took from '97 now to 2004 to have anything come to fruition. And it was fought against every step of the way by the other side of the aisle.
And it still is, right?
Les Blocs. Because in the Quebec, they have their own sovereignty different when it comes to insurance, healthcare, and a few other things that they can't participate with things.
On the cannabis end, you can't even grow your own cannabis there unless you got a medicinal license.
Right? But they can't participate in some of our
and the Supreme Court of Canada agrees with them.
Because they have sovereignty.
Well, I look at it as if the Supreme Court of Canada can rule that Quebec can prevent their citizens from growing cannabis, then what prevents any other province from doing it?
Nothing.
Nothing. Look at Manitoba, right?
Well,
they took a change in government. It took a change in government, and it's still can't grow legally in Manitoba yet.
Because now they've got to roll back the legislation, repeal the legislation, and then it's got to go through a vote, and it's got to go through the same procedures as you do when you put a legislation through.
Yeah, now so it's not. They're talking now 2025 before it'll be
enacted. Much time for them to read it in the House. Same shit. That's why everything takes so long, because the bureaucratic snail pace that everything goes through. Any law goes through. any bill, C11, C
Oh yeah,
this,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
It's got to be debated. It's got to go to committee.
well, it goes to committee first, and it gets debated in the House, and then it gets voted on, and then it goes through fucking another committee, and then it goes through the Senate, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And then the Senate's got to do a reading on it, and then
yeah.
they've got to debate it, and it's got to go through a committee, and then they do another reading on
And
it.
sometimes they study it too, do they not?
Yeah, depending, they get the three. There's always usually 3 readings and 3 votes.
Yeah.
So they have time to investigate, do the debate, blah 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 blah. The Senate sometimes holds up, and then it goes to a royal assent, and then it's
Yeah.
put into
Yeah. Then it gets finally gets
or
signed.
it's not even law, legislation in Canada, because then it can be changed, repealed. It's not the same as the States.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All of a sudden, I felt a cold chill.
Oh, hi, Gail.
Hi.
She says hi.
Oh, you're not feeling good, are you?
She's not very talkative, and it's hard. She's got I don't know if she's got a sore throat, but her voice sounds sore.
Yeah.
Do you
I
have
feel
a
bad
sore
for you.
throat?
No, my throat's not sore. It's just my voice.
She's got this no voice.
Yeah,
her
like
voice, her
kind of
throat is fine. She's not. Yeah, it's just.
some
Yeah.
viral something going on. Hey.
Yeah. So like, I'm sort of keeping away.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
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 You got
Yeah.
you got an immune compromised system too.
Oh
So.
yeah, yeah. Like we have to share the remote. So like when I grab the remote, I usually have something to wipe it with.
Yeah.
For the TV. Yeah.
That's being respectful for both of you, because like I said,
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
it's not her fault she's sick, right? But
Correct.
yeah,
Yeah. And I don't want to pick it up off the remote.
no, and that's as easy as it is. Like it's really, and it's hard because when you're living in a like with your spouse, like what you're supposed to do, you get the couch, honey. Like that's just. I had a couch. My dogs have destroyed my living room to the point that I don't have I've got 2 dirty old couches sitting in the middle of my living room that I need
Yeah.
somebody to move out of here. And it's Anyway, dogs.
Dogs. Dog couch. Yeah. All right. You got anything else?
Nope. Meet me on Monday.
Okay.
Cannabis.
So see it. Yeah, Monday. Monday. Go ahead. I think I talked already.
I don't. I'm gonna try and get a guest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the CSP, you're looking for.
We're cleaned out. We're looking for pretty much everything except for flour. Like I've got a fair bit of flour still, thanks to, like I said, a fine friend of mine that's very very grateful, and he knows who he is. So we're good on the flour for a bit, probably another
I'll
week
let
or
them
so.
know.
Yeah, thanks. But again, like I said, I've got the availability of me making candies, which is great.
Yeah.
But again, with my timeline being so tight that it's really more opportunity if I could get something donated or some cash, so I can buy it. But we are out of mitts, we are out of ladies' socks, we are out of all the toiletries, we are out of, like I said, they cleaned us out. I have no
Yeah.
fresh fruit. I have not we did get a beautiful 40-cup coffee pot that I want to make infused hot chocolate.
Hot
So
infused chocolate.
yeah, because I got some tincture still of Daryl's, and because it's sweet, because it's made of a vegetable glycerin, adding
Mhm.
that to the hot chocolate will not, you know what I mean? It
Oh,
won't.
you use vegetable glycerin?
I was
It
gonna say,
is a sweetener.
it's got sweetness to it, right? And he does that, so
Oh
it's
yeah.
it's good. I mean, it works well.
I used
People
to
are
make it
enjoying
myself, so
Yeah, but people are enjoying it. So I was gonna add some of that to hot chocolate, and then I just got to get a cord that plugs in so I can keep it hot. I'm sure I can buy one of those, somewhere.
yeah, you probably can. Yeah, you probably can.
And yeah, but like I said, there's a few more people out there now than there was before. And we have that one guy that kind of took advantage. We're gonna just be mindful of him.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
my one
No,
girl.
you want to help people. You don't want to be,
Yeah.
basically taking. You
No,
don't want to be taken advantage of.
he said something after, and then like even the one guy said, if we could all just get together and evict him off of here, it would be way better because he's stealing stuff from everybody. Like I said, I got a phone call midweek or a text midweek saying that from one of the cancer patients that they had stolen all his RSO, and he asked me if I had given so and so that many, and I said no. Everybody got one. You know what I mean? That I had, and when they were gone, that's it. I said you got 2 because of your condition, and we had taken them out 2 from before because there was another package that was sent specifically
Right.
for him. But this guy was running around with way more than what he was given, and his was stolen, right? And I'm like, okay. So you know what I mean.
Right.
So I ended up giving him one extra one that I took, and I only took a few out on the weekend because I need to keep what I've got of that, and then I've got
Yeah.
more coming. I also
And
have.
everybody can see. I'm assuming everybody can tell who's getting a bag because you can see the bag or the people looking
Well,
at the
people
stuff.
bring their own bags now because we don't. Like I said, we're just handing them. Like I've got everything in baggies. So you might have seen on one of my pictures where I had a
Yeah.
container, and it had like a whole whack of like little bags of candy and bags of weed and stuff, whatever, right? So in that there were 60 bags of candy and 60 bags of weed, and then I had some RSO like tucked in the side. I think I only took 4 or 5 out there with me, and then I had the cannabis, which is this stuff right here, which is a syrup, right? And it's 1,000 milligrams. And we have a dauber that's got 10 milligrams in it. So we
Yeah.
take out bottles of water and then we add, and this one hasn't been opened. So I have 4 of them, right? So we've been taking that out with us too, right? To add to it. So they've got that. And then we had some counter butter that was donated that was made into the Cocoa Puff or the cake pops. And then she also made peanut butter and sandwiches again and used the butter on the bread, right?
Right.
So, like I said, she's been an amazing help. She doesn't want her picture out there anymore because of her job, and I don't blame her. She's going to continue doing and helping and being there with me.
Yeah, and you know,
I get that.
even like your donors, not everybody.
Well, no,
People just
right?
donate anonymously, and some
Yeah,
people.
exactly,
Yeah.
right? And the thing is with her is like it's not even so much like her it's not her job. It's what she does, and she doesn't want parents to see it
Yeah,
as
okay, yeah.
because that's the thing. She works at a school, right? So she just doesn't want to deal with that.
Yeah,
And I don't
and, donating an ounce to you, gifting an ounce, I should say.
Yeah,
Um, gifting an ounce is perfectly legal in our country.
Yeah, absolutely. It is absolutely legal. And the thing is, Canada Post will even
And-
not to mail it in.
Huh?
Like I said, Canada Post even has mail like smell-proof envelopes.
Yeah. Canada Post has a smell-proof bag. I would still.
Money.
No, or the smell-proof bags. Do they go into a box? They don't just label the bag.
No, they
Right?
label them like that. No, like they're just like a express post.
Oh, okay, it's like
Buy
a
them off
bubble
the
bag.
wall. You buy them off the wall, right? And
Yeah.
it says marijuana, and that's the thing. They're all it says marijuana on the outside.
Oh.
Like keep alerting everybody what's inside that envelope. It's like, no, I think I'll pass on that. So
It's going through the system. How many people go by that, looking at that? Like, I know there's, things that are supposed to be safe and your mail is safe and blah, blah, blah. But when you see a package that says marijuana on it,
well, yeah, it doesn't say marijuana. It says smell proof or something like that. Like something.
well, that tells you what's
right?
correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you might as well say marijuana on the outside of it.
Well, you're not the first person to say this to me. Others have said it
Right?
as
So,
well as
yeah,
me.
like, you're just alerting the guy that delivers your mail that hey, and who's gets scooped stuff. Like I don't know. I just would prefer that I not have it mailed back.
Yeah, it's better sometimes just to let not advertise what's in your package.
Well, here's the thing. Even when I was getting packages from Broken Coast, right? Because of when we had the MMPR and I had no choice.
Right. Yeah. So when they mailed you your cannabis, did it have anything on the outside saying where it was from?
Broken Coast. It was a big blue box with Broken Coast cannabis providers on it with a label, and that was it. There was no brown paper on it. There was nothing.
So
there was a big box with their
was it couriered or was it done through the mailman?
Per later. No,
okay.
it was per later. No, it was per later.
Okay, so it was a courier. Okay, that's why.
No, it was Canada Post.
Oh, Canada Post. So like the mailman would have brought it up to your door.
Yep, he did. And if I wasn't home, he would leave it on the door. But he'd bring it to the back door.
You didn't have to sign for it? You didn't have to sign for it? Wow, I thought you had to sign for your cannabis. I only ever bought one, and that was back in the early days. Yeah, when I first got licensed, so that was like back in 2006. And
yeah, that was
envelopes.
When you had to get the Flin Flon Manitoba shit.
Yeah. The mine shaft weed.
Yeah, I got some of that once. It was like, what the?
That's how strict it was. Nobody could know where it was, even growing cannabis.
And then they were supposed to send me seeds that I never got, that I paid for, that I never got.
I know what strain you were getting. You're getting cannabis sativa L.
Oh. I was just thinking it was cave.
That was the strain name that you were buying that they sold.
I thought it was cave crop.
I bought some.
You got cave crop?
I bought some seeds and then I bartered and I got some medicine instead of waiting for the seeds to grow.
The seeds never did show up. I paid for them. They were cheap. They were like
No way.
$6 or something.
Yeah, I can't remember.
$6 each or something. But
Yeah.
I was only allowed 39 of them, even though I had a license for 49.
So many, yeah, because each one is considered a gram. Is
I
it?
don't know.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, a gram. I could be
It was
wrong though.
ridiculous.
All right. Okay. Other than that, okay, CSP, if you got anything you want to help out, Tamara.
But anything, like you said, can email me at tamarale3@gmail.com, which is my email transfer or you can email, that's my email too if you need to email me and ask me any questions. It's CBK Substitution Program on Facebook now because for some reason they don't like the word cannabis and they were blocking people from joining because apparently we are trafficking drugs. So I had to change some things and some settings and stuff on the page or they were going to take me down. Which I think
Well, your initials sounds like the name of your city, of your town.
it is, and that's why I put it like that because then it just kind of it just changes things up and it takes the word out.
Right.
It's almost to the point that I might have to change the picture because they're getting pretty sticky even on TikTok. I don't know why Facebook's all of a sudden getting all sensitive about weed, but apparently they are.
Yeah. I saw you guys.
When I first started in 2007, they took my Southern Alberta cannabis page and just got rid of it. It was gone. And without any warning, now they're just warning you. They're saying you got, this many strikes, and if you keep striking, we're gonna block you, ban you. I got a couple of those on TikTok.
They take down my news articles every once in a while.
That's why you can go on Blue Sky because they don't care about cannabis.
Oh well, no, well I know of places where I can go that get by the issue. If you go to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, you'll see that I have news that I post there throughout the week. Yeah. It's just you got to stay away from the big mainstream stuff, right?
Well, it's funny because I went to post something from Al Jazeera on my page, thinking it was just Al Jazeera blocking, and they blocked that too.
Yeah, well, for example, Marijuana Moment. That's a website with all kinds of marijuana, cannabis news on it. All right, psychedelic news is there, but Facebook doesn't recognize it as a news source under the argument that they're having with our country, and it goes up. The same with StratCan. It's where I get news from. It goes up there. I share that all the time.
Well, there's a new infiltration news outlets that are using CBC as their headline, and it's totally wrong. And they're had posted that Justin Trudeau has been killed, these things, and it's India because India's pissed off at Justin Trudeau.
Oh yeah, I know they are.
Right? Apparently, they're allowing terrorists to live here. So,
all righty. Well, on the cannabis front, I think we're done. And
I need more so I don't kill someone.
You need more doobies. Yeah. Okay. All right. Email address again?
tamarale3@gmail.com. And like I said, if you're local, you can pop into the store. You'll know if you know where I am. And I'll take that there. Also, like I said, we need ladies' mitts. We got toques still from Dakota, they're beautiful, handmade toques.
And you can find you or the group
on Facebook.
Yeah. On Facebook. All right.
Yep.
All right. Other than that, you can find us on Facebook, Pace Radio Network, YouTube too. Don't forget if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Other than that, go to our sponsors, legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca. Plus, big thank you to everybody for tuning into the broadcast. Thank you, and let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace.
people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey.
The Hamilton
Hey,
Police Headquarters.
Yep. I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you
All
go ahead
right?
and ask.
And I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march. Okay. Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were going to ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse. Like, you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding, definitely, to be part of it. But yeah, like, to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also, it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, you dual purpose, fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact as like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like, here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning. And it's good to see that, this year's a bigger march than last year. And, last year was sort of, it wasn't really much promo or anything. And this year there's some promo done and we got more people out.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like, I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Disciplined Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Disciplined Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
We'll have a show about the march. And after, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie, we just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome, and like there's always those moments that happen authentically, and when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going, so yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm going to take us back down memory lane.
Okay.
Okay. I've got a spot here all lined up. Who do I see there? Whoops. There we go. Can you see that? You are handing out. You're actually.
Oh my God! Yes.
We're in the
didn't see me
grindhouse.
there. I didn't see me there, Al. I was looking at the picture on the screen, and I'm trying to think. Okay, who is that?
Who?
I
sorry.
recognize that bald head anywhere.
See, the article was always called "Keeping Pace Everywhere."
Yes.
Remember that saying that you used to always say before the at the beginning of the documentaries?
It was something about adding the E to make it peace.
Correct. Yeah, it was something about share pace everywhere, so it creates peace. So it's people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
Oh my God, Al! Yeah, I mean that was those are experiences that I'll never ever forget.
Now,
Well, first of all, as you were saying, being at like the Toronto Home Show or the Toronto Women's Show, and these are just regular shows at the convention center, and people are walking along, and all of a sudden there's a table there, and it's all to do with cannabis, and
yeah.
The cross section of people that we would get, a lot of people in favor, but we used to come across some people who weren't very happy about having us there.
Yeah, that's right. That would happen. Well, here's there on the screen. You can see the National Home Show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go to these things.
Oh my God! Look at that.
But do you remember what happened that night when we had it there with Boris and in the restaurant, and who came in the door?
I'm not sure. What happened?
You remember that we were all up on the up at the front by the front window
on the stage.
On the stage, and the cops came in, and they stood there at the doorway, inside the doorway, just staring at everybody. And
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then people were saying when they were leaving that they were getting their picture taken from across the street.
Really? Isn't that interesting? Oh my God, I'd forgotten about that, Al.
And then, not only that, the Belleville Intelligencer got involved in it as well, and it became part of the editorial. What was the Belleville police force doing?
That's right.
Bothering law-abiding citizens who were discussing politics that the government is asking for input on.
I forgot all about that. You're absolutely right. And is that a grow-up game right beside it?
Yeah, that's the grow-up game right beside it, man. And you know what? I still got a couple games. They stopped because of COVID, but right up until COVID, we were still holding anywhere from about 2 to 3 games a year. People were still coming
Al,
we were still playing them.
We should do another one.
We have to. Oh yeah, for sure, exactly. I've got people that are on a list that are waiting to play. People who haven't even played before that want to play. So it was always a great time.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We're very excited today to have on the spot with us John Burfello. John, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. This is like an honor. Pretty fantastic. And
think I matched the background, same shirt, same color, yellow.
Right? Yeah, I like
I should
how
be
you
on
did
your
that.
side. I was like, how can I get your background?
You would just blend right in.
Yeah, you
I'd
would.
blend right in.
The green screen might it would look right through your chest though. You'd be able to see right through there.
Yeah.
Well, then you just see all the rosin falling inside of me.
I remember, John, when I first met you, MJ will probably walk through her story in a minute, but I met you down at Lyft in Toronto not too long ago. You came up to our booth 0. We were sitting out there in our unicorn outfits, and MJ was like, "No, you don't know who that is." Like she was like almost like rock star level.
Well,
I was like, "Who is this dude walking around Toronto?"
Timmy has no idea. That was actually the first time I got to meet John too, because John lives on the other side of Canada. So I never really had the
but she
pleasure
knew of
meeting
you.
him. Yes, I knew of John because it was my very first 420 that I was like, fuck this noise. I'm going to Vapor Central. Matt Murnaugh was running for mayor, I think it was. I'm like, I'm going to go protest. I'm going to walk down the street with everybody. I'm going to go to 420. And it was that 420 that we were handing these things. I'm sure it was many 420s. Now, this one is from Vancouver, 420, I just want to say. This one is the 25-year celebration special anniversary edition. I have quite a few collectibles, which we did talk about at Lyft. But as soon as I seen this device, here, Timmy, do you want to hold the lid?
Sure.
So I fell in love. It's a container, it's a grinder, it's waterproof, it's airtight, it's smell proof. I've dropped these things off the side of the boat and it floats. Like, I can't tell you how many people I've talked about this thing too. And I was like, I got to know who made this. I guess it was you.
I guess it was you.
And as soon
John.
as I Googled Medtainer, it was like, John. I'm like, okay. Like, I got to start. Like, I was like, so of course, when I seen John at Lyft with he was carrying around his bag of Medtainers, I was like, and Timmy's like, what? I was like, it's him. I was like, oh my God, I'm actually going to get to meet him. That's so awesome. So that was my first time meeting John too.
So does that happen a lot, John? Are you a rock star?
Got fans all over. You don't even know.
It's pretty humbling and honoring to be able to touch so many people around the world and be able to associate that with, and I feel it's what's the best way of saying it? I was in the tip of Mexico, in the middle, in front of me was the ocean. It was 8 a.m. and I go outside overlooking the beach, and there's no one around here. There's Johnny fucking B. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And you know what? At that point, you could just feel inside of you going, wow, I'm in Mexico. And there was actually a Lyft concert going on. So, of course, there's a bunch of Lyft fans there. They're watching all the videos on Bubble Man's World. And I'm like, fucking, oh my God, it's Johnny B. And that was that first moment when it was kind of like, like you were actually impacting and showing people how much something you're passionate, what you truly love. And people are picking up on that emotion and that story, what you're really truly about. And it's really nice to see how we've affected the nation on our passion about this plant and what we're able to do with it. And when you see that and you truly visualize what you truly mean about, and then when you get at a certain part of the world or you're in the lineup at a Safeway, you hear Johnny B. And I'm like,
yeah.
And it's from the videos. It's not so much Medtainer. Medtainer was a part of a big focus of the life, but I mean, it really came down to is the empowerment of growth and being able to the journey of my cannabis journey was really truly it helped me in so many ways. The cannabis community was truly the biggest help of the people like yourselves and everybody that's listening here and the people around that truly are passionate about a plant and they can feel that energy, and I think that's what it was. Is it's the plant gave me the energy, and no matter where I go, it's like freedom. That's why I got the shirt on, right? It's just it's like, and I'll get excited. And I miss my bong. I have to leave this back up again.
Oh, go for it. What? I was just going to ask. Speaking of your cannabis journey, you've obviously been a consumer and an advocate for many years. Do you remember
you remember the first time you consumed and actually got high? Was it a good trip? Was it a bad trip?
Well, I definitely was younger, and you're probably going back to, I'm a young lad, and you know what? I remember it just helping me. I remember it was something that I truly like. Doing your dab.
Medicine. Yeah, don't let us distract you from that a second time. See how easy that was? Heat it up and
I see that, yeah. The
Yeah.
fact that you gotta have a blowtorch with you. Wait, what is that for?
Is that the temperature thing?
This is the Terp Tech. So this is the Terp Tech. This is from Mothership. It's a little digital Terp Tech right here.
You just aim it at it?
Aim on the bottom.
Tells you temperature.
Give it that perfect temperature, that perfect tech. So
yeah. So you don't heat it up too much. You don't burn
it. I was always known as the hot dabber.
Mm-hmm.
Dab the fuck up videos from Barcelona with Bubble Man, and it's I used to like the hot dab because it helped me with my pain. If a lot of people know me from Medtainer. I was like, I can do the little walk around here because some of the first Medtainers are going back. This is the legend of the first Medtainers are right here. This is This is 2012. This is really the beginning stages of Medtainer. Some Broken Coast, from High Times, I got Sons of Anarchy. I got Crooks and Castles, Crowns, and yeah, Vapor Central. Here's an old Vapor Central one.
My goodness.
Just lost that one there. So I'm looking over here and not looking for you guys. I'm busy looking at them, and you guys can't see what's going on here. So as I'm getting all excited, but you get to see all the different ones here from the original Puff ones, Treating Yourself, the very first in Vancouver 420, stuff like that. So that's kind of like my little memory of the beginning of Medtainer, and my vision, and the whole reason was I wanted to take cannabis around the world, the green way. Because it helped me so much, and with the smell-proof container to keep it fresh and safe, and to keep my medicine beside me, and I was able to take it wherever I went. Because wherever I had, it really came down to is after my fall, I of course filled up my forms and got legal, and was able to grow my 49 plants at 10 grams a day. This is in 2005, by the way, guys. So I am definitely an old grower and have been in the system for a very long time. So that's like 17 years of legally being able to grow cannabis in this country. And before that, I've been growing illegally for 17 years. So can you imagine, it's a full circle now, because now I look at it, wow, I've been doing this for 35 years. I'm 49, 50 years old. And when I was 16 years old, at that point, I had been charged for possession of cannabis. And I said I was going to do this legally. And when I got older, and fuck the system, right? Well, yeah, here we are. And 17 years of doing it illegally and 17 years doing it legally. So I pretty much... I've got a lot of stories, a lot of wisdom, a lot of interesting things that I've really realized that when you start digging through the old archives, and I was just showing you guys that we're sitting here dabbing with the rig and everything else like that. But if all you newbies have no idea, but we used to dab from a lighter that we rigged up and put a little piece of metal on there, and you can see this little thing on there. And we'd heat this up. It doesn't work right now, and then you get your pin, you put on there to do a dab, because there's no such thing as a rig. There was no quartz banger. There was none of these things. These didn't exist.
It was like a portable hot knife.
It wasn't. Oh, you're gonna love this. So we're talking about, I was more than that. We did the spoon and the knife. This is 16 years old. This is 34 years old in my hand. I dug out some stuff I just showed you. I have a rolling tray that I used when I was a kid. So
that's great.
You can imagine little things. You guys remember these old little vaporizers?
Oh my God. Yes. That's crazy.
But of course, I have my volcano down here, right?
Oh yeah, you gotta have the volcano.
Yeah,
you guys got a lot of tools.
Oh yeah.
I've been using cannabis as a medicine my whole life. A lot of people, if I look out when I was younger, were on Ritalin or different things like that for maybe ADHD. But I mean, young John over here was smoking a little bit of cannabis at a very young age and didn't get hooked on all of these pharmaceutical drugs until, of course, his fall, right? And then we'll talk more about that. But
so you knew it was you knew it was medicine right from the beginning.
That's what I mean. It's been a medical journey for me for 34
Yeah.
years. And I know that. And I know that so much. And you can see it. And you're like, how can they ever tell me this is a drug? And I fought for that my whole life. I stood, everybody knows, on stages in front of people. This is my medicine, freedom. And then seeing where it is today, that I could pick up a nano-emulsification drink and get some relaxation, to me is just like...
Yeah, it's huge.
I fought for it. You know, I got kombucha drinks. I just finished one. I was ready to grab one, but I got like THC shots. I mean, I got THC drinks everywhere. They're pretty awesome. Here we go. Great for your smoothie. I think they're fantastic. Like, they really are.
Nice.
I love how you said right near the beginning there, you know, when you were like 16, 17, and you're like, when I get older, I'm going to do this legally. Like, you even had this vision of like, it will be legal one day. I'm going to get there and I'm going to help it get there.
Yeah. No, I actually can honestly say I had that. I remember I strictly said that. I'm going to do this legally when I get older. I'm going to grow it legally and sell it. And and I was 16 years old. And it was something that I felt that then it was like, I'm not doing anything wrong.
Right.
This is helping me. Like it is today. Like we see this all over the world. Like we see it helping children. We see it helping younger adults, older adults. We see it helping grandma and grandpa with arthritis, whatever it is.
Yeah, I
you
didn't
can't
actually
deny it now. It's kind of like it's over the top. Like the amount of research I have in the filing cabinets and the information that because I'm unpacking boxes from 15 years ago in the last like couple days, and you're like pulling out these archives, going, "Okay, I have been doing this my whole fucking life, haven't I?" Because someone said something. Because I talked to someone who knew you like 15 years ago, and they had the same story as the guy who knew you last week. Because you haven't changed. I'm like, I said you should talk to my friends from 25 years ago, 30 years ago. I mean, things haven't changed. You know, like it's always been about the education and the passion of a plant that helps us in so many different ways. And for me, it's always been about growth. And I always say that. Grow your own, grow your life. And cannabis helped me grow through so many different stages of my journey and this life that has been so awesome. You know what I mean? Like, and every time I can think about it, you know what? I can put the fragrance of the strain to a different time of the era throughout my time of life. How about fucking that? I can take the smell of the 80s of those strains, you know, those tie sticks that you got when you were a kid that you pulled a seed out of. I can envision that strain and that smell, and it will take me back to that era. So that it takes me back to that emotion, to that scent of the strain throughout my life, and all those different strains. When you talk to somebody at my age, we can now put right to that moment. Go, oh fuck, I remember that. I went to that concert in White Snake. And you know what I mean? Like all of a sudden, you can place that moment in time, and I think that's what is so great about cannabis is with that smell. You can then place it to a moment in time. And you know what? Smell and emotion and a story is what we're really linked to so much in life. Like as we're sitting here talking about it, we can all smell, we could close our eyes and everybody can now concentrate on that first smell. And then they can associate it to a taste.
I never thought about that because the smell of weed when I first started way back in like the 90s, 2000s, it smelled different. It was very skunky. It was very like,
and I think in the 80s of the Thai sticky of that Mexican funk that I loved. I can now place the 80s. I can remember 1986. You know what I mean? Like, I was in school. I had the ripped jeans, had the backwards hat, Metallica jacket. I should put my Metallica shirt on me back in a second. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I wear that Metallica shirt every day still. That's one thing about the 80s, right? But that's one thing about cannabis has done so much for me is it's even the 90s. And then I remember the juicy fruits and the grapefruit and stuff like that. And the beginning of the OG Kushes and coming into 2000s, you got into a lot of the juicy strains, but the Kushes were slowly coming in, breaking those grounds because I was always a Kush guy. And then, you know, I was thinking with the blueberry, around the blueberry, that was a very tasty strain.
I feel like I'm missing out on something here because
it all just smells like weed to
we
him.
joke all the time. Like she'll be like, she gets so upset when she's like, smell this, and I'm like, it smells like weed. I don't have that. I just grew
Bruce Banner #3 and blueberry headband from Humboldt. Two
Wait,
completely different terpene profiles. And I'm like,
There
and yeah,
you go.
and he's like, oh yeah, I can tell that they smell different, but I don't smell anything in particular. Like you can't pull out the nodes, whereas like a lot of us can go, oh my God, I smell limonene or I smell myrcene or
There's some people like that. They're so on par with those smells. They go, this is limey, this is that. And I'm like, what's it smell like? Really fucking good weed. I'll give it to you now. I go, you know the 90s? Like, yeah, right there. Like, see how I can describe weed to an era.
Okay.
Right? Where a lot of people can go, I got the piney or the maple or this or that. And someone goes, look at my kid, looks just like him. I'm like, how? That doesn't look like you. That kid looks like someone completely different. Is you sure that's your kid? Because I'm that person. You know what I mean? Like certain things I just can't associate with. But I know the fruity or the lemon or the orangey or that OG, that gas, like how you describe your cannabis. And I'm a gas guy. If it's works for my pain, I'll say it over and over. I want that kush. I want that smack. I want to open up a jar and do this.
and get hit in the face.
Fuck. You know? Like, fuck.
Does that look
Can
familiar?
you guys smell this with me? Like,
oh, that's
my
probably really
fucking
terpene.
God. Like, okay, this is pink goo, and it's just another pink kush, but this one's just an over the top good pheno. Bam Stan ran this for me, full plant profile, so 73 159. And when I wash things, so people are like, well, I can't wash like that. Well, it's because you take your shitty weed and wash it, or you take your sugar loaf when we used to make bubble hash back in the late 90s, something like that. So we've changed fire in, fire out. So you take everything, you put it in there. If you don't have, I don't have a big enough one, well, then get a little bucket. Remember, someone says, I don't have enough weed. We can supply you with 1 gallon bubble bags. You know what I mean? You don't need to have a 20-gallon bag because everybody has the 20. Oh, look at those guys.
Yeah.
I laugh because you know what? This is all I used to make my hash with, guys. Look, I still have the spoons in here and everything, along with the beginning medtainers. TY, so this is 2013, 2012. And it's funny because I used to have instead of my OxyContin in here, I'd keep my rolly papers with the rosin in there. See, this is how old this shit is.
Yeah.
Instead of OxyContin, I was using cannabis. I was using oil. I had to use extractions to get do the painkillers. So this is another big thing because that's what really helped me get off of a lot of the heavy painkillers was the active forms of THC and those concentrates. And then being able to use like the joints throughout the day would be able to alleviate the pain a little bit, but in reality it was the converted forms of THC, the Canacaps. I found the whole Canacap making kit the other day too. It's kind of like memories.
That's cool.
Shit, that's 1988, right? You gotta understand we were decarboxylating and activating cannabis, and that was Dr. Hornbeam. He started doing that in 2005, 2006, right? So it was 04 or 05. Certain things that happened back then, but I was just like, I'm in archive mode right now because of everything around me. Like you guys, this is a great time to do this because as I'm unpacking a lot of stuff that's being packed in boxes. And when I mean like packed in boxes, I'm thinking like, look at how old these bubble bags are.
Oh my!
Look how used they are.
Oh my!
Like you can't tell you I did not make a lot of 1 gallon hash. You know, this is all we had back then because I was a medical patient. I literally could not pull a 5 gallon bag. No fucking way. Not for the life of me. When people say you can't do it, then go for a little one.
Yep.
And I used that thing was my best friend with the plant there right now. As you can see, there's always plants in my life. They're everywhere.
Well, that's great. It just goes to show people that they don't need large scale.
You don't
need a lot of cannabis to do this.
All you need is passion.
Yep. And concentrates are great for people that need that like extra pain relief than like you're saying, smoking a joint only.
You can mix a mixer. That's how I used to mix mine. I used to mix it like this.
Yep.
Right? Yep. I mean, it's not like, and then I would strain it and I'd put it through here. You can still see the hash in there.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I used the sieve and then I put it in the freezer. And then I forgot about it for a year. Wrapped it and then that was the first freeze-dried hash.
Yeah.
People laugh about it, but my hash was pissed white. It burned like white as a ghost and it went right through the screen. It's 2013. Yeah. And I was told, well, that was first street drying hash. It was an accident. I remember giving it to Skunk Man Sam Dave Watson. I was in Amsterdam and had this 3 gallons. He's like, that's fucking killer.
It's amazing how
I'm like, fucking Mike, this guy likes my hash.
Well, it's
Right?
amazing how those products are created. Like I remember wax, when wax first came out. And I was like, what is this wax? And they're like, well, it was, or butter or whatever. It was like, oh, well, basically somebody was trying to make oil or shatter and they agitated it too much in trying to evaporate the alcohol. And they created this like whipped product. And Buddy was like, well, I don't want to throw it away. So they smoked it.
Remember stuff back in the day, we called stuff glass because we did some stuff with other
Yes.
things. Yeah, I did the glass days. I remember going around and getting everybody super high. This is awesome. So here, you guys are in the archive lane right here.
What is
We
that?
have some of the first Horatio stuff ever made, the packs. We have some of the first place cannabis cups, some of the first hashes ever kind of done
Wow.
in certain ways. This stuff is
Yeah.
so old, it's ridiculous. Like this is like
Yeah.
this is hash that's like 20 years old type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my little box of things that have happened throughout like the first some of the first shatters ever made, some of the first distillates. I'm having fun with you guys right now.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We tried to create medicine and we didn't exactly know what we were doing.
Yeah,
and
like this is some of the first stuff ever made
looks
back in
awesome.
the days, guys. Like, yeah, I know you know how old this. This is like, oh man, this is. I feel like I want to smoke that.
take like a little like
Wait,
a dab pen to it. Or
as a newbie though, I know it's
I can't. I know.
You
I know
can't,
the era
right?
of that. Yeah.
He's like, it's too old.
Yeah,
Well, no,
like
it's kind of like I'm excited here right now. I got
Like,
the
I know
first
it's
place sipped in
nostalgic.
here.
I'm
And you
excited
got some
because
of the
you're
stuff-
excited.
Well, there's some of the stuff you've never seen before, right? Some of the stuff that we've kind of like. It's the first. This is some of the first rosin ever made.
Yeah.
Because that was soy brown sow, and we were. This is me
So
putting
how
it
were
into
you-
a bag and squishing it for the first time in a bag. Never squished in the bag because we were doing it just with the bud and the parchment. So we
Were you
started
using a
trying
hair
it in bags.
straightener?
I have the original hair straightener.
Okay, I was gonna say because that was
You wanna
back in the
see
day,
it?
right? Hair straighteners with the bags. That's why women were so pissed off at the
But guys
boyfriends.
hated me. I was like investing in Revlon when I did the Death of BHO video before they took it down. It had like 2.6 million views on it.
Yeah.
When they ripped that sucker down. But here we go. Hair straightener days. Hair straightener days.
It wasn't long before somebody said, "I need to make a shop press with heated metal plates, and, like adjusted temperatures."
Well, that's
and-
because we did that one. Here's the original hair straightener.
Look at
You
it.
see, it's still duct taped together.
I
'Cause I
am
used to step on it.
Yeah,
constantly amazed. You like the cannabis community takes regular items
Here's the
constantly
next one.
and makes it
I
work.
think MacGyver must have been a cannabis consumer.
It's crazy.
Shit, look at the archives in here, guys. I fucking love this crap. Here's some of the. These are the This is when I won my cannabis cup. Oh, they're right here. First place for second place for CBD.
Ooh,
And then I got first place for best CBD concentrate right there.
nice.
Yeah, and always knowing is not enough, you must apply. If applying is not enough, you must do that. I live by that my whole life. I've had that.
Wait,
I've had
say that again.
Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, you must do. Bruce Lee.
Right.
That has been my saying through my recoveries, through my life, through my growth, through everything that I do.
Mhm.
Here's one of my. That's what Bob High did for me. That made me 420 Weed Master. That's why I was on Instagram for so long. Until I had to change it to John Buffalo Official because of the 54 fake accounts. 64. There was another one yesterday. 64.
Oh man,
It's powering. It's pretty cool.
I can honestly say that I never ever thought that I would see somebody so passionate about cannabis. Like I grew up in the church. I was we were
But this is
told
my
lies.
passion. Yeah, but your passion was what? Like I believe in God. Like
Yeah, well, I mean,
right?
I'm watching you talk about cannabis like I used to talk about like Blue Jay memorabilia. Like if you ever came to my house and watched and looked through, I have tickets from Blue Jay games from the early '80s and programs, but I grew up in a world that never. I thought
I'm
people.
like looking around. I got the first seed cups and stuff like that. From
Yeah,
seed bank shirts and shit.
I didn't know
from
this was
back in the days.
possible. You're
Yeah, but
blowing my
that's the thing.
mind.
Cannabis has been so much a part of his life. And I honestly didn't know it was medical at all until the doctor slapped me in the face pretty much when I
I
was
just
in.
gave you. Look at me. It's like smack. What do you mean? It is. If you're
Well,
using cannabis, I'm sorry you're using it for medical purposes because it's.
I agree.
It helps
I agree.
shit. It helps everything. It's
Even if you
homeostasis.
don't know you're using it medicinally, it's still preventative and
CBD.
completing
There's
your
60 cannabinoids
endocannabinoid
plus
system.
in the cannabinoids. There's over 60 different cannabinoids that we have known of. There's probably more that we have no idea. There's the most abundant ones we look at, which is going to be your top 6 or top 8. But now we got into CBGA, CBGC. I mean, there's THCV, THCA. I figured there was a CB3 receptor that I had a hypothesis in 2008 that worked inside the spinal column, helping anti-inflammatory. That hypothesis in 2008 became reality in 2013. They talk about it more today and how it helps with people with spinal cord injury. And that's what I suffer from. And that's why certain strains work for inflammation and anti-inflammatory effects. That's why saving the terps are so important. Because those terps help me with my pain. When you put 15 terpenes underneath my nose and one took the pain away, what would change your mind? Would that change your mind? Anybody? You're in extreme pain. They just took out your C4 and C5 vertebrae because you had an accident. You're in all this pain. Your friends come in and they put 15 terpenes underneath your nose. Number 11, you're like, what the fuck? You're pulling it back with and give me that because it was taking my pain away. That's when it changed my mind. That's when cannabis really opened up my whole pathway of how the terpenes help regulate the THC to give me the longevity. And that's how I got off my Oxycontin and all my other pills by using cannabis along with the Oxycontin to give longevity so they have to make my pills as long. Because the active forms of THC, they don't want to talk about this, but guess what? Patient testimonials can talk all fucking day, right? I shouldn't swear though.
No, it's all good.
That's okay.
He said the patient word.
The patient word, yeah. No, but here
it's okay. You can swear.
But here's the thing, John. Your story and your passion is exactly like when we talk about breaking down the stigma and the people who came from my world and are still around. You know, it's like it's the people's stories, like you're saying. You know, like the personal experience is what helps people understand.
Well, I'm so happy with fun with the stuff with the other things. You guys showing all this great stuff, right?
No, that's awesome.
But this is the whole idea, and this is part of the culture or whatever you're into. Is like, I mean, everybody's like you say, you're your sports memorabilia. I mean, I used to be into race car driving. I love Dale Earnhardt. And, you know, I used to have all that stuff, and I still have all my trucking magazines and all my Arnold Schwarzenegger magazines when I was a kid because I, used to work out and stuff like that. But I mean, through all of that, there's always been cannabis in my life, but it's been a medicinal part. And it wasn't about getting high. Of course, I enjoy getting high. Don't kid yourself. We all do. I enjoy that enjoyment. I enjoy that relief. But I mean, at the same time, it gives me focus. So, I mean, some people treat it different ways, but I mean, that's like anything. And when you look at how a plant was given to us that grows naturally, that helps us every day. Yeah. What I see now, what is lacking is the connection with the patients and the culture that I saw so much over the decade of being in the industry, of going around to all the clubs and meeting with the patients and talking about the strains and just the interaction of the rolling and grabbing the pipe with the dry sift or grabbing the dab rig or getting the joint ready or getting the rolly or whatever it was all part of that culture or that interaction with one another. And it seems like legalization took that away from the patients that truly need it. And I see that because where did they go? I know we got Zoom meetings, we do certain things right now, but I mean, the people that I know so much that were truly interactive, I felt like, I do feel like, and I see it, it's like where the patients go. And I know a lot of the things are being shut down because the medical system that was there is now slowly going away when it comes to that. And you'll see that on all of the, I hear a lot of talk about how now the products being offered on the medical end for legalization now is slowly like being decreased because the legalization part, there's so much of it, but then there's no education on it. You walk into a store and they look at all the different strains and you got no fucking idea what it is, do you? It's crapshoot now.
If you don't
Hundreds
have
of
the
them.
educated bud tender, forget it. Forget it. But yeah, like I was saying before, I unfortunately just thought I was brainwashed too as a teenager that cannabis was a drug and that, you know, I was bad for doing it, even though I felt that I didn't see anything wrong with it. I felt good when I did it. I was still in control of myself. But I didn't realize that I was self-medicating for my anxiety and depression until the doctor, like I said, slapped me in the face and was like, you do realize that for the last however many years you've been consuming cannabis as a form of medication. Because my partner at the time was telling me I was a drug addict. So it's
Oh,
hard
don't you like
when
that? Yeah, no, I
society
was
is
told
telling
that
you,
too.
you know,
Yeah.
like it's difficult. We really need to work hard still to break the stigma with certain people. I know those guys.
It's my old rolling tray.
That's awesome.
Oh,
My
nice.
kid. You can see, like, it's like, I mean, come on.
But that's not a rolling tray
That was my rolling
originally.
tray. Oh, no,
But
I have-
you made it a tray. But what was it first? Like a wall sign or something?
I don't know whatever it was, but back then it was like this is a perfect rolling tray.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
It slips underneath everything. No one can see it.
Yep.
But I mean, I find it like really hard to remember. Like I didn't really hide my cannabis use in a sense. Like even though it was illegal, I felt like it was legal because of my injuries, and I was like, "Fuck the system."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said you injured yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Several times.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I hit my foot. I hurt it. I cut my finger when I got older. No, I'm kidding. My big accident that really was life changing for me would have been June 23rd of 2005. And that was when I fell 20 feet into concrete.
Ouch.
But if we want to kind of back up a little bit, and when I hit a dump truck head on in 1991, I was using cannabis before that, but I think after the dump truck accident, I used cannabis and I wasn't on pharmaceutical drugs. It was interesting. If I take a look at era and time, and when I was a kid, I used cannabis, and other kids were in school and they're getting put on Ritalin and stuff like that, and I'm over here smoking weed, and I'm like, what's wrong with you guys? You know, and then what really turned in for me is after falling 20 feet in the concrete and waking up, and I was in that extreme major pain. My fall, I broke my neck in 4 places, so I had a C6 burst fracture. So I'm plated between the C5 and C7, and I'm bolted between the C3 and the C6.
Okay.
I completely shattered my arm, so this was all K-wired in. So I still have K-wires left in the arm. So this is all hypersensitive. It's kind of weird. It's where the pain comes in all the time. I broke my teeth. I shattered my ankle. I broke my hip.
Jeez.
I had some pretty major injuries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was life changing. And if I speed up today, and I had to write this thing about a month ago about what I would, if I would change, if I would do anything, what would I do at this age and stuff like that. And I wrote down everything I would do, and at the end of it, then I wrote it all out. They said, you didn't change, you were hurt. And then I thought about it. I said, yeah, but it wouldn't be who I am then right now, right? Because it's what defines who you are, and you start realizing who you are and why cannabis was such a big part of my life, and where I started realizing that when I got out of the hospital, this was a big thing for me, is I ate a beautiful brownie from the British Columbia Compassion Club Society. This brownie was made by Paul Hunt, who was the baker, and Paul Hornby was the scientist who was testing and decarboxylating with the 2 Pauls that came up with this beautiful brownie method. That brownie method actually was found out later more of where the brownie method came from, but I won't disclose that till once they're both passed away one day, right? But these gentlemen found a way of being able to activate THC so it bind receptors to help people who are in chronic pain. And we didn't know that back then. This is new research that about everything and how we eat. Everything today when it comes to it is decarboxylating. That was basically by scientists and people like Paul Hornby and Paul Hunt who sat and researched all this. I remember back in the days when I was sitting in the lab with Dr. Hornby and the new place had came on, which is Harborside. It was Steve D'Angelo. We thought he was the fly on the wall inside the lab because he was doing things that no one had done before, and we were the first ones doing it. Then we got some friends from back in the days. Jason Beck had came up, and this is he's pretty big in the U.S. What he's doing, fantastic friend. And this is all these days of era when this is just groundbreaking and how it's changed everything. We talked about putting different cannabinoids in bags. I mean, I talked about this, separating it. This didn't exist. Okay, it didn't exist. We were like, I was like crystal ball. I fucking honestly felt I had a crystal fucking ball. 100%, because everything that is today is what, and I say we're going to separate these cannabinoids, dry sifting, everything. I didn't even know about dry sifting, the separation. And now there's different separations. I'm going to be able to separate those gland heads by size, by density. That's going to be new, and it's going to be by cannabinoid ratios. I do believe there's certain things inside of those head and the sizes and the resin glands and the maturity levels. That's why I talk about first bounce and harvesting different levels of trichomes.
Yes, I love that. I do that too.
Everybody knows that. First bounce is very important. Curing, I've done 3-month hang cures, 2 weeks. I'm done curing with dehumidifiers, destroy your resin. I've cured it so many different ways. It's about saving the terps, and it's about holding that relative humidity level, holding that active water, which is, you don't want to, believe me, I've done this enough. You don't want to kick your relative humidity in your room below 65, because once you put it in a container, it'll be below 55. When you do that, it's kind of taking that thin layer of, say, like saran wrap off of that terpene head, and you're going to smell it as fragrant, but that's what you want to taste and feel. That's the aromatherapy. That's the medical effects that you're taking away from what I need. I need that standardized after spending basically my whole adult life trying to standardize cannabis in certain ways, with growing, with lighting, with everything from different nutrients, from Medi-1, from standardization, from decarboxylating to finding that sweet spot. I soon realized in working with Boveda and looking at things and having a nice little water activity machine. It's here somewhere. It's just using it. It's like all these tools are around me. I have water. I have a light meter right here because the sun was running through the sun, and I'm looking at this stuff. See the passion? Like when you love your hockey team or you love your Blue Jays, you know everything about every player, what they've done. I know everything about every instrument and how cannabis is measured in so many different ways. It's stupid because that's like my favorite fucking team.
Yeah.
Your best way of you saying it, but that's how it is. It's my favorite fucking baseball, football team, hockey team, whatever it is, and I know every player. I know how many times they scored, when they scored, how they saved it, what they've done, and when they haven't, I've pushed them to see how they've done it. Okay, how can you do this? That's me growing in my videos, and the 350 plus videos online of me growing my own medicine, because I'm showing you how I've learned. Because I'm curious, like you guys are. That's why we're both so engaged, because we're both curious about one another. You know, like.
Yeah. Well, the knowledge, John, that you must have, because I know it doesn't mean anything to Timmy as you're talking about, Paul squared, both of them, and you're throwing names out, and he's just like, they're just names. But these are
these are the legends in my eyes. When you got the Soma Mission, you got the Franco. He gave me the shirt from Strain Hunters. I remember talking with Franco in 2012, was it 2013, in Amsterdam. And
see that's like a dream.
And you can hear a pin drop as people were around me, and as they could hear, I looked around me, I was surrounded by people were taking pictures of me and Frank were talking, because I had just won first place in Toronto for my medical kush, for Medi-Kush, and it was it's a special strain. And Franco loved that strain. He's an indica guy, and we got depth into growing, how indica's growing, the leaf density and the patterns, and on the light, how it shaded this, and
oh my God,
and awesome. And I could even, I'm right there because I could smell. It's the smell, and it was like that moment in time.
Oh my God, I'm getting teary-eyed, John. Like you have no idea. Like,
right?
I'm like in Amsterdam.
It was special. Yeah. It was a very special moment in my life. Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
you're welcome.
Tears. Yeah,
I hope that when I'm in the industry,
it was a very special moment in my life of being able to. Let me tell you one thing, and I just read a book. It's called Proximity Principle. You should read it. Everybody here should read it. Wow, I'm sitting here in tears of something. I'm a beautiful man. Franco was an amazing soul, and rest in peace, and all those great people out there, from Jason Wilcox, from Horatio, and from Greg Williams and Michelle Rainey. Wow.
Now you're really going to make me cry. You're going in deep, aren't you?
Tracy and stuff like that. There's so many people I miss and love so much, and they're in me. The spirit's in me. That vision, that creation, that love, that passion, And it's all in every one of us right here. That's why we have these tears right now, because it's the passion of the plant, right? And the people that you've associated yourself with, those memories.
Yeah.
And that plant took me to a moment in time when I was with Franco and talking in Amsterdam in 2013 and being surrounded. And look at that emotion. That's what the plant does to you. That's what a hockey team does to you. That's what your best player does for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what we've talked about before on this thing. Is like I still don't.
This is an amazing interview. I feel so blessed to be able to sit here and talk about that. When you mentioned like the hockey team,
I don't
covered in tears.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here looking at it going, I could tell you so much about this player right now who just got new on the team and what he's been doing, because he's like fucking awesome.
Yeah.
He's been able to measure everything and be able to get on par and be able to know when the player's got to come to play. Like that's what the temp tech
And he
does.
showed us the rookie with the lighter and the metal piece.
This is where the
rookie was right here. This was the temp tech. He came in the beginning. He didn't know how to do it. He's the Wayne Gretzky, right? But I mean, then we had to have Alberta show up.
Well, this is where the connection comes though. Like, even though I don't yet know these specific people and these things, I'm drawn to the passion because I understand the passion. My passion happened to be in sports, and so I can I see the tears, and even though I'm not have that connection, I appreciate it and love it. And it's one of the things that has helped me go from preaching against cannabis to being an advocate, because I'm seeing these stories and I'm seeing this passion. And I'm seeing
people that are awesome,
real people. It's been huge.
Yeah, we're real. Just over here, Sean.
Yeah. And we're not like your typical lazy stoner, like, you know, the stigma seems to stay.
Well, you know what? The whole thing is you can do that with anything and anybody. And the guy that all he does is sit at home and play video games, because I see my neighbors when I go on my 5 a.m. walk, kids are still up playing video games at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And then at 2 o'clock, they come outside in their pajamas on, like, oh, morning, with a big smile on their face. I'm like, yeah, I remember that fucking days. Yeah, I was stupid. I wish I would have learned what I know now back then. And the adult was 50 was telling me back then to grow the fuck up. I was like, yeah, shut up. I'm like,
you don't know anything.
Now, when you're talking about going for your 5 o'clock walk, one of the things that I can really relate to you with, that I'm super excited I stumbled across, was I'm on this health journey to get my, to really optimize my life, and seeing you're on like this 100 push-ups a day thing, and I'm seeing your pictures of your
50.
I started with 50 push-ups a day for 50 days while turning 50. I started November 10th, and on January 31st, and I turned 50 on when I was there. I saw you guys. That never stopped. I went on my morning walks, 5 a.m. when I was in Sudbury, Ontario, minus 21. I'm on my walk doing push-ups outside. I haven't missed it. The day when that convoy started to go across Canada area at 8:15 in the morning, out on the freeway doing push-ups, showing them doing push-ups, and watching the convoy starting. So that was kind of cool for me. And I was like, okay, I'll do it this way. I started my push-up challenge. How about this? Like this. February 2nd of 2021, I walked out. I started walking around. I started doing the EDGE program with Tony Robbins, which is a way of just getting a mental stability going. And it was 5 minutes a day of breathing exercises, and I was walking around my house. And I can tell you right now, that was hard for me to do. I can tell you that on September 1st, I could only do 2 push-ups, and I do 150 a day right now. So, and I could do 31 was my max there the other day, and that was after a bong rip. So I figured I'm going to do a big bong rip and do some push-ups with you guys.
Wait, so how many months did it take you to go from doing 2 push-ups to 150 a day?
Would be a year, wouldn't it? Because he said it was February.
I started September of last year, so it was September, October, November, December, January, so 4 months.
You know, it's funny because when you were saying
lost 80 pounds too in the last 14 months.
Yeah, you look healthier. And when you were telling the story of like all the injuries and you broke this and you have this, and I'm like, I wouldn't know that from looking at you.
Well, it's been. I can only do so much, so I have 5-pound weights. People think I'm strong. I'm not. I can't do anything over my head. Certain things. I'm healthy mentally and physically because of just steps, push-ups, and crossovers and bong rips. Yeah. Where's my marble?
But even in photos from you from like a year or 2 years ago, you look healthier now. Like
the last year for me has been. On November 21st, 2021. So 14 months ago, I stepped on the scale. It was 222 pounds.
Wow.
And I hadn't been that heavy in a very long time, because at one point I used to be 280 pounds. So at one point I've lost over 140 pounds, 130 pounds in my total lifetime now. And I just made a decision. You know, you decide, you make a choice. That's what you have in life. It's called choice. And once you make a choice, if you decide, you can do anything you want. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to lose some weight. So I went on a Noom diet and talked about how to teach us about water density foods. Really what it is. It's an excellent, it's not a diet. It's just a way of things. And I used that, and I went November, and my goal was to get to 200 pounds. I wanted to lose 22 pounds. So I lost 22 pounds in a month. Went from November 21st, and by the end, by January 1st, I had about 200 pounds. That was my goal.
That's great.
I got there. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
And I started. Then I went through some parts in life, and I read a book which was Max Out Your Life with Ed Ouellette, and it was like 5 a.m. Club. And I was listening to Tony Robbins, I Am Not Your Guru, and I was like, you know, it's the Edge program. It was a free thing on YouTube. It's a 5-day, 10-day little thing, and I took notes and wrote this thing down every day. I'm like, fuck it, I'm getting up at 5 a.m. I started walking around the inside of my living room, and I did it for 5 minutes, breathing exercises. And then out the nose. And on March 2nd, I walked out my front door, and I started doing it for 20 minutes a day. So I've been doing it for exactly a year, every day, and I haven't stopped. So I go my 20-minute walk in the morning. I come home, I stretch. I started doing, I remember only doing 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, and then 15, and then doing 10, 15 crossovers. And now I do 100 crossovers, 100 sit-ups, and 100 push-ups every day. And I've been doing that now for over 4 months. I have lists of it sitting here. So you got my challenge sitting right here. Here's the other challenge I did over there. I defined my goals and roles. You know what I mean? I got all these little things, and
You like that. You like this, eh?
Recovery. It's important, and it's a way of getting through to yourself and defining what you're really pursuing in life, and being positive and being grateful for what you have. I'm so grateful to be able to talk to you guys. We're having problems. Look at this. We found another system. We're talking, and look at how great it worked out. I'm thankful for that, and be able to sit here and be able to just share this with you guys. And I look at the way how life has gone through, and like every day I wake up, I'm like, wow, I'm able to enjoy life because of a plant and the people around it that has helped me get through what I've gone through. And we fight more for this plant than we do for world peace. Think about that. We 420s and what we've done all over the world, and we fight for this plant, but we don't seem to fight. We don't have, like Earth Day, we do, but 420s over the years, we've stood up. You see how things have changed with the industry, and it's helped everything. And now we're seeing a complete change with legalization around the world. It's completely revolutionizing. And I remember being on the news. I said CTV news, and I remember they said you can only hear when a tree's falling, you can't stop it. That's what's happened now. Legalization's coming. You can't stop it. This is me saying this in 2016, 2017 on CTV News with Jody Emery. And I remember making the news all the time. I mean, on the news a lot, not once or twice. Probably a couple of times. They've been in my garden, CTV News, cops are here, like you name it. We were taking on Health Canada, Jason Wilcox, rest his soul, the stuff that we've done, and all of those things, because we believed in it. It was our passion. We didn't, it wasn't like, it's not like, well, look where we are today. If people around the world keep fighting for something they believe in that is non-threatening, is non-violent, is non-harm, and it doesn't, what's it do? It saves lives. We know that.
I would like to think that if we legalized cannabis worldwide, maybe we would have world peace, because everybody would just be more relaxed and happy.
But we have world peace in certain ways you look at it. And I mean, peace comes within, and if there wasn't chaos, then we wouldn't be excited, would we?
It's true. Yin and yang, right?
Yep.
Yin and yang.
You need a little bit of variety and uncertainty, right? You need a little bit of sufficient. You need a little bit of growth, contribution, love, and connection. That's your 6 human needs. Pretty much got that down right there, right?
Yep.
We're in this beautiful wheel of life, and it's a physical and emotional life, and it's definitely it's a career life, and it's definitely a family life, and when you get really down to it, it becomes very spiritual. and we really look at it, because without you having the spiritual part of it, and then the relationship part, and then your family and your career, we're really what, and all that comes down to growth and contribution. That's why I love the plant so much, because it gives me growth and contribution. We're contributing to one another right now, and I think it's, yeah, you guys make me smile. Thank you.
With the fitness journey you're on, I'm interested. You're at 100 push-ups a day. Like, are you going to go to 150 for 150 days after this? Where does this go?
Well, the whole thing is, I look at this as a life journey. So I get up at 5 a.m. for the rest of my life. When I get up, my clothes are ready.
Yeah, I do.
Get up. As soon as when I get out of bed, you're gonna get this one. I get out of bed, I jump down, and I do 20 push-ups instantly.
Nice.
Right.
Get the blood going.
Then I use the bathroom. Right now it's minus 15 out, minus 10. I walk outside in my underwear, and I've been doing that since it's been cold out. If it wasn't, it's an ice cold shower. But I do that after I do my walk. So I always do an ice cold shower every day.
That's what you do.
Yeah, I started that. I get up, I go right to my yoga mat for a half hour.
Yeah.
I hop in a cold shower. I go for a half-hour walk. Come
I do
back.
my walk first thing. I activate the metabolism first thing. And I do that by my breathing exercises. So right away, shoes on, outdoor. Now get this one. You're going to really like this one, my friend. I walk backwards for 10 minutes and walk forward for 10 minutes to retrain the neurons in your head. So the first 10 minutes I walk forwards by breathing. Then I do 10 minutes of incantations walking backwards. And then I walk forwards by now I am the voice. I will lead, not follow my life. I will believe in myself, not doubt. I will create, not destroy.
I love the mentality and what you're talking about in terms of, making that decision. I did that, over a year ago. I just posted a picture on my thing of what I looked like in 2017. And I was blown away. And yoga,
He had chin on chin.
like, I was a thin guy who never saw that I was unhealthy, because thin people always think they can't be unhealthy. Like, thin can be unhealthy.
It's skinny fat.
And yoga became in that changed my life. On one day, I went to a vegan diet. On the next day, I gave up meat for 1 year just on a dime. It wasn't a slow progression. It was like, I'm going to choose to do this. And now, like you were talking about, right? I walk outside my door now because I'm determined to hit 10,000 steps every day. And it was like minus 21. And it's like, I'm not going to let weather stop me. I'm not going to I'm just going to put on another layer and I'm going to walk out the door.
Yeah.
Like
rain, shine, I don't care what it's doing. I can have an umbrella, put a hood on. It's minus 20. I'll put boots. We're used to it. Summer, I didn't care. You know what? It's called commitment to yourself.
Yeah.
You're only lying. I got a thing on that. When you say you can't, you're lying.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Define your roles and goals, right? Potential, actions, results, beliefs, and certainty.
People do the things that they want to do. They always say they want to do it, but then the moment rain comes and they're like, oh, I'm not going to go outside today. It's like, well, did you really want that goal? Like, what?
Okay, here's the whole thing. When you grow plants and you grow cannabis, it doesn't give you a time. It tells you it needs food. You got to water. You just can't go outside or go to your garage or do what you got to do because you don't feel like it that day.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't get out of my wheelchair because
I learned that the
I
hard.
didn't want to get out of my wheelchair. I had to fucking do it. Right?
Yeah.
It's
I
like
learned
a
that
kid
the
that
hard
doesn't
way.
walk. You say, oh, it doesn't walk. Oh, well, we're just going to, you think the parents, when your kids, and it's not doing that well. We're not going to let it walk then. Fuck it. Of course, you're going to keep trying until the kid walks or talks, right? And then if it doesn't talk properly, you're going to take it to school. That's the same with yourself. We put more into our jobs than ourselves. We don't work on ourselves. We don't realize that. I didn't realize it at 50. I'm like, fuck, I got this great thing called myself to work on.
Yeah. You know what's funny? My dad told me this a long time ago. When you're growing up and you're 20, like before 20, you're pretty much invincible. You don't think of death unless your parents are like, watch out for cars. If you think about cars, you're going to die if you run out in the street. But other than that,
in society, you're like, shit, that fucking cat got killed.
right? Like, and we're invincible until we hit like 30, and then we start to pay attention to the world. I don't know about 40 yet because I haven't got there. But I know, like my dad says, around like 50, 60, he's really feeling it. He just turned 70. And he said, like, the only thing that you have in life is time.
You can spend money, get money. You can get, gain a house, lose a house, get a boyfriend, a job, whatever. But time, you only have so much of it and it's gone, and you don't know when that end is. He said, so like every single moment, make the best of it, make the most of it. And you're huge on that with today sets up tomorrow.
Yep.
Today sets up tomorrow 100%. I love that you say that, because you know what you don't do today, you can do tomorrow. I get up in the morning, I'm grateful for what I've done the day before. Always grateful. I spend 5 minutes of gratefulness and gratitude because of what I've gone through. I learned this a lot. Tony Robbins has been in the back of my head since my fall with 28 feet. He got me out of my wheelchair. I wrote signs on the wall. He's always been empowering of this Les Brown, Jim Rohn. These motivational speeches in the morning for like 10-15 minutes of feeding your mind has really gotten to me where I am today. And I didn't really realize it until you start realizing where you are. And you're like, I was in a wheelchair and they said I wouldn't be walking and I was fucked for life. And here I am going, no, I'm not.
Right.
Yeah. You can do more push-ups than I can do. Sit up.
I'm going to do a bong rip. I'm going to do 20 push-ups and my cat's going to watch me too.
Nice.
But, I mean, it's really, yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, and it really comes down to your health and fitness and really just setting daily goals, daily agenda. And, like 420, I love doing a bong rip. It's 342. There's a 42 in there.
Nice. Well, it's 420 somewhere in 8 minutes, I think.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the journey you're on, and I appreciate you started this whole conversation off pretty much with, you used the word growth almost immediately, and there comes a point where people, they stop growing, they settle in, and I think that's so sad.
Yeah. Well, even that child that, like John was saying, that didn't learn how to walk. The interesting thing about children is, even if you sat a child down every time they tried to walk, they would still continue to try to walk.
They're not going to stop.
They want to learn.
Yeah.
They want to grow. I don't know at what point.
At one point, fear takes over, and we stop taking risks.
I think it's after school, after college, when we actually go out into, like you're saying, work for somebody else.
You say, what stops us? What there's, I thought it just came out of me. I was like, the cat meowed. Oh my God. Already done it. Not wisdom, but what stops you is fuck. How come I can't say the word? It's not knowledge, but it's called, once you do something over, you get used to doing something. So what is that called? Come on, think about it. Come on, guys.
When you get used
repetitiveness? No.
Comfort. Comfort. Complacent.
It's like, you already know, like you're used to something, so you don't try it anymore. I've already done it.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can't do that. I've already done it that way. You're doing it wrong. You know what I mean? I've already tried it. So this is why.
So they're like set in the way.
This is why God makes history with young people, because old people got too much knowledge, too much wisdom. Oh, I've already tried it. It doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's how we are. You get comfortable. You stop growing inside.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget the 6 human needs. One of the biggest ones, in my opinion, is growth and contribution. Because when you're growing inside and contributing to others, you'll keep growing and keep contributing. You'll keep growing and you'll keep living your life. But when you stop growing and stop contributing, you start dying. That's with business. That's with life. And I see that in business and seasons and in everything that you see in life. You got to continue growing your life. And no matter what that is, the plan helps me grow every day. New strains, new divisions, new growth patterns, new everything. You'll never take that away. And when I can, I help you get growth by talking with other people and educating each other. Like our growth and contribution and connection is certainty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wrote it down as part of like my everyday, right? It's kind of like, that's what gets me going every day, is this growth and contribution, of to connect with people and talk about this. And even if that little frustration not being able to get the one TV to work and jumping on here, and I got a laptop over there, and I'm like, this is awesome, right?
Yeah. No, I'm actually kind of glad that we couldn't get the computer to work and we went with the cell phone, because we got a tour around your place. We got to see some awesome memorabilia, a trip down memory lane. That's like, I really appreciate you taking the time today, John, to sit down with us and help grow
you guys
us.
being able to offer the education to others and seeing what actually we're truly what the medical community is about, what it's truly done for the patients. And like this plant is, I mean, like, do you think the pharmaceutical drugs would have, I mean, where do you go when the system fails you? That was a big article with Ken Mooney back in 2005, 2006, and that's what it was, is the system was failing me, and where do you go? I went to the cannabis community, guys, and the community held me and took me in.
Yeah.
And we were able to start, and I was part of the members rep, and starting that community with Green Cross and holding the patients and talking about decarboxylating and activated forms of THC and how it helped bind the receptors and helped them with pain by using natural GABAs and tyrosine and D-phenylalanine. And if you're working out, we use all the different amino acids that affect us different ways to help with the building blocks and the branched chain amino acids along with cannabis to help with your better growth from your whatever, you know what I mean? That's what called injury is about, man. You got to learn how to heal. And cannabis plays a huge part of that. It helps you with the PTSD parts or the pain or whatever you've gone through because of whatever happened to you. They don't want to talk about that. But when you get hurt, something's happened to you. And that alone is trauma, no matter whatever it is, because you're in a recovery spot of your life. So if you lost, your life condition doesn't match your blueprint anymore. And that's one thing they don't teach you in life. And that's one thing I just recently learned. I wish I would have learned this when I fell and got hurt 18 years ago. They didn't teach me about my life condition matching my blueprint, which is what you're able to do and what you actually want to do. So when I got hurt, my life condition didn't match my blueprint, and I kept striving for that blueprint that my life condition would meet.
Yep.
And it's really what we all learn in life. And I'm happy to talk about you with this. And I like how you're kind of engaged, because it is. We've got to look at our life condition to match your blueprint and understand that whatever you can do, you got to make sure that your blueprint matches that, your capabilities can match that blueprint. Because when you can't, that leads into depression, despair, and all these other bad things. So you realize that in your morning walks, in your incantations, and your breathing exercises, and your cold showers.
I was actually going through it's funny because my condition is IBS, and I kept trying to fit into a 9 to 5. I also have chronic coccydynia, which is just a fancy name for a warped tailbone. It's like crooked, so I can't sit for too long too long. So to sit at a 9 to 5 job just doesn't work. And I went to school to be an admin assistant. So that was the job, sitting in an office from 9 to 5. I had to figure out.
You see this book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to get this book. It's Built from Broken. This is one book.
Okay.
Very, very good book.
Okay.
Very, very good book. Really good book. And then the other one, the one that I'm running on right now, because, when you live with these conditions, because we don't call them conditions. I would say, oh, I'm disabled. And then I was told very firmly, you're not disabled, John. You are handicapped, and don't worry about it. You walking every day. But here's another one that I'm just starting right now. And this one is the adult program. This one's pretty damn starting.
Pain-free.
Yeah. So these are 2 books that, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I got books everywhere on managing chronic pain, pain management. No matter where you go in my house, these books are pretty much everywhere because you want to educate yourself. But I mean, it's kind of like, but I do the same thing by. This is awesome. You guys are in my house. You get to see everything. I got little signs everywhere, but I mean, I have all my books here, right? All my cannabis Bibles, every single one, the breeders' diseases and everything here, all the new ones, all the cannabis and chronic pain and marijuana and cannabinoids for research and stuff like that. You guys can see this, right?
Yeah.
That's good. So, I mean, that's the reading material. I mean, that's what we do. It's kind of like people study things. Oh, I can see myself there. This is cool. And then here's the old filing cabinet with all my stickers over the years.
Nice.
Like, this whole filing cabinet's full of stickers, guys. Like, you're talking like 30 years of stickers.
You got some relics then.
Oh yeah, all the way down, all the way around. And I got that because Ted Smith had him on his wall at. If people don't know about this, Ted had. Oh my God, I'm drawing a complete blank of his club. It was the first compassionate club basically in Canada, along with BCCS, Victoria Young Compassionate Club. And wow, I can't believe I'm drawing a blank, and I don't know why. Hempology used to do Hempology 101 and stuff like that. These are some old art guys that a lot of people don't know about, the people who basically paved the way for legalization, educating at all of the colleges. We were talking on stage at UVic, so it was University of Victoria, and Ted had a little meetings there all the time. He used to talk on stage with Paul Hornby, and he had a compassionate club for patients, and he did all this stuff with Owen Smith and took all the court challenges, and that would have been involved with Kurt Toussaint, John Conroy. People know about all of these cases, Matt Barron.
Yeah.
So this is all this. Yeah, I went to all of these court cases. I remember sitting in the courtrooms. So.
Well, John,
it's been a long fight for sure.
Yeah. Well, then apparently the fight's not quite over, but I'm pumped by your passion about the plant, about life, about growth, that whole philosophy, and it's been a real pleasure to chat with you today.
And to anybody who's listening, if you would like some motivation and to see exactly what it looks like to take control and action and actually grow, check out John.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
On Instagram, because 5 o'clock every morning. He's
every
up.
day.
That's
every
awesome.
Morning. I'm 365 days going out the door. I've been doing it for over over a year.
Wow.
I'm on a 10-year plan till I'm 60. I want to do a 6-pack when I'm 60. I want to bench press my weight when I'm 60. That was my plan.
Yeah.
So that would be, I've got 10 years to go. So it's a pretty good goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm on a 35 by 50. So I turned 50 in a year and a half, and I want to be able to hit some average metrics, physical health wise, of a 35-year-old. I want to be able to stand side by side with a 35-year-old and compete.
You know what I find now at being at 35 and now at 50 and where I was in life at 35, it's easy at 50 to compete with a 35-year-old, because 35-year-old doesn't know what they're looking at. At least at 50, you know what you want. You know the body that you're looking for. At 35, you think this is what you want. You know what I mean? That's why. At this age, it's kind of like now I can look back at life and go, I'm getting more wiser. I've got a lot more wisdom. I have a lot more knowledge of where I've been and where I was at 35. Was I wanted to do this. Yeah. But for me, I was recovering. So for me, it was a different. The last 15 years of cannabis has been a huge part of my recovery, and I think that's why it's been a big part of my life. It's such a big passion. Yeah. And before that, it was always part of my life because it was basically my medicine without me really knowing it until I started realizing that more and more in the last 10, 12 years, realizing that cannabis has been a medicine for me my whole life. And I think as we go into the future, it should be in our Cheerios for our kids, CBDs, maybe not so much the THCs because of the euphoric effects, but a lot of the different cannabinoids are building blocks to our general well-being every day, homeostasis, right?
It's a good goal to have.
We've debated often as mothers, would it really be wrong to give your child a brownie before bed? I mean, of course, none of us have ever done it, but I mean, we've discussed it.
Well, the whole thing is when you look at it, the body has its own THC, and we know that through anandamide and 2-AG. We get into the neuroscience of it. We should have another meeting. We should do another interview.
Yeah, we should, for sure.
We have so much.
I know you want to keep it down to a certain time, and
we're going to do a part 2.
We're going to do a part 2, absolutely, John. This has been the fastest hour, one of the fastest hours I've experienced.
Yeah, me too. I was like,
and we've laughed.
How can I talk for an hour? And I'm like, I can do that.
It's funny. We've laughed. We've cried.
We'll do part 2 for sure. I want to connect the end of the show with the beginning of the show, and that was with goals. You had a goal back when you were young, and you said, I am going to, when I grow up, I'm going to, we're going to hit legalization, and I'm going to do this, and you did that. And now you're talking about your physical goal, and you're 60, no chance in the world you're not going to reach those goals either. Really inspiring, really encouraging. I love following you on Instagram since I found you, and thank you so much. And we will do part 2. As long as you're excited about it, we would love to do it.
I want to do part 2 because I want to talk more about what I've been dreaming and really working on, which is the SIW, my thing about Medi-Centers and helping patients around the world and education on pharmaceutical drugs, the true needs and what's going on with cannabis. And you know what, that's the more to come with that, and talking about, getting this information to people, patients around the world, and how we can do that. Because it's something that's been a dream of mine, and being able to actually facilitate people with that, what they need. And I think it's more or less, dreams become realities because I keep pushing hard every day to get that to the patients and the people. And I think that could be part of part 2. So I can't wait to talk to you guys more about the future of what cannabis
right.
and the future of what we could do for patients and the education and what we all can do together and what we've already been doing. But I think I just don't think we know how to, but I think there might be a way of doing that with how things have changed. Like, world's changing and the digital world's opening up and we're able to now touch each other and talk and be real, which is amazing. Now we could truly do some work. Really.
So awesome.
And we need it. That's the work. We need the education.
It's pretty exciting. Thank you guys so much for having
no
me.
problem.
No, thank you.
Everybody listening and watching, the links will be below in the description of both YouTube and a podcast form. Connect with John for sure on Instagram, and stay tuned because part 2 is going to be quite the roller coaster as well. John, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you very much, guys. Peace.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.